before it was a movie, I think.
Yes, yeah, I like that cartoon too as a child, and they made some movie in the 2000s maybe. There's like English guys in it too. That one English guy's funny in that movie too. He's the manager who's doing all the brainwashing in the music or something. Like they don't usually have too many truth in movies like that. Idiocracy, I can hardly say it myself. Like little truth drops in movies. Kind of rare. Like they were looking through kids' movies today. I guess Ants has that one scene with the caterpillars, but what else can you think of? You know what I mean? They were all not 1984 movies, I guess. Truth in the movies, not it happens, but it's rare, I guess.
Yeah, well, a lot of satires just, the author would consider it a reflection of society, you know, and aspects of it.
Well, I think we're being forced. Like even the music that comes to your town is like forced on you. Nobody voted to have Motley Crue come to your town, right? You know what I mean? It just happens, but all the people like it anyway. So all the sheeple like it anyway. Does that make any sense to you about having like concerts, but nobody voted for these people? I guess your town voted for these people to come play in your town. I don't know how that works, but I thought it was an interesting thing. I never got any feedback on. How do you feel about Ozzy coming to your town with his pentagrams or whoever it would be? You know what I mean? I guess a lot of these movies corrupt us anyway. So like the little girl was picking out kids movies, but even all that stuff's brainwashing, like Josie and the Pussycat movie or something.
You saw the Simpsons episode with the Who, right?
She wouldn't. The mother wouldn't let the daughter pick up The Simpsons. It was in the box, and I said, "Great idea," because that's adults really that
Or
shouldn't be in.
a better one was when they wanted to make the Radioactive Man movie, and what the local government, how they taxed them. They
They
started getting
mentioned
all
how
these
the creator Matt
taxes.
Groening is part of the Illuminati to the parents, but I think it went over their head a little bit.
It's like you can get a local government to commit you anything if you've got enough money, right?
So that guy who made The Simpsons, right? Would you agree he's in the whatever secret Illuminati's, right?
I don't know. I don't know. Like,
I would agree that he was in. I think Russian videos made that pretty clear that he was.
or he's just really intelligent, and like the writers were so good at like I said, like reflecting society back at themselves, right? Like that, to highlight the absurdities and the humor that they just inadvertently captured, what was probably like destined to happen anyway. Like, given these circumstances and these variables, blah 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 blah, I can foresee or imagine this sort of future, right? Like, or this being the outcome, right? And ironically enough, they were correct. I know some of it is a bit. It can be startling, like some of the scenes, almost depicting events like to the T, down to like specific details. But that just says to me, like maybe our current leaders or whatever just borrowed from that and said, let's just do what they did on The Simpsons for this particular event, right?
But
Maybe.
I think they
Who
went. I think they
knows?
went to places called Harvard and Cornell. It sounds like English places, but I think they're in America, right? Cornell is in America, but Harvard, where's that? Is that Boston or something? I'm not sure. But that's where they went to school, to these elite schools. You know, I think that's pretty well known. Where is Harvard anyway? Massachusetts, yeah, Boston. But that's weird. You got the English colleges here in America, right? They sound very English. I guess that's another story with the Native Americans. I don't know what's going here on Earth. Who's in control? The English, the natives, or America? That's the English. Ben Franklin was all up in England and France. I'm like, come on. We just celebrated Ben Franklin here. I think it was like 250 years of Ben Franklin or something like that. National treasure, 250 years. I guess we could thank you, English gents, for all that stuff, all that celebration in July.
Second hand British. Jedi's first hand British. I'm Australian.
Oh, okay.
My lineage is Scottish and
You
unknown.
see that movie Crocodile Dundee with the Aborigines or something? Is that who really started Australia? And they're all into voodoo. Isn't Australia like based on voodoo,
Uh,
like Aborigine
No,
style?
No.
no.
But yeah, your continents mixed up there, bud.
Like
What do you
New
mean by
Orleans.
voodoo?
Like New Orleans, you ever see Live and Let Die, Roger Moore? But
Yeah,
anyway,
it's
like
very,
they're into
very
that.
different then. No. I don't know of Aborigines shrinking people's heads, for example.
Or is that Jamaicans? I don't know. A lot of these cultures do weird stuff, like, that I would find different anyway. So it's normal to everybody in their own place, maybe. Aborigines are cool. Or you share the land with them down there or something? Or there almost no more of them. That's like, from the 80s or something. We heard about
Obviously
them.
integrated into modern culture, but it remains pockets of those trying to still, maintain their traditions. So while they may wear shorts, they'll like still perform corroborees and teach the children, you know, legends and stories and
Hey, I got a question.
dances. Sorry, go
Do they still got the Wad Eyes down there that worship heavy metal bands?
on. What?
The Wad Eyes tribes that worship heavy metal bands.
One-eyed tribe?
Wad Eye. Wadeye, maybe? Wad Eye?
Oh, what no, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I've heard of that one.
Documentary on it about 20 years ago. It's just these tribal down in Australia. They're called the Wad Eyes, and there's gangs that they name themselves after heavy metal bands. And where they had like their tribal, like their tribal bongo dance, the stereotypical, tribal bongo dances. They
Okay,
play
yeah.
heavy metal tapes and have headbang offs and like air guitar stuff. Right?
I don't. It sounds crazy. It sounds cool.
I'm serious. There was a whole documentary. A guy flew over there and hung out with him for a while and did a whole documentary about it.
Australia got big with Men at Work and with that, like I said, Crocodile Dundee guy, and maybe Steve Irwin was the I think so. That came later. But Men at Work, I'm almost sure
Yahoo
Colin Hay
series.
is like a big time Freemason, because Freemasonry is in Australia, and Colin Hay likes to hang out with those guys. I think they say they're not. Like you research anybody like Sean Connery, and they say he wasn't in any society that will be, he'd be on the list, because they don't make a list for that society. But, you can't say he was a Mason because he was above them. He was the Illuminati, probably.
A lot of bands, like the members have a university background, and it's often where they meet and where they start like jamming together and then entertaining small, crowds like their class or whatever, and then eventually like the whole university will put on a gig, and then it spirals from there. And some of them even like a lot of the singer of The Offspring has like 3 bachelors or something. Like it's great. Like he has all these like university degrees and qualifications, like
Thought he
in
was from
totally unrelated topics too.
American.
Yeah.
I thought he was from. But what about like
Yeah, I know.
Pierce
I'm just using him as an example, but I'm just saying in general, like a lot of these bands that become popular, their members started out in uni, learning music, like and other subjects, science, whatever. Yeah.
See, I think the other band members of Men at Work didn't join. They didn't want to join, but Colin Hay was like all for it. To this day, he's all for it. But the other band guys, the 3 other guys, they're living in like kind of not so great. Well, that one's a school teacher, and they were like all Australian guys or something. The one guy lives in America here, Ron Strikerd, but he looks kind of rough for wear. I'm in the fan club, and I get to sometimes he pops his head out.
I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they had some sort of like secret society ties, or elite ties, because universities cost a lot of money.
They all do. They all
and
do.
a lot of the students are getting through uni under the funding of their successful elite parents, right? Which also did the same thing as that, like went to uni, established big corporations and businesses and whatnot, and joined these secret societies and fraternities and whatever.
We already know. I guess if they're walking on that checkerboard floor and they don't question it, they're either a globie or something else. Like at this point, they must be smarter than us. I didn't know about checkerboard floors when I was much younger, but now we do.
There was I can't remember his name, the music artist that like won Australia's Got Talent or something like that, and entered the music industry in the upper class society, and then did a whole expose on YouTube about the evil behind it all.
Right.
What was his name?
Floyd, their parents, 2 of the members were like the Duke and Duchess. So they come from like Royal Society and Pink Floyd members or something, Yeah. And they gladly accept it because they were in the family. It's not like they're humble. Like we need more humble people, I don't think they make those kind of people these days too often. Truth tellers, humble people. A lot of greed, I see, and a lot of not caring. And the young people, I don't know. I met an 18-year-old worker at the restaurant, and they're just like so ditzy. You can't, 18, you know what I mean? I guess I was too, but what a crazy world. That's all I say every day. Hopefully it's better where you guys are at and all that good stuff. It's not bad here. It's just not wonderful. And that's all I got to say about that, Isaac Cappy.
Maybe.
Snitches get stitches, right? So keep it on the down low. No other questions? Thanks, man. I enjoyed being here.
And here's my yeah.
I try to keep away from the fluoride toothpaste. That's my only advice, but that's like the most taboo advice you can say to a stranger. You got any of that non-fluoride toothpaste?
It's crazy. It's almost like nature didn't give us anything to like do that with, right? Clean your teeth.
Oh yeah, there'd be plenty. But yeah, I had good advice. When you pull weeds, really good for you. A lot of people are lazy, can't even pull weeds anymore. But I heard that's really good for your body, and I think it's true. I don't even do it that often, but when you do it, you feel
Mm.
good, right? Something
Movement,
about
yeah,
grounded.
movement is good.
I was talking to him. She was like, "Yeah, make sure
I
you
don't do
stay
enough of
grounded
it.
to try to get through this place, and if you're one of those kind of people." Any other good advice? What do you like to do in your free time?
Nothing I'd advise others to do.
Figure it out for yourselves.
I don't want to violate TOS.
Right, yeah. Even I was speaking to some people and they don't get along at work because they make fun of him for everything he shares. So sharing is kind of risky. A lot of people don't do it anymore. It is what it is.
I was just thinking, this is basically my spare time.
Good answer. I used to make flat Earth videos in my spare time, but I used to pump them out as best I could, but I guess I ran out of material. So it's like a big void too, because I'm dying to too bad I couldn't do that anymore. I was gifted to be able to do it, in my opinion, that I haven't had a comment in 2 years since I don't do it anymore, but on old videos or whatever. Somehow they get some views. I don't know if that even happens. But yeah, I feel a big void without the flat Earth, and it's a shame.
What did you say? You feel a void without it?
I used to make videos about flat Earth somehow, and I really prolonged my videos to last about 10 years. I was doing it. I don't know, maybe less than that. Maybe it was like 4 or 5. Who knows? I got it, flat stuff Earth. I used to make YouTube videos, and I still kind of do on different channels. But yeah, nothing like then. I couldn't make one. I guess I can make an old one from recycled material, but it ain't the same. None of my videos were ever repeats. Sort of, not much, but yeah, it's a big void in my life because there's nothing to do. I dropped my guitar in the dirties to make flat Earth videos in my 40s, and now it's like a big void. I don't know. Everything's globe tardy these days, except for maybe listening to your favorite song or something. Can you say that on air? Globe tardy.
It just means, you're not late to the globe.
Spheroidy. What was that one that one in the paper today was funny with the I've already forgotten it. Pull it up again.
It was Sphere and I will be using it.
Yes. Beardos. EOS. Yeah. Beardos and globe tards is in the paper, so Beardos. You gotta try to remember that. Beardos. Right. Luckily it's just a couple of clicks away to find out again. Yeah, I turned into a computer. Like, oh man, I'm in front of a computer most of my days. DAZE maybe. And now that I find less to do, but just sit here and my little, I guess it's a computer altar. I don't really have a better altar than this desk. It's a weird situation, being such a computer addiction. And if you're not on the computer, be like, oh, PS4, a James Bond movie. I don't have much else to do around here. Too bad Flat Earth wasn't hiring, or maybe the dispensary. One of those two places. I think there's a Flat Earth museum somewhere out there by you guys. Maybe they need a caretaker one day. I got hooked up with some lady in California, but she's very quiet. Like she made a movie. She was going to speak to her producer about a different matter, cats. But still, you got to rub shoulders with famous people.
There's some pretty good independent productions out there. Excuse me. About flat Earth. Yeah, it's some that like these people. They weren't really influencers or anything. They just had a channel or made one to just post this production that they made, and didn't really do anything more, right? Maybe did a couple of things more, did tidbits, They weren't really out to, for fame or fortune. They were just so captivated with, their discovery that they thought it warranted, like sharing, and in their style and in their way. And there's some really good ones that are really, really not known about and never got known about. They just, they just hit a niche audience, and
it was pretty censored before, so times haven't changed that much where they really gonna not put the brakes on anything like that. The best interest of the people, the government tells us what to do. So, but, I don't know, when you get to that stage, you just can't do anything. Maybe Men at Work's third album got rejected because the government said no, there was too many truth bombs. And I'm just joking, but I questioned the guy from Men at Work if that was a Flat Earth lyric, the Ron Stryker, and he goes, no. He goes, hey, I wasn't thinking about Flat Earth when I wrote that line. I thought that was pretty funny, though. There was something about I can see further or I can see too far or something like that. I don't know if I could cue it up, but I thought it was totally a Flat Earth lyric.
And Midnight Oil made reference to, either intentionally or unintentionally. Well, the American bands have too. Yeah, awesome. Live did way before it blew up on the internet.
Hey, you got the lead guitarist for Queen was an astrophysicist, PhD.
Yeah, he's very anti-Flat Earth.
This is what I was talking about earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, I believe those kind of bands, Queen, Elton John, anything else, George Michael, anything else you can think of in that category is corrupted the people, because it's very NASA-y, you know what I mean? And yeah, I don't think that's good for people. I reject Queen and Elton and all that stuff. I rebuke it or whatever.
I hear what you're saying.
My wife,
but isn't that
my
just
wife dated
people?
him for years.
Sorry, carry on.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm going to head into the store. Over. Out.
Always heading into a store. Yeah, we're heading into a store half an hour ago when we were about to have a conversation. Busy day, I guess.
Apparently, those guys are still doing the book signings and the touring, and a lot of
with regards to pop music through the 70s and 80s, David Bowie and Queen and so on. Your unhappiness with it, let's just say. Are you saying that David Bowie and Elton John, for example, are making song lyrics to popular music on purpose with these ideas to brainwash?
What about T-Rex? Like, I like that at one point. I must have been.
Okay, but is that answering the question? Are they doing it with... But let me give you the two choices. With intent to deceive, or however it is, or are they just like an art palette, use colours provided, being as space canvas today? Maybe they're just speaking about that. What do you say it is?
Good question. I don't like the way people turned out, and you got to blame somebody. At first, I was blaming the old people for like letting fluoride in the water. But now I also partially blame everything in pop culture that I disagree with. AC/DC, Metallica, and this is stuff that I knew when I was 18. And now I've been through a Clockwork Orange where things I once liked when I was young now make me sick. Even the color red, I told somebody recently, and it's a little weird, but things I just don't like it. And I put that in the category with, I
Yeah,
think they corrupted people, and now I got to deal with these people as neighbors, and they all know that stuff. They like Led Zeppelin, my neighbors, whatever it is, they like something that I probably say that's not too wholesome. If that answered the question, and if I didn't, I'm sorry. I'm not good at answering questions. I'm still interjecting. Sorry about that.
kind of in a roundabout way. There's no point really me asking any more questions.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. It's a shame. I'm just, it is. It is. That's how I feel. It's the truth as I feel it.
No, I appreciate that. You're expressing that you have to deal with people. My question was about like individual pop star and whether they were in on it or they were just also this was a symptom of the disease, so to speak. They were also
You know,
caught in the brainwashing, and because of the brainwashing, their lyrics, so to speak, were like the artist using the colours that I meant.
I also think a lot of these people are handed the lyrics. I questioned Jacob Dylan about his lyrics, and it's like he didn't even write them. No, I was serious with him, even though I was a little younger than I would be now. So I was maybe more immature then. But anyway, I questioned him. It didn't seem like he wrote those lyrics. You know what I mean? That's and
Yeah,
what about all
that's
the
super
you
common
know
with mainstream music for other people to write music. The whole song and everything. That's very common.
they were just handed these lyrics and they had the talent to play it and sing it. I don't know if
There's a
that's
lot of
really what happened.
that happens a lot with the in the country music too. It's people pass around whole songs. There's I watched a kind of a mini documentary about this guy that wrote like 80% of the '90s gangster rap era music, and he was like a white guy in his late 20s. But he was the guy they came to when they needed a tune to put the rap lyrics to.
Yeah, Daz FX had that too. Most of those beats were from some other guy who never got
Yeah,
his name credited, right? And then he died, and they got the copyright, I guess.
yeah. That's very common for complete songs to
Yeah.
be handed around and bought and sold and all that.
Will you be glad to hear that there are no rap songs in the top 40 or anything right now? First time in like years, decades.
Oh, yeah, I finally found it. I posted it 2023, so 6 years ago, but I found the post. His lyric was climbing up the cliffs you can see for miles. I guess I was really into flat Earth. And then I questioned Ron Stryker about the flat Earth. I guess pretty funny though. I guess because he said he can see for miles after he climbed up the cliffs. I don't know. I guess I was out of my mind back then a little bit. Hey, if you want it, songs can mean anything you want them to mean. I guess. We were all on about you can see too far in 2020, whatever. So maybe that's why. 3 years ago, I guess 20. Oh no, yeah, 3 years ago. Oh, that producer lady, that famous lady texted me. Pretty cool. He's going to call the producer. She already told me that last time. Thank you. I'll keep you posted. I'm going to share to him what you shared with me. Oh, gee. I don't know. Yeah, some famous lady from California who made a movie that I really like. You got to be a fanboy to even pursue anything flat Earth or anything, I guess. I used to do that fan mail before it was popular. Now I see there's a big clique. People just autograph hunters or whatever. They write to famous people. But I did it many moons ago, and put a message in there, not necessarily flat Earth, but whatever I wanted to say at the time. But anyway, she didn't really tell me anything. I kind of like this lady. She'd be a good match for me. Both cat people or something. She made a famous movie I like, but I'm not getting much on the Facebook. She added me as a friend. I have no friends on Facebook. My only friend is this lady who made the movie. Pretty funny stuff. I already knew she was going to call up. She told me that last time, so whatever. All good. Just like in the movie. It's all good. Good.
I am not taking the bait. Yeah, notice right over fences. Like nobody. Yeah, it's obvious it is. But yeah, nobody was taking the bait, and except the other Glober. Let's get out of there. Both of who are not in the VC.
It's just me here, dude. Sorry, I scare everybody away as well. Just if you want me to leave, I can politely get out of here. I usually space out a lot.
No, bro. No, I was talking about people in the side chat, some trolls that
Oh, cool. Side chat.
frequent here. Yeah.
I used to get some ideas here as as an editor, but not recently. The ERF one is funny. The picture says ERF. Sometimes I spell it like that a little differently, maybe ERT or something. There's like a funny meme here. 6 months ago, oh, it was a picture of a flat horizon, but it said globe on it. It was so funny. I like, always remember how funny
Yeah.
it was.
I made it. Well, I
There
didn't
you
make
go.
it. I didn't. Sorry, I didn't make it.
Post-
I used to post it. Someone else made the flat one where it says that it has the horizon and then just flat above it, right? The word flat. And DJ, I used to post it a lot, right? And DJ grabbed it and wiped out the flat part and put in globe. Yeah. And then I did
Hilarious.
another version where I put question mark on the end of it, globe question mark. Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the funniest ones. It makes me laugh thinking about it. So you know what I mean. And I have a copy too. So hilarious. I can't think of any other inspiration I got in here.
I'd say like the best flat earth memes that you'll ever find on the internet originated from 20 flat earth 24/7 Discord members, that they actually like made those memes. That somebody from that group actually made the meme. The really, really funny good ones. There's exceptions, but I mean, like, there's such some good meme material that has come out of 24/7. Like, super intelligent,
That's
funny.
right.
Like, it's got, taste.
Right. I've seen some great ones on Facebook, and I always say, "Who's this guy making them?" Maybe he is one of these guys here. I think he tags his best memes with like a couple hashtags at the
Yeah.
bottom. But yeah, good work.
Yeah,
You
there's
know what
some
I
clever
mean?
ones.
Yep. Exactly. It changed. Yeah. It really. They made a difference making those. Obviously, I could only make so many, and mine weren't that professional. And I've made my share too, but they weren't viral like some of the other ones that get there. I think I did,
Yeah.
I don't want to
There's
say it, but
actually there's actually a guy that like say well, there's probably a few, but I mean there's these TikTok reviewer style content makers now, right? On YouTube, and other platforms. And I've seen a couple of memes that, or images that we post, right? That he's like just reviewing it just as a meme. Like it's just in a YouTube short. He's like, check this out, guys. What do you comment below? What you think? And then he reads it out and like has a quick comment about it. It's like, under 30 seconds sort of style clips. But yeah, I've noticed a couple of those ones now. You'll find, like, if you searched 24/7 Discord for that image, you'll or that meme, you'll find it posted hundreds, if not thousands of times, and it's likely originated from there.
understand. Nice. Pretty good. We got famous people around here. Some of my
Yeah,
heroes.
the unsung heroes, right? Except amongst us.
I spoke to the musician today. He's probably well known here. ISA.
Can't say I've heard of.
Oh, well, anyway, he's famous to me, or I just happen to be a fan of his all his catalog. But yeah, he spoke to me on the Discord here. So he sent me 2
I don't
songs I never heard before. I asked him a few
don't
times, and he obligated. I was very thankful.
I don't know him as ISA.
Isa.
Yeah, however you pronounce it. But
Right. Yeah, how do you pronounce his last name? That's a good one. But yeah, he was kind enough to send me 2 songs. I was, kind of asking these musicians, "Can you send me something I never heard before?" And I got lucky. Frankly, when you do anything on the computer and you don't get any recognition, it must be kind of not the greatest. So even like a guy like me saying, "Oh, love the guitar work," you know, I don't know, seems kind of nerdy or something, or being a fan of anybody, but whatever. Musicians are a weird bunch, so that's why I stopped doing it. Noticed how everybody else was. Might have fit in because I'm pretty strange, but I think they say who said genius is madness or something like that. When you're so brilliant, I guess you got to be a bit mad. No, not mad,
Yeah.
angry, but
Eccentric.
yeah, eccentric. Yeah.
I'm gonna be like the Mad Hatter.
Yeah. What's his name? That played Doc Brown, Emmett Brown. Just did the perfect job portraying that sort of character. Yeah, he's a really good actor. What's his name again?
Daniel Craig.
From Back to the Future, the mad scientist, Doc Brown.
That's Christopher Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd, thank you. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he was in a TV
Character
show
in
called
Taxi was
Taxi or
crazy.
something as well. With Andy Kaufman. I guess he was friends with Andy Kaufman, that guy.
Yeah, brilliant mind.
Somebody wrote in the side chat, Chris Lloyd. Isn't that Dumb and Dumber? Was that Harry Lloyd or something? Jim Carrey. Somebody recommended Eternal Sunshine, Jim Carrey. Was that about brainwashing or something, they said, maybe? It was like yesterday. I never looked into it again. Maybe it's time. Instead of boot. They erase each other's memories after a painful breakup. You know, that has to do with
Exit the
brainwashing, but a
parking
little
lot
bit.
toward Beaver Road. Exit the parking lot. Turn left toward Beamer Road. Then immediately turn right onto Beamer Road. Turn right onto Beamer Road.
Oh, I think I was talking about how my memories, I'd rather not have them, so maybe that's why they mentioned Eternal Sunshine movie. Right? I think that's what it was about. Like memories are painful or something like that. I guess they're good and painful. Who knows? Like I envy the guy who can't remember too much, or something like that. Well, not envy, but you know, something like that.
Memory is a strange thing for me.
I appreciate the guy who can't remember.
My memory's all over the place. Yeah. I have sometimes good memory, short-term memory,
Turn right.
sometimes often bad. Sometimes I remember things from the past vividly. Sometimes I can barely remember them at all. Like people recounting tales of things that supposedly happened, and I don't really have a memory of it. So it's
Yeah, I don't remember my
strange.
birth.
Yeah, well, come on, really?
Some people actually do, believe it or not. Must have been traumatic for them.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder if some of my nightmares, sleep paralysis stuff related to that event, and like a hidden subconscious memory of it, and it
Yeah.
resurfaces.
One young lad made a picture of what he remembers of his birth. And he drew himself being stepped on by a cow. It was the funniest thing ever. I guess his mother pushed really, really hard.
Memory Almost Full. That was a pretty good album title that McCartney guy was given. Wonder how many McCartneys there was. You know, they don't seem like the same person. Or that guy was handed a bunch of songs too. I don't know. Maybe he did. Maybe he is the songwriter in that movie. Under the something something.
I mean, it's not denied in some cases, right? Like, where there's, like you find out that it's just public information that that band did not write that song, and someone else wrote it for them. And
Under the
sometimes,
Silver
like they're
Lake.
in a big crowd together, that they share. Like they say, "Hey, I was going to do this, but I think it more suit you guys, your sort of style. You guys are welcome to like have it or buy it or whatever and perform it first, and then I might do a version later or something." Like they did this. They swap songs and stuff and write songs together, and then don't end up performing it together like commercially. Like
Especially
Kenny Loggins is a
that.
perfect example of that, right? Kenny Loggins wrote music for like a lot of different bands, and he wasn't just he didn't just perform his own music. He released it to others to do instead, or
Yeah.
he
What
was
about
even
I
hired by
die,
them
somebody
to
takes
do
my
it.
songbook? Right. That's probably what happens. Somebody who doesn't want to perform these songs, when you pass on, somebody finds your songbooks. Right? They can find my songbooks. You know what I mean? Yep. Makes sense. I wouldn't get the like Shakespeare or something. You wouldn't get the credit, or whoever wrote that. Then they say Shakespeare wrote it.
I'm still getting surprised today about I'll hear that, I'll find out that this song I really liked from my childhood was not the original. I'm still learning. Like that. Like what?
Right. Yeah.
And there's that
Yeah.
Chris Christopherson guy. That guy wrote so many country songs back in the 70s and 80s. Chris Christopherson. He wrote all kinds of different people's music and
Probably like, yeah,
lyrics.
Kenny Rogers and Dolly Parton. And what about that guy who wrote that song, I Love a Rainy Night? That was like a big hit. Like, too bad I didn't write that song. That was like one I wanted to write. I don't like some of the lyrics, but it is what it is. Very popular, catchy tune. Yeah. But that's the only thing that guy, Eddie
Yeah.
Rabbitt, ever really popular song he had that they handed him, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Or he got lucky. I got lucky with one good song, you know? Who knows? But his is commercialized. Mine was only in my mind. What are you gonna do with all these great songs anyway? You make 4 albums and that's it, you know? I think everybody had like just in like when I was making flat earth videos, I thought they were brilliant, but I could have only done that in that certain time period. I can't even do it anymore. I'm not good at it anymore for some reason. Yeah. Who knows? That's my take on it. But interesting. My mind is a something. Waiting for a PS4 game called Wreckfest or something in the mail. That seems to take my mind off it. It's like some demolition derby car racing on the PS4. Looked pretty good on the previews. We're looking forward to that.
You know, we actually used to have toys as kids that that did the things that you see on the video games, like these smash 'em up derby vehicles. So you piece them together and then hold together somewhat until they smashed together, and pieces and parts would fall off, right? And you'd have this competition to see whose vehicle could destroy the others first, basically, till it was unusable. These the toys are so much fun. It was
It looks
like a
like a good
video game, but
time
in
for
real
all.
life.
I think there's lawnmower races too in this Wreckfest. I think that's the name of this game. Looks pretty fun. I got to do something all year. You know, I'm just kind of doing my time here. I'm wasting about a year and a half still where I have nothing to do. And then I'll have something to do probably if I'm still here, you know. But yeah, like what am I going to do for a year and a half? The winter's coming already up here. I live in a cold section, so I got like nothing to do in the winter. But we'll find something. Got to do something. You know, lucky I noticed like old people, they lost interest in almost everything, or even grumpy people. They just, you know, you get old, you lose interest, nothing, you don't like anything anymore. I could see that a problem with flat earthers and myself. You know, we don't like this globe stuff as much anymore, but you know, it is what it is. Our choices are a little more limited. I listen to the same, you know, so I'm stuck in a loop listening to the same music because it's I don't know, my favorite tunes. That feels a little globe tardy too, but there's not much choice. That's how I see it of things that soothes me.
I'm really wowed by any music that's produced commercially these days. Really.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll find more like independent releases like on YouTube, right? That 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 hit me and make, you know, does, you know, the sound and the lyrics and everything does more for me than most of the shit that I hear on the radio that's from the modern era or available in, you know, on Amazon or whatever.
My favorite song might be from that ISA guy. He's got a song called Slow Down. It doesn't make you want to slow down. It's like, you know, speeds you up. It's amazing. I don't know. I think it's called Slow Down Mount Meru. What a great song. And it's just like, you know, boom, he did it. You know, I don't like that expression. I'm sorry. I almost said it, but yeah. I don't hear anything that soothes me, just like couple artists have that ability with the greatest tone in the world or the greatest voice in the world. And then when you do like somebody, I hardly can ever find anybody to talk to you about your favorite song. You're so independent and they never heard of your favorite stuff. They don't know your favorite move. They just never heard of it because it's so, I think we came up with that, if it's got zero views, it's amazing. But anything that has anything over 100 views starts to get lame. I don't know how that works that way, but or bigger numbers, of course. But I unsubscribe to anything with 1 million subs. It's unwatchable. Anything that the public has 1 million subs on. That or it's a good word. It sounds so good. I guess some people don't like that word. It's like latte or something, and that's also looks like my last name on social media. But yeah, I think the guy from Oasis said that people don't like that term, and they don't like the term latte in an interview. And he mentioned Flat Earth once. He disagreed with Flat Earth, the guy from Oasis, in the one interview. One of the interviewers brought it up. I guess it was Noel Gallagher. He made fun of it or something. Liam. No, it wasn't Liam. It was the other guy. Yeah. Noel. Yes.
Most are going to because they just have this preconceived notion about what that would mean or what it is that, is being claimed.
That guy, if he would have agreed with it in that interview, man, who knows? Things could have been different. Any of these big time influencers.
Like most people definitely don't understand, like before coming here to this group, what we're talking about, like what we're going to be saying. Like they do not expect us to talk about what we talk about.
Wait, you guys don't sound like room temperature IQ religious zealots.
Yeah, if you were real flat earthers, you'd tell me what's behind the ice wall.
Exactly.
I remember speaking about formaldehyde for years, and that's how they, injure the people of Earth with this formaldehyde they put in stuff. And then YouTube last year, started having a taxidermy commercial that everybody saw, I think, about formaldehyde. You could be vaping formaldehyde. And I've been on with this formaldehyde for 20 years. I think it's in the dryer sheets and the fabric softener. I might be crazy, of course. People would say, I don't think I think it is true statement. But yeah, and then they started making this YouTube commercial about the effects of formaldehyde. Nobody listens anyway. They also make the same commercial, that girl vaping, where she's got like a tons of vapes around her bed. She's covered in vapes. they make that commercial too. But yeah, things I talk about or you guys talk about ends up on somebody's video the next day sometimes, which is sort of strange. It's out there in the ether. So it doesn't matter if if you talk about anything serious, you don't even have to necessarily make a video about it. Somebody will do it for you. Maybe if you shout loud enough into the ether, Is it aether or ether? I'm not sure. Aether. It's something like azimuthal equidistorial, it's like I knew this by heart years ago, but I'm pretty rusty. How do you say the flat earth? You gotta say it azimuthal something something. Come on, guys. Did Liam predict 9/11? I think that guy Ed Asner or something had something to say about 9/11. He was on Mary Tyler Moore show or something. Azimuthal equidistant. Something like that.
Yeah,
Or
that doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth. That's just a globe map.
it does bring up my point on important words are hard for the general population to spell. People don't know how to spell
Like
formaldehyde,
flat and
fluoride,
level.
or geocentric or heliocentric. They can't. Most of the normies can't pronounce it because I type it in live chat and they can't say it. So that's a problem. They made all the important stuff really big words. Good for the smart people, but it's definitely not for the goyim. Are you allowed to say that? Right. AE is a little easier to catch on with, but the spell the other one.
Replace it
I'm
with
not
Thorium.
the Harvard guy. Cornell. But yeah, Carl Sagan, he went to that secret society. And I guess the other people go to Harvard, which is kind of sus. And then these musicians that do know how to say stuff, they got nothing to say. They got, unless it's these, I don't know what they're saying to the people to brainwash them, but what did Paul Simon ever say? Nothing in his lyrics. There's nothing there. You know what I mean? It's like this guy had an audience and he said nothing. The closest he came was that song, The Boy in the Bubble. I think there's a far out video for that in like cartoon Peter Gabriel style. But there's something in there about probably Palestine or something, before it was popular. I'm just saying he had the chance, and I guess people love those songs, but they don't say anything to me. I guess that Peter Gabriel had a pretty Illuminati song. He does a lot of Illuminati stuff that I guess if you're paying attention, but like the Beatles do that all the time with sticking their hands in their coats, but nobody kind of catches on to their ties to the Secret Service, Her Majesty's Secret Service, or whatever they call it. Travistock, maybe I think they used to call it. So I guess the family that was picking out Disney movies. Of course, I didn't have the heart to say anything bad about Disney in front of them. I guess saying bad things about Disney is not going to put you on the popularity place with the masses. But I thought there was some truth in that Mona movie, like the girl wanted to go to the edge of the world or something. And maybe Treasure Planet, they had airships or something. Not too much truth in the movies. or whatever the truth may be that I'm not aware of. I'm not exactly in the, in the know. I don't know much. You can agree to that. With that being said, I guess you guys done, right?
You say you don't know much. How about that may be all there is to know?
That would truly bring me happiness, right? That's what your happy place. I guess I've gotten over the frustration and the crying and of this truth movement when we found out. I guess it's the celebrities screwed me over, and the Beatles. A lot of resentment towards that. Like I'm Alex, and things you once thought were fashionable have grown to dislike immensely. But what are you going to do? At least I didn't lose all my spirit. I still have interests and hobbies that don't involve them, obviously. Maybe my hobby is to, what do you call it? Complain about it. Anybody see that formaldehyde commercial? I was curious if anybody saw that ever. It was on YouTube as a commercial. Maybe you get to skip them or something.
No, I haven't seen it.
Apparently, I don't. How bad could it be? I think they make that great stuff, great foam. It's like a foam spray. I think that stuff's made out of formaldehyde and a lot of particle board and stuff like that. But my thing was that Procter and Gamble is out to destroy people or make them weak by putting that in the fabric softeners and the fluoride in the toothpaste, which would probably be the same company, Procter and Gamble. That's where I left off years ago, and then there was nothing I can do about it. So. I wonder if you guys take anything seriously. I guess like if there was a food recall, I think years ago they were saying Pepsi products weren't good. They were very sus ingredients, but it didn't stop anyone. So like, I don't think people heard of that anyway. Like it was near Planned Parenthood or something. Impossible Burger. I
We
guess
have a
that's owned
trend
by
of
Pepsi.
anti-American food, saying American food is poisonous and got lots of chemicals.
It doesn't stop the people from eating it. So what difference can anybody make? Even if it becomes a headline story, it didn't seem to make any kind of difference.
Well, there is no alternative.
Yeah, they force it on you. I apparently Impossible Burger is very popular in a lot of places. That's the substitute. Right. There's a fancy restaurant in this town, and me being vegetarian, they would offer that. It's like, oh, I would never eat that. Yeah. That's just me. I can't, I don't want to say too much when the CEO of the company is here. But yeah, that stuff is very sus, even for a vegetarian. It doesn't look natural. But they were saying that Impossible Burger in Texas is next door to the Planned Parenthood place. Something like that was the rumor. It didn't make a big enough impact, but I'm sure there's other things besides that. But it doesn't seem to stop anybody because, yeah, they eat a lot of stuff I don't agree with in this place they call Earth. Yeah, the only friend I have, he eats that ham constantly. And, it is what it is. He seems to be fine, except for his mind's a bit cobwebs, in my opinion. But he's still living.
Well, food stay the same. That's the thing. From 1990 to 2026, the policies got changed, but you need to list all of the ingredients precisely.
I think
Like, for
there's two more
example,
examples I remember. Sorry to interrupt. Is the chocolate bar. Like people are complaining about the Hershey. It's not real. And I guess ice cream
it's
is not real. Yeah, I do see people complaining about it, but it doesn't seem like it's stopping anytime soon. Same reason if you said fluoride is no good in the toothpaste. Even if somebody came out publicly and said that, or they started making more TikToks about it, I don't know. Well, it makes an impact, but how much of one? I don't think it really does it change the
well,
world.
the Hershey chocolate bar is an incident that were to happen. A chocolatier and experts, chemicalists in a lab, explain why it happens precisely, and it happens for some certain reasons. But it is natural, you can say, and the best way to know a food is by the experts, since that is their major, that's their field. The main reason of, well, many people argue that because of the list of ingredients that the bread has, it's not real. Well, because the difference between United States and Europe, that United States, if you list wheat, you need to say every chemical in the wheat. In Europe, you do not. You are not obliged. You are not obliged to write what kind of chemicals in the wheat.
I
So
don't mind
that's why.
saying it real quickly. Yeah, on the side of the labels in America, it says genetically modified ingredients now. And that's what my neighbors are eating. It was bad enough they were on the RX pills, prescription pharmacy, but now their food also says genetically modified. So yeah, I stopped doing that. I don't. If I see that on the label, that's big no for me. I'll pass on that. I think I did it once or twice, in the last couple of years, but by accident or something.
Well, it depends on the context of genetically modified. Like there is some trend on TikTok that says if it's not exist a century ago, do not eat it. Well, all of our food does not exist a century ago because of crossbreeding and choosing the best product of fruit and vegetables to do a crossbreeding. For example, bananas used to be a lot different than nowadays. Well, because of the crossbreeding and many kind of alterations made to a planet and made to a planet to a plant.
There's two ways to look after bananas: a nice, halo way, or an evil corporation way. I guess we went with the latter. They used to deliver all the juice by train, and they used to care about it with blocks of ice, and now they're greedy, and something happened to the juice train that brings juice across the USA. It's the produce that comes across in trains, and I guess they don't care anymore. I guess maybe the Masons of the 1950s were a lot nicer than the Masons of the 2026s. And so whatever. Yeah, I see a problem with it. So I'm not happy about it. Just like I'm not able to save uh, enjoy my favorite artist with somebody else because nobody likes that artist. But the food also, or whatever, it just another thing that limits my choices and how I feel about
Well,
others who eat these bad choices.
well, there are some very great choices made nowadays. We have cola zero calories, which is best option, best food ever made, or best drink ever made is Coca-Cola Zero. I really like it, and it's healthy. It's healthy alternative. Nothing is healthier than water, but you can see that Coca-Cola Zero is a very great way. And most companies are pushing to diet or zero calorie or zero sugar in the aisles. They listen to what the customer say. You can see Doritos, bag of Doritos with no dyes, no artificial dyes.
I didn't hear the first thing you said, but I did hear Doritos about the no dye. What did you say was good for me that I probably
Uh,
don't take?
Coca-Cola Zero
I don't
or
something zero. I
Pepsi,
don't know what that is. Pepsi
Pepsi
Zero is good for you?
or Coke, Coca-Cola.
You're saying that's good for you?
Better alternative than Coke,
Oh,
the regular.
okay. Okay.
It's
Yeah,
not.
I heard you say obviously water is better. Yeah, I drink spring water where I got to go get it. I got to travel like a half hour, and there's a stainless steel pipe at the park, and you bottle your own water. I've been doing that for quite a few 10 years, and yeah, I store
Where
a
do you
lot of
get it?
water. Yeah, I get it and put it in glass jar, those big 4 gallon carboys they call them. But anyway, yeah, not many people do that. They're drinking the tap water, obviously, yeah. Or they're drinking major companies that make beer is loaded with fluoride. So being scared of fluoride made me stop drinking alcohol. So it was a good thing for me. I could have been drinking to this day, because I used to enjoy that. But then I got scared of fluoride that the companies were putting too much in the products. So just drink spring water. You can make your own lemonade.
Well, from my perspective, I don't like alcohol. I hate being drunk.
The
I don't like.
prescription pharmacy every one of the neighbors has their prescriptions on the table. I've been in their houses, unfortunately. Um, yeah, they have a lot of prescriptions on the table
For what
from the
disease?
pharmacy. My
Prescription
neighbors
for what?
take a lot of pharmacy. I think they all do. Every one of my neighbors. It just happens to be where I live. I'm not trying to complain about it too much, but I don't know how it is with your neighbors. But they got these little orange bottles they get from the doctor, and then they pick up their prescription. That's what we call it here. So they're like pill form. So I don't know how
I know, I know.
that's what they
What's
do here
reason?
around here.
Are we, are all your neighbors sick or something?
Again,
Well, are all your neighbors sick or something?
that's what I asked them, but I do question them about it. They needed to stay alive. That's why he takes, a lot of heart medicine, but and a lot of other things they won't really tell me. It's not really something. It's like a taboo subject. What kind of medicines are on your table? Even though you can see them there and they're taking them all the time. If you spend any amount of time with them, you'll notice it. But they don't like to
They might
talk
be
about it.
diabetic. They might be
Some guy,
diabetic.
yeah, they got a slew of problems, and it keeps them alive apparently.
Diabetic or insulin resistance.
One's got diabetes, the other's got a heart problem. I'm sorry. I met a guy with a hook for an arm the other day, and I told him about the flat Earth. He knew about it, but he didn't agree with it. And he kept on questioning me about the edge and something. Why does it matter? Stuff, and typical. But I had a pretty long conversation with him. He was interested, obviously, a little bit, but he wanted my channel. I wouldn't give it to him. I go, it's not for you. It's not for you. I wouldn't give it to him. Years ago, I'd be happy to give it to anybody. I'm like, no, no thanks. It's a dead channel anyway. There's nothing new. It's new to
What's
him,
your
but
major?
I'm
What is
just
your
saying,
major?
a major. I didn't go to university. No.
Unfortunately. Well, I am. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
I find humor in a lot of things, and your accent makes me laugh. A lot of people's accents. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just find it amusing, and I'm a funny type of. If I hear a Canadian say a boot, I'm on the floor laughing. It's really a bad habit.
Well, what do you think? How do you categorize my accent? To which
French, maybe
state?
French, Switzerland or French, probably Frenchy
I
or something.
I really like that.
I wanted to get a beret as a hat, but I don't think I can get away with it, wearing it around here at least, In your own home, it's a different story, but yeah, one of those berets they wear in Europe or something. I think, Public Enemy, a rap group, used to wear a beret, and that's the last people that kind of wore one, in my opinion. But you don't see those too often, the French Revolution or something. But you can be from anywhere in over there. It's hard for me to tell.
I'm from
Exactly.
Iraq. I'm from Iraq.
Okay. There's a joke when we take videos in public. They're like, "What are you going to do with the video?" "I'm going to send it to Iraq." Like you tell somebody, "What are you doing with taking my picture?" That's the joke, "I'm going to send it to Iraq and sell it."
It's not as like what?
I don't know. It's just a joke. It's just a joke, man.
Mm.
I use it in real life, and other people do too. So there's a guy who films in New York City, and he's questioned all the time. "What are you going to do with the video?" I'm going to sell it to Iraq," he goes.
Well, we Iraqis ourselves make fun of Iraq.
Okay, yeah, I don't know much about it. The leader or something was, I don't know, he was hanged or something. That's a crazy. I didn't vote for that, and you know what I mean. I don't, I don't know. He's found in a hole is the official story, maybe, and then he got hanged or something.
The leader, you mean? What?
Iraq, isn't that Saddam Hussein or something from a couple
Yeah,
20 years ago?
yeah, Saddam Hussein, yeah, the dictator.
Yeah, who's the president now?
Ali al-Zaidi.
Yeah, I didn't know that, so I'm not that smart. If I was smart, I would have known something like that, I would think. I just don't, there's nothing I can do
Oh,
about these foreign leaders anymore. They don't like to tell us in the USA about what goes on in the world. At least they don't tell me. I guess you got to search it out for yourself. And I never like what I find. Like I search for who's the leader of this place and that place. I'm like,
well, you need to search yourself. Nobody, there is no country in the world will tell you this stuff.
that's what they tell us who's running the place. It's a pretty funny subject, but you know what it is. Who is running the place? Nobody. You know what I mean? They're out to lunch. I think we're running the place at this point. You know what I mean? When
Yeah,
everybody goes to
nobody.
sleep, when everybody goes to sleep, I'm in charge.
What
That's
time
how
is
it
it
works.
in your place?
10:40 at night.
10:40 and go to sleep. Nice.
Yeah, anybody listening is hoping I get off the line and go to sleep, but no, I stay up pretty late. At least
You're
this
not
week.
you're not my level, sir. I'm staying up to 5 a.m., 5:42. I'm still not asleep.
Well, good luck with that. Sounds like a personal problem, including mine,
Yeah,
about
personal. Yeah,
not
personal
sleeping
problem.
enough. I watch these cats
Insomnia.
sleep all day. They sleep all day, the cats, but I think they're up all night. But whatever,
I
they're up
sleep.
now.
I sleep in the morning. Like I wake up. Today I wake up at 6 in the noon, 6 p.m. in the noon.
Yep. Sure, everybody has different schedules. I don't have anything against. When your own offspring doesn't go to sleep and he's so tired the next day, then I have a problem with it. But as a total stranger, you can do what you want. But yeah, my son used to stay up all night long. I wake up and he's still awake, and it used to get me a little upset. And I got upset
You
with
have a
him once,
son.
and I kind of regret getting upset with him because he stays up all night all the time. But he makes me look bad when he used to come over here because he stay up all night playing the computer.
Mm, interesting.
I wonder where he got that from, right? Me sitting up all night on the computer. But whatever it is, I should have been a little more okay with that. But yeah, people have different
Well,
schedules. For
well,
the
you need
animals,
to
you know,
you need to look
with
after your son, his health specifically.
yeah, it's a tough thing if you that subject about if your offspring should stay up all night when they're young. It's a tough decision.
Well, it is your responsibility to make him the healthiest as possible, or to
Sure,
give
sure.
him.
A little bit of everything. Yeah, healthy as possible. But I have a cat and I don't dictate the cat's sleeping habits. I really don't. And I don't chain my cat up in the house. We go outside all the time, like let the cat out, but you know what I mean? But I don't know. It's tough being responsible for another, whether it's your offspring or whatever. So it was a big. Hopefully, he grew out of that. But when he becomes an adult, I can't say anything about it anyway. So why would I say anything about it then? I don't know. It's a tough choice. You know, when he wouldn't sleep all
Well,
night, he was like 12, and now he's going to be a couple more years. He'll be 18. Try to tell him about the sleep stuff. They don't listen anyway. So that's how it is with the offspring. They don't listen to you anyway. It's like talking to the cat or my neighbor. They have no interest, and they'll never do your suggestions anyway.
well, you need to be more strict if you want your son to follow your orders.
Yeah, I wasn't not a
Not
strict. Yeah, I wasn't strict. I was only strict
like
about not taking the fluoride toothpaste. That was more like a rule of the house than anything. But yeah, we didn't have a rule of the house about sleeping. And I wouldn't want somebody to tell me about sleeping, and I never did I can't remember somebody telling me to go to sleep as a child. They didn't care
like when
enough,
I
They
like when
didn't
I was
care
a
enough.
kid.
Areas.
When I was a kid, soft drink would
Yeah.
not enter the house. And today, as an adult, if I buy a bag of cigarettes, I would be kicked out of my house.
Yeah, yeah. I guess there is rules, but I didn't have those strict rules, so I wouldn't have run a tight ship. Look at my sense of humor. Everything was kind of funny at the time, but I don't know. We go to the dispensary way too much, I guess. Everything's kind of funny at this point. But a lot of people don't. I don't meet anybody in this town that even has a sense of humor. But whatever. It puts me out a little bit, but it is what it is. I think they
Make you
say.
stand out. Make you stand out.
Yeah, the only guy smiling is never good. Yeah.
Well, I do smile a lot and laugh a lot.
It depends on where you are, I guess. If I'm I don't get invited to the places where you're allowed to smile freely. I don't go to those
I,
places, but I should.
I used to smile in the classroom, college classroom, and the doctor would say, "Why are you smiling? What's so funny?"
Right. Just like
I
wearing a
used to.
flat Earth T-shirt. Let's bring flat Earth into the conversation. It's like wearing a flat Earth T-shirt. It's like, people could beat you up for it. It has happened to flat earthers. Oh yeah. How's the toothpaste situation over in Iraq? Did they got that fluoride toothpaste over there?
No.
Of course they do. Come on. He goes, no.
Well, most of the stuff are imported from Turkey, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has some strict regulations, and
Right.
Turkey has some strict regulations too.
I would think you can get American products there under a different name, like Procter and Gamble is still making Iraq's toothpaste. Because I've seen, video logs of going to pack, and they have this crest. It's Crest for the public, like like the America runs on Dunkin', but the world runs on Crest toothpaste. I'm telling you, it's a worldwide problem, but nobody seems to believe me. I can say it till I'm blue in the face, but with no celebrityness, I have no sway, and I never hear a celebrity talking out against it because it's a very taboo subject. You're not even supposed to talk about the kind of toothpaste you would use over there. I'm telling you, toothpaste can like half of the people in here use Crest. So I'm already offending half of the people in here that still use Crest toothpaste.
I use Crest.
I know you do. I can tell by your accent. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. But half of the
No,
people do.
okay.
It's a very
Okay.
sore subject. At this point, I can't believe there's flat earthers that use fluoride. I just can't believe it. But I'm shocked every day by everything.
Well, Iraqi version differs from American version.
I think it's the same stuff made in New Jersey, but maybe you're right. I'm not an expert. I don't know where it's coming from. So I thought it came from New Jersey.
In Iraq, we have strict regulations about the chemicals to follow the religious text, so we can use it. So
right,
that applies
that
to food.
Good. But it's like all religious texts. Not many people adhere to that. I think a lot of people are very radical.
Well, what do you mean by a lot of people not heard of that?
You guys eat ham and stuff, right? You know what I mean? So you're radicalized. You don't follow the text about not eating the pigs or anything.
Like pig?
Yeah, like that one.
Well, in Iraq, we do not eat pig.
I think you guys are famous for lamb, which is like sheep's or something.
Yeah, lamb, sheep. Yeah, each year we sacrifice a sheep. Like sacrifice a sheep to our religious belief.
Isso aí, pô, já sacrifica a ovelha logo. Manda pro caralho.
But you did admit that you use Crest. And I don't think this I don't think the stuff made in Iraq is any different than the Crest fluoride that's here in America. It's probably from the same company, I would think. But yeah, you're saying different. You're saying your fluoride, it doesn't have the chemicals. That's the last thing I heard, which I thought was really funny. But no, man, Crest, that's I can say it all day long, but it doesn't really ain't gonna change the world until it does.
Well, we do not have the good quality as you have in the United States. Like the things are different quality, and my country better than your country. So most of chemicals are not placed in my country.
Right, you seem to know about the genetically modified food, so yeah, I thought I'd bring it up again about formaldehyde and fluoride. But I don't know, it's a passion I can't quite get a grasp on because I'm not in the in clique. I would love to work for a rebel cause like that, but can't really do much here from the living room anymore.
Well, what kind of job do you work?
I don't. I'm a freelancer. That's a good one.
Like what kind of freelance you do?
I sit around at home all day. No, I don't. I don't have a purpose. Like I was kind of complaining about that. I used to make flat Earth videos, and it really filled me up with everything. But now I don't do that anymore, and there's nothing. I've done it all. So I kind
Would
of
you
have a
like to
void. I would like
you
to
feel
do
the sort?
something that mattered in this life. You know what I mean? I don't know, but maybe that meant I don't know. You got to watch your ego when you become important or you think you're important and you're really not. It's like that analogy. Oh, you wouldn't know that analogy, but yeah. Anyway,
Say the
it's like what did I
analogy.
do? What did I do here in life? And they could have ran this place without me. They didn't need me interjecting. The analogy was the last day of MASH, a TV show where Radar. It was his last day, but nobody really needed him. They couldn't run the place without him, but once he was gone, they just replaced him with somebody else. Like what did I really do here? Did I do a flat Earth thing for 10 years? Nobody knows my name. You know what I mean? So, but it's out there in the ether. So it may cause and effect. Sort of deal. I guess you can pat yourself on the back. Sort of that kind of stuff. But your ego. I don't know. Try not to
There's
have
difference
one.
between ego and self-confidence. What do you think?
A lot of people never do anything, or they never posted a video, or never did anything. So I don't know. I don't know how they feel about themselves. Like I don't know what did they do. I guess I did something. I don't know. We did something. I feel all right. Really, I paid the bills, and I feel a lot better. I was able to spend money after paying the bills. What else do we have here? There's nothing I need. I
Yeah,
got it.
people, don't come to the server. They scam you. They blame on you. They try to ban you for no reasons. That's why
Which
this
server?
server does. They they are all
You know,
scammers. Fuck them all.
people I do Facebook Marketplace, and a lot of people don't like me. Like they would really insult me on Facebook Marketplace. I sell stuff on eBay too, and what have you. But yeah, then half the people do like you, so that's a tough one. And I get by. I got insulted today via email. A stranger insulted me. Just whatever. It gets to you, but it doesn't. You know.
Well, the thing
It
that
feels like you're winning when people don't like you. It almost feels like winning, like you're really doing the right thing now. Now you're on the right course.
well, the thing that in my college I used to be the best student. Most of the students hate me for no reason. Like I did nothing. I did nothing to you. Why you hate me for? They
Well,
hate me
I
for
was talking
nothing.
to another guy about this just before I got on here on a different server. He was having trouble with coworkers, but yeah. The point being, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, they rather. I'm the type of guy who say, "Oh, that's a nice shirt. You look really good today." But that same person always puts me down. It's just the way of the world. It's a guy thing too. Guys do that to each other, and you're supposed to go back and insult him back. Like he says, "You look like trash today," instead of saying, "Oh, you look good today. You're speaking clearly today. You look good." And you hardly ever hear that kind of compliment. But yeah, that's another thing.
Like the thing that I noticed when I treat people the same way they treat me, they don't like it. What do you say?
I agree. I go out of my way almost to compliment things that are worth complimenting. And your service, your time, the way you're acting with me, and but no, I don't get that in return at all. I get the total opposite most of the time. But you do get nice
Yeah,
people, so I met nice people too today. So You meet both types, I guess.
Like most of people who say who do some trash talk, like when I return the same thing that he said in a different way, like I paraphrase it, they don't like it.
That's the majority of the population. I guess that's why we're called dumb Americans, because we act like that. Like the foreigners would say, "Oh, you're a dumb American." Maybe that's why. You know what I mean? Because that's what I
It's in
see it
Iraq.
myself.
It's in
I don't
Iraq.
know any I admire the way they act or anything that I've met in my whole lifetime. Been here, quite a long time. I had never met anybody that has classy or, has class, I think that's what they call it. It is what it is.
Gentlemen, being a gentleman.
Right. Never met them.
Well, and the thing, the stereotype about American in the Middle East is Americans are smart. Look at the technology: F-16, F-22 Raptor, F-35, B-2 bomber. They see
No,
Americans
man.
as smart.
I thought the Japanese make everything. They make Pioneer, Toshiba, JVC. I don't know. I don't know what they're making here. My
We
neighbors
have
wouldn't know how to plant a tomato. I don't, whatever, I don't know. Like my
like
neighbors can't pronounce words. They can't pronounce big words like geocentric or spell it. So how are they building F-16s or SRS, which is a cool
some
word, I guess.
Americans are building F-16. Look about our scientists in Iraq. Underwear we
They can build
cannot make.
Cadillacs.
What?
I guess they can build a Cadillac or something and pills for people to take, and there's a new doctor's office popping up down the road.
Like, look about Iraq.
And a
In
coffee
Iraq,
shop and a chicken joint. That's what we got going on in town. So,
like
yeah, that's some progress.
in my country, we don't know how to make underwear. Like, we buy it from Syria. We don't have any factories
Right.
for underwear.
Yep.
Imagine.
It's like that Bob Dylan song, "My clothing comes from Taiwan, my boots are made in, China." He's got a song like that back in the 80s about how nothing's made in America, making fun of Americans, I guess.
Well, give me one thing made in Iraq. Nothing.
I thought you made blankets and rugs. Like
Maybe rugs.
textile. I think that would be
We can make
textile. Like,
rugs.
maybe that's Afghan makes the rugs.
Well, they make rugs in the Middle East.
Name a famous Iraqi.
Who said that? Who said that?
That's just a joke, man. I guess it would be
Uh,
one of the leaders. We wouldn't know. We're so stupid here in America. I don't think I would even know. I never been on Jeopardy, and I don't think I would qualify. But you never know. Stranger things have happened, and I do have my moments. When I
what is
first
you?
met T Buggy, he couldn't even bait his own hook, but now he's a master baiter. Terrible.
What is your biggest regret in life?
Losing a couple of girlfriends because of my own, ego.
Ego?
Yeah, I guess was something. I had woke up on the wrong side of the bed a couple of times with my past girlfriends, and that was the end. They don't allow for a bad day. Oh yeah, that's the biggest regrets. There you go.
Well,
I
the
was
biggest
mean
regret
to
is
probably even bigger than that, had a beautiful white cat. And I guess one day I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, and I've never forgiven myself. So yeah, as much
What
as
do you mean
you
by
know,
what do you mean by waking up and be?
grumpy. I had, everybody. I had a lot of grumpy days in my lifetime, and
Hmm.
somebody was there. I guess those are my regrets. It doesn't happen nowadays, but when I was younger, it happened too frequently.
At least you have a son. That means you are married.
I was married. That they all left. The doctor said I had 6 months to live because I had cancer, and then the girl left, but she was going to leave anyway. But she did leave that week after we went to the doctor together. I don't think she could have handled that, but whatever. But then I also, prego. Now I have an offspring. I had him a long time, but then I lost him a couple years ago. But now it's just a wait game of just waiting for him to be of age really soon. Every year is really close. I think we're up 2 more years. He's 18 or something. Yep, he's 16 now. So
Are
I
you
kind of
healed
lost him
from
at
cancer?
12. I think the last time I saw him was 12 and almost 13. So it's been a while. 12 was the last. So I lost him for 3 years now. It is what it is. He knew this was going to happen, and we all knew this was going to happen. My future was kind of predicted for me, and it was hard to stop what was going to happen. I kind of tried. I saw it coming. I knew it was coming.
Well, why are you still in touch with your son?
Not since now. No, not since 12, and now he's 16 this month. So yeah, it's a big loss. That's what is that? 4 years? Yeah, and I still got to wait 2 more, but maybe even 1 more. You never know what tomorrow brings, so I just wait it out. I don't want any more trouble with that shit. I did run into some money, not much, but to get a lawyer and just lose again, if I could go back, I would have lawyer, right? I would have hired the lawyer and not got I should have never been in that
Lose your marriage case, you meant.
Unfortunate series of events that led up to that, I guess.
Well,
that's the regret. Yeah, I kind of beat that answer to a horse. So that's what I'm doing.
The family courts are terrible with men, eh? I think it's really heavily biased towards the women. It's not right.
Yeah, you would need an F-16 that they make to fight City Hall or fight the family court, especially.
Yeah, it just feels like women have been brainwashed. Feminism has only liberated them from having children. Everyone's sicker and more on fucking farmer and all the rest of it. And meanwhile, they're really training women to just be single parents, go off on your own, like it's really normalized. And people just don't even try and work it out, I think, sometimes.
Well, it's pretty funny I find some women who say women are better than men or something. When it starts in war, these are first women who say, woman place is the kitchen. Look at that.
Yeah, well, I don't particularly believe that women shouldn't be able to do, a career, but I really reckon, the family has been severely brainwashed out of people. The hormones, the testosterone that's been in the food and the drink, it's really subverted everything and turned our men into women. And,
it's that joke with the cell phone. The woman picks up the cell phone like Jim Carrey and their mind totally changes about you. I had no control over her, what download she was taking. I wasn't part of that.
I think the thing is,
the court system was already against me. That's their plan to break up families.
Yeah, it's just also part of the whole divide and conquer, sex against sex, gender against gender, race against race. Like in New Zealand, where I'm from at the moment, it's so much about pushing racial divide and having an apartheid racial state. It's everything. Nothing's about like people being treated equally and with dignity and lawful. It's all about like critical race theory and completely gone the other bananas the other way. Like Maori can get medical treatment first before white New Zealanders. It's just gone insane. It's gone insane.
If I told everybody I worked for climate change, they would have gave me more rights, but I didn't say anything like that at all. You know, I
Oh
would have had to
man.
really get on their good side of their agenda. I could have said I was a trans climate change person and maybe had
Well,
my son back.
exactly. I
Yeah,
literally
exactly.
taught sustainability at university. I taught sustainable design. I was all into the climate thing, but I didn't believe I didn't understand why they were so high tech and everyone was pushing for the Internet of Things and everything monitored and pulse meters and smart cities and getting everyone into apartments. Do you know what I mean? I was like, hey, you know, green architecture is about like natural, healthy building with natural products and avoiding all the shit and the toxins. It's not about
I went
like
into court with that attitude.
control.
I said, "You got to stop feeding my kid fluoride and formaldehyde." And I was on the top of the chopping block, and after saying
Yeah.
stuff like that.
I didn't last long teaching at uni. I left as well. I found it captured. And, you know, regarding fluoride, they scrub that stuff from industrial chimney stacks. And they can't dispose of it in the rivers because it would be illegal and poisonous. But no, they put it in the drinking water and they shut down, calcify the pineal gland and cut off our relationship with spirituality. It's crazy.
This person gets me. I'm joking. Yeah, that's my big thing in life. Well, it's not anti, it's pro fluoride movement, which is not very prevalent
crazy.
in this society. Yeah, I would fit in well with people that know about it at least.
Yeah, well, my husband, it's the only thing. There's two conspiracies he's believed me on. Thank God, it's vaccinating. You know what? And kids, and it's fluoride. Those two things I've managed to convince him. Everything else, he thinks I've got no credibility because I'm a flat earth.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
But, you know, yeah, we were into fluoride before flat earth because we knew about that a long time. But, you know, there was like old ladies that knew about fluoride. You don't meet them much anymore. They might be in their 70s, but I met a couple that knew about it and they were like anti-fluoride. They heard about it from their husbands. You know, I interview people a lot, strangers or people I know, to get all the information I can. And yeah,
I do
used to know.
activism against GMO and stuff like that here. They're trying to push it through. And I tell you what, there's a lot of old ladies who know a hell of a lot about the poisoning going on. I'm surprised.
Yep.
I'm surprised.
Yep,
I guess
I was surprised too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I think
like
maybe they're just because they're retired. They've got time to look into things. Maybe, you know. I know a few people who've woken up a bit in their retirement. In their retirement, actually, it's quite interesting. And I work in a homeless shelter at the moment. And tell you what, the homeless, they're bloody awake. Half of them are flat earthers.
Well, thanks to you, probably.
I've just been volunteering in a homeless shelter because I don't have a job at the moment. But I've been just doing some volunteer work in a drop-in homeless kind of, you know, we help them and get them accommodation and give them soup and stuff like that and talk to them. I do music therapy and stuff with them. And I tell you what, loads of them are awake. I've met, like, in that tiny center, I've met like 5 or 10 flat earthers already. Easy. Yeah. They're very awake.
Homeless shelters are very known for giving out fluoride toothpaste for free. So, you know what I mean? Like all the food pantries give out the fluoride. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I've made a natural health sheet for them, and I've put it on the wall. All the natural alternatives, you know, wormwood instead of ivermectin, you know, like the arnica and DMSO, and I've given them like, you know, these are how you should drink this water, and you know, I've just given them as many suggestions as I can. It's hard because they're homeless, so they haven't got the budget to spend on fancy supplements and stuff like that. But at least they know what foods help them and that sort of thing.
So, yeah, I watch a lot of hobos. Some of them know, some of them don't on YouTube, like the hobo lifestyle here in America where they're homeless and stuff. Yeah. They make videos on YouTube somehow, even though they're homeless. I think if getting one of those fancy phones doesn't help. You know what I mean? Once you get one of those
No.
fancy phones, you're tracked and marked as homeless.
Yeah. Weren't
They
they
have
giving
them.
out the immigrants? They were giving out the UN cash cards and phones to them all. So they're all like, they all come connected with the sort of digital spending card. So it's kind of like trying to usher everyone into the digital prison, really.
Oh, so if you want your funds, you better get a phone or something, a government issued
If
phone.
you're an immigrant and you come to a new, like a Western country, the UN will give you like a spending card and
Sure.
yeah, it's like and a phone. I think they say. I can't. I'm not sure. I just remember seeing a story on it, so don't quote me on that. But yeah, I believe so.
A lot of old people are struggling with the technology, you know, being able to see the pin pad. I notice a lot of old people can't see the numbers. They always make you punch in numbers on the digital. A lot of
they
stuff
always
that
have
can be
bloody grey
avoided,
font.
and maybe they know how to avoid it now too, so you don't have to
They
do
always
that.
have
I guess
bloody
debit
light
or
grey
credit.
font on white, and they wonder how like they don't think at all about people. I mean, I can't see shit. And sometimes, and I'm like, you know, the trend everywhere is to have light grey text on a white background, or something really horrible to read, like red and blue, red text on
On the
blue.
ingredients too, yeah. So it's not easy for people to know
Horrible.
what they're doing.
If you've got any kind of colorblind, or if you're poor of sight, you can't read that shit. So you kind of feel helpless.
And it's a big change because you can. I know things like the DVDs of the James Bond in the 80s were big lettering. You could read the back of it. You can see how long the movie was. But the new version of James Bond, tiny little font. It's like that everywhere. A tiny little font for things that you should be able to see. And they did that on purpose, I guess. Yeah, it seems like it.
Yeah.
They
Do you know
trusted
about
us more, or they were more
perverted,
trustworthy back then where they weren't trying to hide anything in the fine print.
And you know how they also perverted, like, you know, modern art and brutalist architecture and stuff like that by basically it's similar to the Globetrot. It's like, oh, you're not clever enough to understand. You're not like outsource your thinking to this academic who knows much more about modern art and modern architecture than you do. You know, you're not clever enough. Outsource your thinking. You know, and that's what it's all about. That kind of demoralization campaign. It's crazy, that whole brutalist architecture movement. It all came in the 20s and 30s, and it just got out of hand. It's horrible.
I'm not sophisticated enough to understand how a banana taped to a wall is art.
Well, it's not. That's the point. It's just bullshit, and you're made to feel like you're too stupid to get it. Do you know what I mean? That's the whole psychological game that they're playing.
Oh, yeah, I was just being silly. Of course, it's nonsense.
Yeah, maybe one of the things the masses can agree on that's pretty stupid. I don't. Yeah.
Or that they're laundering money.
Yeah, in space. Yeah, or in war, in many areas, of course. Yeah. Hey, I've got a question. If there's a number of flat earthers in the room, I am looking for a really good star app to use that is somewhat reliable, like where you can point your phone in the right direction and it will sort of tell you what you're looking at. Does anyone know a good one?
Which app do you say?
I don't care. I'm just looking for an app that's reliable for star positions, like to try and see what you're seeing, like so you can confirm what constellations you're looking at. You know, like those star and planet apps that you get on phones? I don't know a good one, that's all. I just wondered if anyone knows one that works.
Stellarium.
So you can get Stellarium as a phone app?
I think so.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll try that one. I'm trying to do an observation with someone in Spain, Ganja Rambo, in Spain, and I'm in New Zealand, and we're on the opposite sides of the alleged globe. And I wanted to just do some zenith star observations at the midpoint between sunset and sunrise for both of us, and then do it 6 months later.
Stellarium is available for mobile devices.
Oh, yeah.
So that might be your way to go.
So you probably have to pay for something if you want it to work well. I think
Shit.
it's probably the upshot. Yeah.
It's free standard version. So
There is?
Stellarium Mobile.
Oh,
And
cool.
they have Stellarium Plus. That's the advanced version.
Right. And then you pay for that one. Okay. Well, I'll see if it's good enough. I might use it in that case.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that the stars you see in January above your head are not are opposite the ones that you see in June
I
above
guess
your head.
Google would own this company that he mentioned. I would be new to it too. I'm kind of curious. I didn't really know about it, but I Googled it. But,
I know Alan has been using Stellarium on what's it called, ether cosmology. He does the celestial theodolite stuff, and he for that I think they are using Stellarium for that one.
Yeah,
So,
by a YouTuber. Yeah,
yeah,
that's where I heard about it before. Yeah,
yeah, me too. Yeah, I didn't actually think that it was. I thought it was just like a phone, like a computer app. That you have to have a bigger computer to run
in fact,
it.
they don't like people with computers. They switched over almost everything to a phone only. Like I have a powerful computer, but it hardly does anything now compared to your phones. Your phone does more than my computer. Really strange.
Yeah, I just don't like the whole cloud data stuff. I'd rather not have everything on a cloud. I tend to keep it on a drive.
Yeah, they want all your information, I would assume, on a phone, just like my PlayStation. They know everything about my habits with that stupid PlayStation. You agree to the terms and services, and I don't really agree with those, but you're forced, or they won't let you play it,
Well, unfortunately, they can tell who you are from your gait of your walk, from your clothing, from your keystroke.
In real life, yeah, that's true.
Kind of moot, even if you think you're completely off the grid, you're not really.
I don't wear logos on my clothes. How did you know? But yeah, I the guy who bought DVDs, he had a big 5-pointed star on his hat. I think it's a Dallas Cowboys symbol. But of course, with me, I mentioned everything in this under the sun about flat Earth, and I said I don't like your hat because it's a 5-pointed star. But that's just me. I'm very outgoing.
Well, I mean, maybe that whole symbol has been co-opted by, just like the swastika was and all the rest of it, by baddies, and it didn't necessarily mean something bad originally. Do you know what I mean? There's a really interesting series at the moment on Space Busters. Do you know Steve Falconer, the flat earther? Steve Falconer, Space Busters? Don't know if you know it, but anyway,
not recently. No, I don't.
He's just put out a series. He's got 2 out of 3 parts, and it's called Apocalypse Infinity. It's really worth a listen, actually. It's like maybe a few months old now because we're still waiting for the 3rd episode, but really worth a look to see what might have been co-opted and we believe is bad and is not. Do you know what I mean? And vice versa.
I searched it. I'm sub to it, so yeah, I just haven't.
Cool, yeah. If you've got time, check it out. Also, Mind Unveiled has been doing a great series as well recently. So I'm just trying to absorb as many different opinions as possible on that stuff.
I don't know, these videos, it's like nothing I would normally click on, even though I like the truth. I'll give it a try. I don't know. It's just nothing. I don't know. What videos of this? Yeah. Which one did you mention? He's talking about what now?
Apocalypse Infinity. It's a series, and we've done part 1 and 2, and there's a 3rd part coming any minute.
All right, go on. Let me search.
Quite long. They're quite long, but I mean, maybe you can just dip into them or listen.
Apocalypse Infinity. I found it. Thank you.
Yeah, just worth a listen. Like a different viewpoint, and it's not, just some of the things we might have been led to believe are evil aren't necessarily. We might actually be hidden from being hidden. Something important might be being hidden. Sorry, I'm not communicating very well, am I?
I had watched his NASA videos, and I watched the video recently, I guess, I just scrolled past it already, but yeah, a few of them that interest me, but yeah, I didn't check out.
He did a great exposure
the bulk of this channel.
Antarctica? Yeah, he did a great one on Antarctica.
Atlantis Rising, I saw the last one of his.
Yeah, and he does some great ones on natural health as well. I don't know if you know Farewell to Virology. Excellent. A Farewell to Virology. Everyone should bloody watch it. It's a treaty, and it's uncontested to this date. So, really worth watching his A Farewell to Virology video. Yeah.
And out to Space Busters, wherever you are.
Yeah, it's awesome, good, awesome dude. He's also a musician, so I have time for him. Yeah, so does anyone think that my idea of observing zenith stars 6 months apart on opposite sides of the alleged globe, two different observers observing their zenith at 6 month intervals exactly, and just take a note of what constellations we see and see if we should be seeing direct opposite constellations, and both Spain and New Zealand should at night time at the same period of the year see the same stars above them in the zenith because they're looking out the same direction, and vice versa. So I was just wondering if anyone thought it was a good observation to do, because I know that some people are saying that there's no point because of us being in Wellington and Spain. It's not, it's not the ideal place to do an experiment of this kind, but I don't really understand why. So I'm still trying to learn what they meant by that criticism. Do you know what I mean?
I just heard something, a New Perspective channel, and they were arguing back and forth about the same thing. And I think I agree with you. So I'm on your team with what you said, how it works,
if you look above your zenith,
your whole life,
at the midpoint. If it's the midpoint between like sunset and sunrise, that is the person on the other side of the globe should be seeing the same nighttime sky zenith around about them, roughly. And I don't think you do.
This is what they talk about here on the Flat Earth channels. I'm not smart enough. I'm glad you're smart enough to know what's up there and wanting to know more. I can hardly pronounce the stuff that they say is up there. So, spell it.
Have you checked out Bruce McGuire? That's a good channel. He does logic and fallacies. He's a whistleblower kind of academic of logic and fallacies, and he's pretty sure he's a flat earther, but he doesn't really come clean about that. But he analyzes debates and he goes through all the fallacies and explains them in great detail and gives you examples, and then he'll run through debates and he'll score people on both sides of a debate and how many fallacies they've dropped, or super fallacies as he calls them, when you deliver more than one in one sentence. And it's such a learning experience, really worth listening. It used to be called Mind Shock, and now it's called Bruce McGuire.
Okay, yeah. Mind Shock, yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome, man. Love the debates.
He uses that, I don't know what kind of voice that is, but he could have made it a better speed.
Yeah, he's trying to conceal his voice because he's still working in academia as a logic specialist.
I had disagreements with him. I liked half the stuff and I disliked the other half, I guess. But, I always thought I would be a better interviewer. He interviewed Mark Sargent. I wasn't impressed with the interview. A few other things he does.
I don't think interviews
he's obsessed with Steven Seagal or something that has.
Didn't
really make.
I only watch the ones that interest me, and he does a hell of a lot. And I'm not interested in the true crime largely, unless it kind of filters into something that I'm interested in. But generally, no. I only really look at the cosmology and logic.
Thanks for reminding me of his last name. I don't think I ever knew until I just.
MAGUI.
Then I found it. Bruce McGuire. He sounds Irish or something.
He's got a playlist. I never
trust the Irishmen, so I don't know how much I can trust this guy either.
He's not Irish. I'm pretty sure he's American. He's an American academic of logic and fallacies specialist. Yeah, no, he's quite fascinating.
McGuire, we can't trust the baseball player. We can't trust that McGuire either.
Actually, that's my mother's maiden name. So careful.
I don't play it careful. I really don't. That's not how I play this game.
No, Bruce himself told me that he's not really a McGuire. That's also a cover name. So, but he does have a playlist on logic and philosophy of logic and fallacies, and it's just so worth checking out.
It's not a game. I wanted it if Maguire was
on his
an
channel.
Irish name, but it told me Maguire's not an Irish game.
It is an Irish name, I can tell you that, but he is not Irish, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's an Irish surname.
For sure.
Galactic. How do you even say that? Galactic.
Galagic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one. Apparently, the ancient Irish read Hebrew.
Right. Yeah. Weird stuff happening all the time. Northern Ireland. Yeah. Scary place.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. Mind shock. Yeah, I was in the chat a lot. I used to be one of the top chatters because I had a lot to say. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that was Eric DeBay's line. I have a lot to say, and you have a lot to listen to.
Yeah.
But Mind Shack has a lot to say. He was a person that had a lot to say, so shout out to him.
Yeah, he does, and I think he's quite fair when he does debates. I don't rate his interviewing style at all, but like his investigations and his deep dives into interesting topics, perhaps not the crime, I find really interesting. He's done all
Isn't
sorts
Bruce
of things.
like an Aussie name? Why did Monty Python make fun of the name Bruce? That's just why is that funny?
It's quite Australian. It's quite Australian.
Right.
It's quite common Australian. Yeah.
Common. Yeah. Like everybody's intermingled. Like what do they call that? Jungle fever. What are they? Interracial dating or something like that. That's very widespread around the world, I guess.
You want to know something crazy? Australian Aboriginal languages have a huge link to Magyar, and Magyar is basically Hungarian, but also Finnish, which is really weird. Finnish, Hungarian, and a bunch of Australian Aboriginals have the same base language. I cannot work it out for myself, but it's really interesting.
It might be that other theory that we're all son of Adam. Well, I don't know. And then you got Cain and Abel. I don't know how it all. I know how it goes, but weird.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Possibly.
I find it kind of weird, but it is. It seems to be the truth for me. So anyway.
Yeah, well, I think the idea is that there are obvious truths in the Bible, and the question is, has it been subverted for power, or is it the same freedom document that it was originally?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
And nowadays in 2026, I think we've seen changes already. They change some stuff, they always change everything everywhere, movies, commercials. I think that Mandela effect people have this problem, but it's so easy to figure out. This is what they do. They change it.
Yeah.
If I made a new video of my old stuff, I would change it, and nobody would know. They're like, "Oh, didn't this video look different before?" But I changed it.
Yeah, the live stream of Elon on the car, because it did a flash of the actual studio, didn't it? When the car came up in the sky with the Earth. Yeah,
now the version of that is cleaned up for the new general public to consume. Yeah. That was for us. We were lucky enough to see stuff like that, I guess. Most of the people don't.
All we can do is tell the tales of what we saw.
And you think the space fans would have saw it, but I guess they didn't. Like the guy bought Star Trek today. But Star Trek's funny because it's got flat Earth in the movie. Their 6th movie, that guy mentions the flat Earth right in the movie. Star Trek 6 or something like that. The undiscovered country.
Hasn't Captain Kirk come out as a flat earther twice now?
Yeah, I just played that clip, and I've been talking about it tonight too.
Yeah. So funny. So funny.
That T-Buggy guy, I think, had something smart to say about it. I forgot what it was though already, but he had a good interjection about why it happened or something.
Oh.
Or why it's happening and nobody cares or something like that. They're like that old man, he says crazy things. But yeah, you can show these globies a million times and I don't know.
I sympathize because I was a space nerd. I was a space nerd once, so I do sympathize with their position.
Right.
very
You
much.
talk to space nerds, but there's still like these guys who are astronomy people who still didn't, whatever. They're still.
Oh, well, now you're talking about people whose career depends and their salary depends on them not knowing. Yeah. So that's a different breed again.
Most of these people would never make a YouTube channel if it wasn't monetized. It's just the greed in society.
I think it's just
buy
really
something on eBay that used to be $7, and I questioned the seller how this used to be $7. She goes, I never had it for $7. I go, yeah, we work as a society here. The price went up from 7 to 15. You had a big part of it because you're now selling it for 15. But yeah, people in society are not really the best to work with. They're all so greedy, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think everyone is.
Astronomers. That's a funny word.
I met a Maori astronomer the other day at a party. Oh my God. It was quite funny. Like we did debate flat Earth and Michelson-Morley and dark matter, and I went hard. Perspective, vision, we tried everything, but he is very much of the Maori. He organised the Matariki holiday here, which is when the Pleiades, Seven Sisters constellation, comes up above the horizon at a certain time in winter. It sort of marks the beginning of the winter period here. And so it's now a holiday, thanks to this guy that I was talking to at the party. So he was having a hard time believing me. But the interesting thing was that he really did believe that space was water. So I was kind of intrigued. I really wanted to get him off 24/7. Would have been fantastic. I'll try. I'll keep trying.
Got to get those hidden glasses, I guess. The only way to have a good conversation with people undercover, like meta glasses or something they call them.
What is that, like the what's it, Alive movie where he puts the sunglasses on and he can see all the NPCs?
I don't know, but like you could have recorded the conversation you had with him, like undercover or something. He'll never do it on air,
Oh no, I couldn't do that. No.
Once you know the camera's on you, it's a whole different ball game, right?
I want to be ethical. So I told him, look, there's a massive audience here. It includes pilots, PhDs, academics, all sorts of engineers, all sorts of people. And they've been trying to find evidence of curvature for like 10 years. You've got to come on the server and debate them. But yeah, he was shy. And he wouldn't. Because I had it then and there. I had the phone. I was like, I'll put you on. I'll put you on now. They're talking. No, he didn't have the balls to do that. But we had a great conversation. Like, it was respectful. Do you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't a horrible one. It wasn't like a real triggered person where it gets really horrible.
Did you tell them?
Out on me.
Sphere. What is the sphere?
Did you tell them the dimensions of the flat plane?
Well, I actually said that the refraction coefficient has the radius of the Earth built into it, and then therefore it's kind of begging the question. So I did mention the 3959 mile radius and how it had been falsified with measurements. Yeah.
The 3959 has never been falsified. Never, ever.
Oh. We got a live one. Okay.
No, I'm not a live one. It's just a fact. Seeing
Can
something.
you drop the curvature evidence, please, then, in the chat?
Seeing something 10 miles away does not falsify because we have refraction. Period.
How about 750 miles from Wales to the Alps?
How high were you?
On a mountain. But you shouldn't see the Alps because they should be behind a curve of Earth.
How high were you? The radius value, it tells you have to be a certain height in order to see something at a certain distance. So
and if you put it into the curve calculator, the Swiss Alps weren't high enough, mate, to be seen behind the curve.
Yes, they were. Like, how high were you?
This wasn't even a flat earther. This was a long distance photography competition, I think, entry.
Yeah.
And he took it from a mountain in Wales, and he took it, and you can see the entire Swiss Alps, and they should be behind the curve so far. And I can give you
He
another
didn't.
example.
Hold on,
And
hold
you
on, hold
know
on.
that
No, he
different
didn't.
color light reflect at different rates. And therefore, when you have a red, a blue, a green, and an orange light all drilled into the ice, 1 foot above the surface of the ice, and a photo being taken, a camera being taken from 1 foot, and those colored lights are 5, 6, 7, 8 miles away, and yet they all appear on a straight line. What you're saying to me is the refraction always works the exact amount to make it appear flat, even though those things were at different rates and different colors that should have refracted at different rates.
Right, right. You're talking about the Pitt-Gaspard. The Pitt-Gaspard observation shows you that the Earth is a curve. Why? Because that Swiss Alps was lower than the mountains in front. The mountains in front are lower. They are at a less altitude than the Swiss Alps. But in the picture, the Swiss Alps was lower. That's that's telling you that they are beyond the curve. You
So you're
see?
saying that the
It's that
Earth is a
simple.
ramp?
It's that
Are you
simple.
saying it's 8 inches per mile without the squared? Is it a big
No, no,
ramp?
what I'm
What is
saying
it?
to you is the photograph shows the Swiss Alps are lower than the
No,
mountain that was
it's like
in
the boat.
front.
The
The
boat
Mate,
mountain,
don't
the mountain
disappear.
in front is not
Trying to
at the
tell you the
same
boat
altitude as
disappears
the
at the
Swiss
bottom.
Alps.
It's not. It has nothing to do with you can't see the bottom of the boat.
Yes,
That's
it does.
ridiculous.
100%. Then explain
Well,
why the Swiss Alps is lower. Tell us why the Swiss Alps is lower than mountain range that is at.
the atmosphere. It's wavy. The wind. The air.
I've taken an observation myself from Paikakariki just above the tree line, and I've taken an observation of Mount Taranaki, which is 220 kilometers away. The perfect kind of Mount Fuji-like New Zealand volcano. 220 maybe, or give or take a few kilometers here or there. It should be behind 3,000 or 2,900 meters of earth curve. But unfortunately, the entire mountain itself is not that high. So it shouldn't be visible. So you're saying that the whole thing wraps around and shows me its entire profile, even though it should be completely hidden by the curve of the water that's in front of it, which is curving at a radius of 3,959 miles, which is 8 inches per mile squared. It's a massive amount at 220 kilometers. It's about 3,000 meters from memory. Another example, there's hundreds, maybe thousands of these.
Would you take a look at that? That's so funny. Yeah, why such opposition? Why don't they just, come on. There's a million other things these Globers can be on the flat earth side if they got one problem with it, What about everything else? But whatever. It's like they're cherry picking, and that's what they're here for. If the Earth's flat, how does everything in the sky work? That's a funny one. The funniest meme.
Yeah, I just dropped the whales photo in the chat. It's amazing. And the guy wasn't even a flat earther. He was just a long distance photographer who posted it. And the same thing when I discovered the Taranaki, because I had observed the Taranaki mountain myself. And I wondered, and so I looked up to see if anyone else had captured it on, on social media. And it was quite funny where you found that photos posted of Mount Taranaki from Paikok. People in the comments were going, no, it's not possible. You can't see, Mount, it can't be Paikakariki. And then people are like arguing over it because it's like, otherwise it means the Earth's flat. But there were people coping in the comments like you never believe. It was so funny.
most of the people have bad vision. Even my vision hit its peak, and now it's downhill. So you know what I mean? Who's to say their vision, these Globers, are any good? They probably all wear glasses. You know.
Yeah, and Alex, just want to warn you that the Wales to Alps photo is not showing the Alps. It's just not physically possible.
It's on Taboo Conspiracy quite a while ago, and he presents a number of pictures of close-ups of the Swiss Alps, and then he compares it to the cloud pattern, and actually that everyone else is saying is clouds, and so you go into it, and they're very low down, and the clouds are actually above it, and the same forms are visible with the light and shade of them, as you can see in the closer photos taken from the same country, like, where you're looking from the same angle. And he goes side by side through the entire thing. I think it's very interesting. We've seen it as well from the Spain the other way. We've seen the Alps pictured from, I think, somewhere in the Pyrenees or just over maybe towards Barcelona. But maybe, I'm not quite sure whether they had some height. They must have had some height in order to do that. So I do acknowledge that. But I've seen it with my own eyes. Obviously, Mount Taranaki, 220 kilometers away. What's that in miles? I'm sorry, I'll have to convert. Can anyone convert that for me?
Yeah, that's about 140 or so.
Right. So the curvature works out about 2,900 meters. That entire mountain is less than that. So the whole thing shouldn't be visible from Paikakariki. And you can see an eye foreground of the photo that places it in height at Paikakariki. You can tell where it is because you can see Kapiti Island, which is in the foreground. And so there isn't anything else between those two things. There's no other mountain, and it's very distinctive. It's a complete cone with snow on top.
For you, Green. Let me be the Glober. In that picture you sent, how come I can't see New York?
What did you say? Why can't I see New York?
That's what the Glober would say. I'm like, if that picture is true, how come I can't see Paris?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, a huge mountain range that spans from Switzerland through Austria, through France and beyond. That's quite a big thing. But if you're talking about trying to see some feature in New York, I would have thought it was obvious that would be too small and in the horizon line for you to be able to see. But the point is that photo is taken from a mountain in Wales, acknowledged as being taken from a height. But
Mount Snowdon.
Yeah.
Let me be the Glober. How come I can see the clouds curving? Can't you see it in the picture? The clouds are curving.
Oh, what can I say? You just, you don't want to let go of your ball. That's what I would probably say in return to that. But I am sympathetic. I was the biggest space nerd geek you cannot believe. I love that shit, man, since a small kid. My dad got me into that. And my dad taught me that there was a major problem in physics, and he was quite upfront about it. And including dark matter, including a lot of things. So, he gave me that inquisitiveness. And unfortunately, I never got to talk to him about Flat Earth. I would have loved to, but I don't know if he could have taken it because he was so old by the time I figured it out. But anyway, sad. I would have loved to because he was such a space nerd as well. And I think he would have got into it if he realized the fallacies.
It was a good day on the flat Earth. Hopefully the Globies had as much fun as I did. Or maybe they had more fun than I did. I don't know.
Did they go?
You say ignorance is bliss, I guess. So they
The
look
blue
pretty
pill.
happy. In a docile kind of way, they look all right.
Did they leave? Did they give up? Or the Glober that came in, did they give up? Or
I don't
did
know.
they? Oh.
I kind of muted it in my mind, everything he said. I was just listening to you and interrupting you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, all good. All good.
I don't get on here a lot, but when I do, I thought I had something to say, but usually I don't. Turns out I said everything in 10 minutes already.
Well, are there any other Globers in the room who to present their curve or other evidence of globeness?
I hope not, Green. That doesn't turn me on at all. The opposite of a good time, but that's what the flat Earth debates are about.
That's what we're here for.
Say it's not what I enjoy. I'm in a flat Earth debater place.
Yeah, I was actually suggesting the other day that I thought that a good place for us to go and bring the 24/7 flat Earth empirical-minded sense to is the people on the edge. Do you know what I mean? The people that are almost there, they're like getting quite subversive and dissident about maybe science, cosmology, electric universe, Nassim Haramein.
Those poor bastards.
And I'm just thinking, we should go and
lonely at
with
the
them.
top.
We should bring them in here. We need to bring the the electric universe guys and the Nassim Haramein, or even
people that are already in the know or something of something. They think they're in the know of something.
They're on the pathway, and who knows? I've probably got my own blind spots. There's bits that I haven't figured out yet. Not saying that I know everything, but it would be so interesting to get those people that we can see are on the verge of understanding, and if only they knew a piece of information and could debate about it, then maybe that would take their amazing knowledge and it would give us loads of wonderful new ideas. Do you know what I mean? Just by bringing.
I did hear Miley Cyrus and Taylor Swift were going to come out as flat earthers. That might make a difference.
Really? Look at that.
I'm curious about one question. Why was it either necessary to kill 21 people or fake 21 deaths? Go ahead. Over.
Fake 21 deaths? You mean the Challenger and other things, or what?
I mean, all 7 instances. There's been 7 different instances of people either died or they faked the deaths. I wonder why that was necessary.
Well, I guess we can only theorize, but the two possible scenarios both together that they needed to fake the flat Earth, so they are basically hiding the Challenger because they want us not exploring space because it's getting quite hard.
There's 5 other. There's 5 other instances.
And let me get to the second. The second type would be the whistleblower. Oh my God, you guys are fake. Whoops, you suddenly blew up on the tarmac situation. So there's 2 possible scenarios.
These were people in space, not they were going to inform the world. One instance was in space, in physical space, period. The others were in transition, upward. Anyway, it's an interesting question whether they killed 21 people or they faked 21 deaths. And if they did kill 21 people, where did they bury them?
I'm almost sure he keeps on saying 21 as a code for 3, so it's some kind of globe logic.
There is 21. There were 21
I'm almost
deaths.
sure. What 21 people? The missing scientists?
Go ahead.
This year?
No missing. There's no missing. No, there is no.
Just about 21 missing people.
There have been 21 people killed.
Neil Armstrong
during space. Yeah. No. Just Google it. There were 3 in Russia. Okay. The rest were in America.
There far more in Russia.
Right.
They just never.
Now I might be off. I might be off by 3 or 4, because I looked it up. I've known this, and every once in a while my memory fails a little bit. But last I looked, I believe it was 21, or it might have been 17. But that's confirmed
That's
death
all
either
fake
in
news,
space
man.
or on. No, I watched the Challenger go up. Okay, not live.
In school, me
I
too. They
watched
showed
it.
it to us at school. I was part of the
Okay,
experiment when they showed
good,
it to
good
school
for you.
children.
I'm a boomer. I'm a
Good for
boomer.
you. I love
Okay,
it. Yeah,
I
good
go
for
back.
you too, pal. Good for
Okay,
you. Why don't
I
you get a better
understand.
microphone?
No.
Why
I'm
don't you
not
get a
trying
better
to create an
microphone? Your
argument.
microphone
It's not.
sounds like you're under a
Okay,
rock. Is that the Globy
okay.
microphone of the year?
Are you trying to insult me? I'm just trying to
Yeah, your
ask a
microphone
question.
sucks, man. It's giving me a
Okay,
headache. Your
okay.
microphone. It's not
Well,
your
I'm
voice. It's your
sorry.
microphone.
Okay, I got you. Okay, I'm in my car.
Sounds like you're in a muffler.
I'll listen in.
Go
I'll
get
just listen
a
in.
real
Go ahead.
microphone with that Globe money that you like. Go get a microphone that works.
What
All
does
right, I'm
this
getting
have
out
to
of here.
do
Nice
with the
talking to you,
question?
Gladys.
Okay, whatever. You guys continue to insult anyone that poses a question. It's just a simple question. Thank you. Over.
So, if I'm not mistaken, a number of the Challenger people were found in day jobs and retired jobs and had actually gone to academia and roles as professors and whatnot. I mean, twins that didn't turn up to their own brother's funeral and stuff like that. Weirdness, all sorts of weirdness. So I believe there's a number of academics, a number of people in the world that basically just carried on living their life, maybe in witness protection programs, but it didn't look like it because they some of them even kept the same name. It was so unbelievable. And in the other case, like I said, I think we've had a case of whistleblowers being offed because that's happened with people that have been trying to blow the whistle about the moon as well. People who try to blow the whistle about the moon have been offed, haven't they?
This was three of them were killed on the launch pad when the capsule caught on fire. This is documented.
Yeah, and just before he went, didn't he say, God, you guys, if we can't even communicate between the control room and the platform, how are we gonna do a moon launch? Like he was actually taking the
on the ground. This had nothing to do with the moon launch. This is before moon launches.
You know, they have like
Mercury.
an escape
Mercury,
device
not Apollo.
Don't you? They have an escape device, and we saw that in the Artemis one, where this little basically lift carried off on a line away from the tower just before the launch.
The Mercury program, there was no launch. They didn't launch. This is on the ground.
They've been faking space since the 50s. Yeah, they've been quite sophisticated in their program.
There was only one launch in the 50s, Sputnik. But that was the year I was born. No. Okay. I gotta go. Out.
Good day.
Yeah, whose brilliant idea was to flood the Apollo 1 capsule with pure oxygen? I want to know who thought that was a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, he was meant to be a whistleblower, right?
Because under pure oxygen, normally non-flammable items all of a sudden become flammable.
Yeah, of course. Fuel to the fire. Yeah.
He was basically asking us to speculate. I don't really understand the point of his question. But if I had to speculate, I would say some of them was killed and some of them just appeared to be so.
Yeah, plus the Soviet Union lost a lot of cosmonauts, and they never published them. They just deleted them from photographs. It's estimated that there were 9 launches before the official launch by Yuri Gagarin into space. And they had at least 8 deaths there. The 9th launch, I believe, was Ilyushin, and he landed in the wrong place. He landed in China and was injured and had to spend time in a Chinese hospital to recover.
So he didn't stick around to hear that then. the answer to this question. I think it's just a derailment, to be honest, because we don't want to be having fruitful conversations in here. I think, Clive, whatever his name, I've heard him before, he just comes in and derails, basically.
Well, he's an astrophysicist, so he has to.
He's a
He's not
open
going to
and
admit that
proud.
his entire career was worthless.
He's an open and proud faith worshipper as well.
It's just not worth people who are getting a salary from this. And I found this in the academic world as well. People whose salary depends on them keep on telling the narrative, for sure. I tried to explain to other staff members at a university that I thought that what was going on was, all a bit of a UN one world kind of agenda, and none of them would answer to it. And later on, even after I left the uni, I kept in touch with some of them, and I still tried to explain to them about Agenda 2030 and Agenda 21 and the Club of Rome. And I tried, and their entire career has been all about saving CO2. So how can you tell them, look, CO2 is the gas of life, this is all bullshit, and they don't care about real toxins and pollution? They're actually kind of contriving a lot of this fear and alarmism, and it's for this purpose. Hello. Please look. And I just got blocked and banned. In fact, I got removed from Twitter and Facebook, actually, probably saying those kind of things. Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to understand that 80% of the people don't want change. As long as they're getting a paycheck and a pension, they don't care. It's only 20% of people who are actually willing to think outside the box.
My doctor was one of 6,000 in New Zealand who okayed the whole safe and effective really, really early on. And that whole website's down now. They don't even admit to that. I think it's on archive though. But I went to him when we were having issues with a bill that was being rushed through to ban natural medicines basically, and allow the synthesizing and patenting of that kind of thing. And I just was wanting to tell him about it and see if he would. I wasn't going in there to get treatment, that's for sure. I hadn't been for years. And so I just went in to say, hey, could you possibly do a submission on this? Because if they outlaw some of these natural medicines, you're going to be bombarded with customers, because everyone is relying on natural stuff these days because of the COVID times. And then we got into a conversation about, what? And I just said, you signed your life away saying how wonderful. What do you know about nanotech? And he couldn't explain anything. And he said, oh, there's no nanotech in the safe and effective. And I was like, well, what do you call the lipo nanoparticles then? And he was just like, oh, they're very big. That was his answer. They're very big. And I was like, no, they are the fatty boundary that allows the poison to be delivered to the cell. Don't you know what an adjuvant does? I'm like, I'm debating with my doctor. I have no medical experience. And I mean, it was amazing. He knew nothing. He knew nothing about the thing that he advocated for. Nothing. Yep. It's so gross. They must have been paid money. Must have been.
They like I said, he's part of the 80%. He just gets a paycheck and a pension, and he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Because, that's how they get the doctors these days. All these doctors in the United States have $250,000, $300,000 worth of debt from their schooling.
Right.
And if they don't follow the rules, they're still responsible for that debt. So they all fall in line. They all do exactly what they're told to do because they know they're on the hook.
That is so true for pilots as well, because pilot education being so expensive. I remember because I had an ex-boyfriend who went through pilot school, and you basically sign your life away to, company that will finally hire you, and you you are ending up paying back a lot of loans for so long, but you get help from your company that you go, but then you cannot say or do or complain about anything. And imagine it's like slavery, really. I mean, of course, everyone is a slave, but you know what I mean? Like,
because when you're a brand new pilot and you have no hours, you can't fly the good routes. You have to fly the shit routes.
Right. Yeah, I've got a best friend who's a female pilot, flat earther. And I have a really old boyfriend who was one of those outback, like little plane flying people. I guess that's how he got into it, is that he could do it on little kind of things, and they did medical deliveries and all sorts of stuff. But and he had a crash in the middle of the desert, and of course, even if you go down safely in certain parts of the desert in Australia, like you're not going to survive anyway. Not because of the creatures, just because of the heat. It's not so big.
If you don't have survival gear with you, you're done.
So unfortunately, that's how he passed away. And so it's crazy having two pilot ex-boyfriends and a best friend pilot. I must have a thing about them. I don't know what it is. I've been trying to get Marika on here. She's a flat earther. I've got her as far as joining the Discord server 24/7, but she doesn't know how to work Discord. I'm just going to kind of get her into it, but she would be so good on a ladies' flat earth night, because it's great hearing from a female pilot, I think. We need more female flat earthers, actually, frankly. Where are they all?
Yeah, they're scattered here and there. They
come out of
their word work once in a while for the ladies' night.
Ladies' night, yeah. For me, that's like Saturday morning, so it's not always very easy timing. So I think Over Fences was looking at a alternative time, and maybe I'll actually go to the same place as my friend, and we can just join Discord from one account together.
Yeah, so if you're wondering why it's so expensive to become a commercial pilot, is in the United States you require 1,500 flight hours.
Yeah.
And if it's $100 an hour, that's just $150,000 just in flight hours.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember my ex learning in a lot of those ones with like a high-powered winch, and you're on the tarmac, and basically they seem to just like slingshot them up. I don't know how it works, but anyway, he would have to go up and then do a loop and decide there and then whether he like goes and lands again or goes in a circle and comes around and lands. Basically, like it's an emergency winch failure. So you're basically pointing a glider face up and like rocketing into the sky, and the winch fails and you're kind of left there, and you've got to try and land safely. Do you know what I mean? And your two choices are land in line or do a loop and come back and land. It was I almost lost my mind watching him do this repeatedly. It was so scary. But yeah, that's what they did, and I think that's how he got out of having to quite a few of the hours and pay loads of money. He was doing it on gliders.
Yep. Yeah, because that still counts as flight time. So they do like it says 100 hours in powered aircraft, and 50 hours must be an airplane. So if you had some helicopter experience, that would still count towards your total hours and things like that. But here's like the breakdown for like if you want to be a full commercial airline pilot, You need at least 500 hours of cross-country flight time, 250 hours of pilot and command time, 100 hours of night flying, and 75 hours of instrument flight time minimums.
In 600 feet, turn right onto Chickwood Drive.
Clive, can you mute, please?
Oh, sorry. I was actually going to say it real quick. My father wrote most of those specifications. He was one of the founders of FAA. Thank you.
Everyone's speechless, obviously.
I wonder how much time.
Oh, you can look him up. It's Heyn. Eiler Christian Hein. He's one of the founders of the FAA.
Cool.
I don't think Earth is flat.
You don't think the Earth is flat?
No.
Okay. Have you ever seen curvature?
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah? Can you present it in the chat or, I guess, verbally?
What makes a woman flat?
Sorry, what makes a what? Flat?
What makes a woman flat?
Oh, is it a joke?
Listen, if a woman doesn't have boobs and ass, she would be flat, or rather referred to as flat. And why would you refer Earth as flat when it has so many mountains and hills?
Well, I believe that the Earth is equivalent to a sort of billiard ball in accuracy of smoothness. If you actually look at it, the trench to the, highest mountain in terms of variability from the sea level kind of uniform ball that it's said to be, it's actually smoother than a billiard ball.
So are you saying that Earth isn't flat anymore because it's a ball?
Well, obviously, a surface of a billiard ball is curving, is it not?
Yes, indeed.
Right. But surfaces have levels of flatness, don't they? You can look at something microscopically, like the coastline problem, really. You can, go around every single so-called atom and electron and get a very detailed outline of an island, couldn't you? Or you could treat it with some kind of rational understanding of the scale that you're interested in. So if I zoomed into any, glass or mirror or so-called very flat surface and I looked at it with a microscope, I would see mountains and valleys.
Are you flat too?
Me?
Yeah.
As a woman? Flat?
Yeah.
No. I'm a flat earther, but I sort of believe the Earth is potentially a toroid field. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but the surface certainly indicates a flatness in that when you measure over a large body of water, you don't get any curve because otherwise there would be a big bulge between you on a shore of a lake 10 or 20 miles long. There'd be a great big bulge of water in the way between the other shore and you, a 5-story building worth of bulge. So unless refraction is going to do the miraculous exact amount to make it look flat, then really all you've got is that we're looking at a flat Earth and we need some evidence of curvature.
So what does happen when you walk off the flat Earth? Do you fall?
Oh, see, you're still imagining a disk in space and that the solar system is real and all the planets are balls and this particular planet is a flat disk, and that is nonsense, rubbish, like primary school, no, kindergarten level thinking.
Okay.
You'll freeze to death before you get anywhere near an edge.
Still cannot wrap my head around you.
Who? No answer came the stern reply.
Is the moon flat too? Moon, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus.
When you're trying to assess what you're standing on and what its surface characteristics are, why would you point in the sky and look at things that are in the sky to assess what you're on? Does what you are standing on seem to resemble anything like what you're looking at in the sky, all the lights and the luminaries? Really, does it look like anything like that? It's a broad assumption. It's kind of like the most basic fallacy, isn't it, really? And your AI takes so long to reply.
Hello, guys. Can I interrupt?
Please.
I am a beginner. I want to learn English. I am from India.
Awesome. Nice to welcome. Do you know
Yeah.
what the topic is here?
No, seriously, I don't know, but I want to know what is going there.
Okay. What do you think Earth is? Is it a ball or is it flat?
I think,
Flat as you are.
in my opinion,
Your brain
Earth
is flat.
is in oval shape.
Oval. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Like a 3D ball, like a rugby ball.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And what on your day-to-day life makes you think that you live on an oval?
In my daily life, I think we met lots of people, and just like today, I met someone, and after 1 month, again, I'm meeting that person. So this is like a what that called.
Are you saying because lots of people say it's an oval ball in space, that's why you believe it's an oval ball in space?
No.
Green bean. It's just like a rage bait.
Yeah.
Sorry?
It's
No, I'm
just
just
like
trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand. It is the English channel, so like people are learning. Give them a break. Sorry, carry on. Maybe try and explain again.
I think we met lots of people in our daily life, and can I say something?
Cool.
What are you asking? Earth is flat, or matlab, why?
Why you like express
Because
theorists?
because when we go out to measure the Earth with like lasers and lights and mirrors and radio signals, all sorts of different ways we measure the Earth, it turns out that it measures flat. There is no curvature. And when we look for curvature and evidence of curvature, we can't find it. And no one can present us with anything empirical. Do you know what empirical means?
No, I don't know.
It's like you only trust what you see with your own eyes or is proven to you somehow with evidence, with documents or some kind of evidence.
That you exist.
Yeah.
How can you
We all, we all are, we all are.
Bobby, I'm sorry. PK is trying to talk. Could you just mute up for a little while, please?
I think we all believe in that document of something is there. We all believe by that document, which is previously by someone, and we believe, and we don't, we had not seen that.
Are you a follower of the Quran or the Bible, or what are you? Are you a believer in a creator?
I follow Gita.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know much about that religion, but I do know that a lot of the Gospels, a lot of the religious documents and evidence from all sorts of religions all point to a flat, stationary Earth with the stars rotating above and the sun and the moon.
Everything which is there, but proven by scientists, all the things are written on Gita.
Greenweaver, you just saying that Earth is like a flat piece of paper.
Bobby, can you mute up? Is there a moderator? Like, Bobby, PK is still trying to talk, and I'm not really getting much sense out of you, Bobby. So I have moved on to talk to this guest here, who's actually listening. Could you mute her? Oh, thank you. Sorry, PK, carry on.
Yeah, I'm trying to sing that in our holy book, which is called Gita.
Gita, yeah.
If you wrote that book, if you read that book, you'll find every answer of how universe works and everything, the distance from sun to earth. It is measured very time before on that by our
Interesting. I would really like to see that. Can you? Is there any way you can drop anything like that in our chat? There's a tick.
You can search on Google Gita in English, so it will give you the result.
Okay. How do I spell? How do I spell it?
G-double-E-T-A.
G-double-E-T-A. Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'm always interested to hear about different cosmological beliefs. Yeah. Interesting. And so when was it written, do you think?
Everything of our problems which we face in our daily life, that solution is written on that. How we feel.
Is it 1,000 years old? Is it like 1,000 years old, or?
Yes,
500.
yes. Yes. It is about 1,000 years before written.
Okay.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
yeah.
Right. I'll look into it. Yeah, the
Is that
trouble is,
what he
NASA
posted there in the
shows
side
us.
chat? Is that it?
Oh, sorry,
Uh,
T.
there are lots of shlokas in Sanskrit written on that Lord Krishna about. Do you uh, mm, do you listen about Ramayan, Mahabharat?
Sorry, I didn't really make that out. Can you say that
Do
again?
you listen about Ramayan, Mahabharat of India?
No, I'm interested in Indian medicine, but I haven't really looked into Indian. But it sounded like T Dub wanted to say something. T Dub, did you know something about this guitar?
Yeah, I'll tell you. Wait a minute. Wait about
Well,
30
no
seconds
idea.
only.
I just was wondering if if what I posted in the side chat was what he's referring to, but I
Uh,
don't know. It might not be.
yeah, I am telling about Gita. Wait a minute. Hello? Is
Hello.
there anyone? Yeah.
Yeah, we're just
So,
looking in the side chat.
Gita is a famous spiritual book from India. It teaches us how to live a good and honest life. Krishna helps Arjun clear his mind and find courage. It is a
Is
guide
it like
for
Hare
finding,
Krishna? Is it like Hare
yeah,
Krishna? Ah, no, I love.
yeah.
Yeah,
It
so
is
I
a
play
guide
music
of,
with
it is
Hare
a guide
Krishna.
for finding inner peace and strength.
Nice. Yeah, I've definitely played music with Hare Krishnas before because they were big in the Freedom Festival, activism, freedom times in New Zealand. And there was a big camp of Hare Krishnas there, and I really got into their jamming with the drums and music and
Yes.
the chanting. It's so
Lots
good.
of
Loved it.
Yes, lots of foreigners come in India and take spiritual paths and feel so good.
Freedom loving people,
Yeah,
definitely.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
And
There are
did you hear what
yes,
happened to the Hare Krishnas in New Zealand in the big protest that last 23 days at the Parliament in New Zealand? The Hare Krishnas there got injured in the last days because the government used sonic weapons. I don't know if you understand what I mean, but weapons with
I am
sound.
understanding.
Yeah. And all the Hare Krishnas were really close to the Parliament building. They had a tent there and everyone was camped there. And that's where they did their music all day, every day. They just stayed there. And
Yeah,
at the end of that protest, they had no soles of their feet. The skin was coming off. And all of them were sick. It was really sad because there was so much in the, I don't know, field of whatever they were doing with the sonic weapons. It was, I mean, they admitted it all in the media. It was really shocking, but no one cared because everyone was on the same government narrative. So, you're allowed to persecute people that don't go along with government advice. But yeah, the Hare Krishnas there were awesome freedom people and they had music going and food going and it was just wonderful. They were such a cool community there.
Oh, I love their food.
Yeah, amazing. It's very full of sugar though. It's so full of sugar. It catches you in.
Well, yeah, yep. Don't care. Give me.
Yeah, there's a really good place in Wellington, Hare Krishna. It's good. Yeah. I do like a bit of
Yeah,
meat, generally.
yeah, I remember some of the places, like one place in Adelaide I went to, and you just, I think it was, if you didn't bring your own plate, it was 20 cents or $1 maybe. I can't remember. This is decades ago. And then you just as much as you want, like just whatever you wanted. There was
Yeah.
no limit, and till you were full, I pigged out.
Yeah, they ran one
Full
in
of
Sydney in King's
rices
Cross.
and stuff.
They had like a Hare Krishna cinema in King's Cross in Sydney. It was brilliant. And you go there and you could have this massive feed up and get your cinema ticket and as much food as you want to eat. And then it was like a cinema showing of an old film in their kind of makeshift cinema. It was so cute. It was a real great night out and very cheap night out in in Sydney in the early 2000s.
Yes, in India there are lots of concert of Hare Krishna, especially in the Delhi Hare Krishna temple.
But you say that they teach you of a cosmology of the stars and the planets as very accurate.
Actually,
To the scientists' opinion?
actually, actually, I'm telling you about myself. For 1 minute,
Ah,
can I?
yeah.
Uh, at first, myself, Paras, and I'm on the Reddit app. Okay, I am a soldier. I am on. I came on the Reddit app and searched Discord English speaking channels, and I find that a link on that, and I tap on that link. I come here.
Are you telling me that the first place you came to was Flat Earth on English Channel?
Yeah,
That's so
yeah.
funny.
I I search how fluent is English speaking classes. Then a link came on that, and I when I tap on that, I came here.
That's cool. Well, we're really happy to have you. And really,
Yeah.
we just talking about the curvature or the non-curvature of the Earth and whether we can find evidence for it. So it's kind of like intermediate English, but your English sounds perfectly
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Uh, in real, I studied on English school. After that, I got selected on the Indian Army. I know I do 50% I talk in English and 80% I
क्या कर रहा है भाई तू
I think we lost you. I'm not sure if it's just me.
Yeah, you cut out. Yeah, you still with us, PK?
I really want to ask him about the cosmology part because if the Krishnas are claiming that they had accurate distance to the sun and the moon and all the globe and all that stuff, I'm kind of wondering, is the Krishna religion not 1,000 years old then, in that case? Or are we saying they had foresight in the globe-tard religion? Oh, my dog. Hang on, I have to go and get my dog. Yeah, sorry. I lost you there. Yeah, I was kind of wondering if Krishna religion was really a globe-tard religion.
Let's see what Google says. Let's see images. All right. It's this 14 worlds of Hindu cosmology, Vedic universe. That's Hindu. What else we got?
Is Krishna actually quite a lot more modern, I'm thinking?
Just talking about mainly Vedic views. The AI mode says the cosmology of the Bhagavad Gita is a sophisticated metaphysical framework that views the universe not as a linear, static mechanism, but as a cyclical, conscious, and multi-dimensional manifestation of the divine.
So I suppose cyclical could be interpreted as orbits, or it could be interpreted as something cyclically going over a plane. So, yeah, interesting. But what year? Yeah.
I don't know if they've, if there's a more modern version or whatever.
Well, he was saying it goes back like 1,000 years. So, because I do question, when was this whole idea introduced? Like, when was Pythagoras? They say it's a Pythagorean sun cult. So, when was that introduced? Pythagoras was when? Anyone know? Oh, yeah. So Pythagoras is 570 BC. Has it really gone back that long? PK, I think you're hot micing. Oh, no, you've muted. Cool. Yeah, I'm seeing Pythagoras is 570 BC, allegedly. But then there's a lot of weirdness in that whole thing. I mean, because a lot of the mathematical things that were credited to him didn't actually belong to him. So that's there's weirdness in the history of that Pythagoras. But I wonder when Krishna Gita. I'll have a look.
So you can see the image I posted there. Pretty much phrase it as other cultures did. You've got several levels of planes of existence within some type of cosmic egg. That sits in water.
So they're saying Krishna was 5,000 years ago. So, yeah, but again, it just is one of those things like the Bible. Like, do you interpret cycles as orbits, or do you interpret them as, 2D circuits over what we all experience? But that's interesting. So Krishna Gita is 5,000 years, allegedly.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty ancient. It's not really like this. Doesn't really talk about the structure of it, like its physical structure. It's just more talking about they rejects a linear beginning and end of time. Instead, it presents time as entirely cyclical, governed by cosmic days and nights, where one cosmic day lasts 4.32 billion human years, during which all material entities manifest. Then, when the cosmic night falls, the entire material universe dissolves back into an unmanifest state for an equal period, and then it revitalizes.
I have a hard time believing anyone comes up with billions, figures in the billions 5,000 years ago. I'm sorry. That sounds like, Carl Sagan got editing. Billions and billions and billions. I don't know. Interesting. Do you think it's a post hoc rationale, or do you think that this is just, like everything else being twisted to fit what they've been taught themselves at school? Well, anyway, I'd love to hear from PK more about that once he gets back. I think he's gone off, hey? We lost PK. That's a shame. We'll never learn more. So there was someone I was saying before, that was Bobby, T-Dub. Bobby was coming in. Is he still here? Maybe not. They've gone as well.
Yeah, gone. Yep.
Classic. Oh, well. Did you hear when I was talking about my idea of an observation with Ganja Rembo?
No, sorry, I did not. I just not long just buzzed back in after having visitors.
All right. Ganja Rembo and I are on opposite literal sides of the globe. And so we were thinking, do 2 sets of zenith observations 6 months apart, both in his view of northern Spain and my view of, and basically they are as close to being on opposite sides of the globe as I think I can achieve. But if we look at our zenith stars in January and then we wait 6 months later and we do it again in June, January and June or whatever, 6 months exactly apart, we should theoretically see stars that are exactly opposite, but he should see the same ones as me in New Zealand in, this time of year, and I should see the same ones as him in the other 6 months of the year. Do you know what I mean? Like we should, but they should be opposite each other on the celestial sphere, almost exactly opposite each other. Otherwise, the globe model is bullshit, which I know anyway, but do you know what I mean? I'm just trying to firm up some observations that I'm not sure of because it's always perplexed me. Do you know what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
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 So theoretically, the stars I see at zenith in my evening, halfway between sunset and sunrise, exactly. And if he does the same thing in Spain at the same time, like 12 hours later or whatever, and then we do exactly the same observation 6 months later, what would you expect we would see? Because I would expect, according to the model, that we should see the same stars above our head, roughly, give or take. And then 6 months later, we should see diametrically opposite on the celestial sphere stars, and we should both see the same ones. Because when we're pointing at the sun, it's daytime, so we can't see stars. So we must be in the middle of our night looking out the exact opposite way of the sun. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
So we should see the same stars, more or less, or the same sector of stars at the very least. And we don't. And we know we don't. So I'm just trying to like document it and prove it, I guess. I only say this because there were some learned people trying to explain to me why this wouldn't work, and we really need to be in, I don't know, somewhere in South America or something. And I don't really understand why I can't do the same experiment, being that we're on supposedly a ball and Spain and New Zealand are literally opposite each other on the globe. Why we can't do the same experiment and see what happens at our zenith. Maybe we need to record a strip of sky. I don't know, but I'm just trying to figure it out because I would like to understand why what I'm expecting is to see, why it won't be any use what I'm going to see. I don't know. But people are trying to explain to me and I really still haven't got it yet, is where I'm asking. It's supposed to be useful. We need to record the entire sky at the midpoint between sunset and sunrise and record exactly what stars we can see on the entire dome of our vision and then see how those compare. Maybe that's what I'm saying.
You know, I don't remember the exact critique from that day, but other than, you know, such a wide angle of view, you know, in all directions. But at the zenith, it would be more data, the better, right? Whether you can do something with it or not. I think it would be cool to have stuff like that recorded.
Yeah, it will be, I think. It's just I want to make it useful as possible. So if there's something else I need to do to make it more useful, I mean, I can't really move from where I am. But if it's not really useful in Wellington, Spain, maybe we can try it in other locations of flat earthers that might be willing to try it. But if you're looking towards the sun, it's daytime, so no one's seeing any stars unless there's an eclipse. And then when you're looking the exact opposite way, which would be halfway between sunset and sunrise, that would be halfway point, would be the sun would be opposite the earth from you. And so at that exact time, I should be seeing the same thing 12 hours later in New Zealand. More or less.
I can give you this general advice, like, well, besides try to be as antipodal as possible, which sounds like you've researched and seems like it's pretty opposite. When you're going to do your observations, just to make sure you got zenith as zenithy as possible, use a plumb bob.
But you know what? I can already tell that the stars at my zenith are fairly close to the Southern Cross. And there's no way that Ganja Rambo will see the same stars at his zenith or even anywhere close. So that's what's intriguing me, is because I can't see how they could see those stars at my zenith, and yet they should do, or somewhere in that range towards north from me and towards south for him. You know what I'm saying? There should be a crossover somewhere. And we should be pointing out the same way away from the sun at that point, because he's doing it 12 hours before me or whatever.
Accounting for all,
I'm doing it 12 hours before. Yeah.
All that, like I said, more data the better. Just to make sure your camera's pointing completely straight up. Use a plumb bob. Use something to make sure you're pointing directly at your zenith.
Yeah, cool. And I'll get Stellarium and try and confirm it on Stellarium and what it exactly as looking at. Yeah.
You're saying you should both have like 12 hours later. You should both have
Yeah,
the
we
same
should have the
star
same
at your
stars
zenith, or
at the point between sunset and sunrise, halfway. The sun is theoretically on the other side of the earth from you. And there'll be a little bit of variance because of our different position, but we are basically on opposite poles. Supposedly if you dug through New Zealand, you'd come out in northern Spain. So I theorize that 12 hours later, what he should see in his zenith should be the same as what I'm seeing, give or take. I'm looking north and he's looking south from the zenith, right?
right?
But that's the case because the stars in my zenith are pretty close to the Southern Cross, and there's no way that anyone in the Northern Hemisphere would see it. But by the globe model, you should be seeing it because you're not looking at the sun at the same time. And it's the middle of the night. So the sun is supposedly on the opposite side of the earth from you. I'm doing it first because New Zealand sees the sun first, and then he would be doing it 12 hours later, right? And we should be looking at the same stars. That's what I'm thinking, because you're not looking at the sun. You're looking the opposite way.
You'd share some.
Yeah.
You'd be privy to some that's hidden behind the curve for him.
Yeah. But
Vice
I'd be
versa.
privy to some that some Northern Hemisphere people could see. But from the Southern Hemisphere, what I see above my head is completely different stars from what someone will see at their zenith. And then if I look towards the north from that zenith, and they look towards the south from their zenith, then theoretically we're looking at the same kind of segment of stars. And it'd be nice to see if they actually align. And then 6 months later, do they align with the pole of the polar opposite of that on the celestial sphere? It's hard to explain. I'm not doing a very good job.
So why Earth is flat? Hey, can you hear me, guys?
I don't think I got to it fast enough.
A lot of noise coming from there, mate. Why are you flat? I see it.
Can you hear him at all?
No, not at all.
Okay, I just wanted to see if it was my microphone.
No, you're loud and clear.
Aye, Capitan. How's the weather? Hot?
Horrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same here.
Cold
Houston,
and
Texas.
rainy.
It's raining and warm and humid, like
Oh,
86 degrees.
Even worse.
I just, yeah. By the way, you're in England as well. How far are you from Great Yarmouth or Sheringham? Southeast.
I'm a very long way. I'm on the other
Okay.
side of the planet.
Oh, I thought you were in England.
No, I'm
Are you in
Australian.
Australia? My apologies. My apologies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all right. No worries.
Our stock trading group just sponsored someone to travel the United States from Australia. I couldn't tell you what part he was from. If I remember correctly, Brisbane. Seems to be an awful gap tonight. For an hour and a half, they were talking about fluoridated water. That was kind of strange. I haven't heard that since Dr. Strangelove.
Ladies, man, do you have any other questions or things that you're puzzled about? I was just curious if you had any other questions or things that you're curious about you'd like to discuss.
I kind of just came here listening to y'all talk, and no one's really talking, so, you know.
Yep. Well, a lot of times the new people kind of drive the conversation. I'm not putting the pressure on you or anything like that. It's just if people want to discuss the topic, it helps move things along.
Sure.
Howdy.
I'll discuss the topic, I guess. What do you have for me to? Or is it like you come with the questions, I'm meant to answer them, or I'm coming with the questions and you're meant to answer them? Or is it...
I mean, it can go either way. You know, typically what we are looking for is something we can point to, like a measurement of Earth curvature that would lend some credence to the whole story. You know, do you know anybody that might have that?
Have what? Oh, like measurements of Earth curvature?
Yeah.
Google does.
This is it's an interesting question. I can't name off the top of my head, but also on the top of my head, I don't know anyone that's a flat earther besides Discord usernames, so, you know.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, that's what we're after. If anybody's actually measured this place, you know, to see if it's curving. Because I have some friends that are surveyors, and they all measure it flat. My brother-in-law, he's a mechanical and civil engineer, so he does surveys of rivers, you know, and their elevation profile, where they start in the mountains and end up, you know, in the oceans, and he measures it flat. So, no, not at all. He, you know, he drinks the Kool-Aid just like everybody else. But it is interesting that, you know, even he confesses, along with my surveyor friends, that yeah, we always measure the Earth, or the distances, or, you know, the areas that we survey is always according to a horizontal datum. And so they take
Did
that
you
data
calculate
and they
the
plot it,
central
and they have an
gravity?
elevation profile that is completely horizontal at its base, you know, at its destination. We'll call that sea level. But everything, you know, the fall rate or the descent, the elevation of the rivers, and the topography of the Earth is always flat. You could say, well, okay, so they measure areas flat, but maybe the whole Earth is still curved. Well, okay, well, where is that? You know, if we're measuring it flat but it's curved, where's the curved bit? It's kind of a problem.
I see. Interesting.
Then why do
Maybe
we
I'll,
have a different view in the airplane? Like there's a
maybe I'll become a
curve
civil
in the
engineer, see
horizon.
for myself. See what.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be an astronaut. Doubt that, but I can try. I only live once, you know.
Astronaut. Okay, so you're gonna navigate the stars.
I don't think they navigate stars. You know, that's a little far.
Well, that's what the term astronaut basically means. Nautical, right? Star, nautical,
Just like
astronaut.
I know, but it's like they don't actually navigate. I mean, I guess they could use the stars, but it's like the Apollo program. Apollo, like the Roman god, I believe, like that he didn't have anything to do with it. They just named it after him.
Sure. So, since no one's navigating any stars, you know, this idea of going to, let's say, outer space, this extremely vacuous region. We had a guy in here just a second ago talking about gas laws, right? There's a reason, if there is some kind of vacuous region well beyond the surface of the Earth, why the gas isn't filling that available volume. Because there is no gravity to keep the gas here, so it should be filling the space to, you know, come to an equilibrium state.
Didn't we like this already? Like,
sorry, say again.
Yeah, didn't we like talk about the gas already with like gravity and stuff? And then then the other guy explained the fabric model, and then I added on to that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, those are great stories. They don't hold any bearing in reality. There is no fabric. There is no mass attracting mass. It's just these are just ideas, just conjurings of someone's imagination.
So I'd ask. I mean, I'm guessing like I want to ask like. I mean, I think I already know the answer. Like the obvious questions. Like is the most common question you guys get, why would they lie?
It's one of the more common questions. Yes.
Fair, but to categorize it as a question is being too charitable. It's actually a cope.
Ladies, man, get a better mic. I don't have much
Hey,
money.
you don't sound too bad.
It's just the volume. It's hard to hear on the YouTube stream, apparently. Maybe if you could talk just a little bit louder.
Yeah, I can talk loud.
That's better, man. That's good.
All right. So you guys said why would they lie is like the most common question.
No, it's one of the more common questions. I mean, there's many, but it's up there. Yeah, it's usually where when people ask that, they have already accepted, sort of in their mind, that what we are saying is observable reality, is their experience. So they've already come up with in their mind, well, then somebody actually has to be lying. So they're asking us why we think other people would be lying, and we actually can't answer that question. I don't know what people's motivations truly are. But usually when they ask that question, they have a suspicion that someone has lied to them.
I see. Yeah. How about I think another common question would probably be that you guys might get is, why is the Earth the only planet that's flat while all the other ones are spheres? Well, I know you guys know that's like not true. I'm just saying like.
Well, it's got a baked-in assumption, right?
Yeah.
So when they say other planets, they're still envisioning some kind of quote-unquote solar system where there are these, gas giants and big balls of dust just kind of hurling through the vacuous region of space around a plate Earth and the sun. Like they're all going around the sun, but somehow the Earth is a plate in the middle of all that, or a disk. It's a bad assumption because all of that is predicated on the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah. Is there? Right. I guess another question: do the people? Or actually, I don't think you guys would know. I think I already know the answer to that. I don't know what other questions I could ask.
Well, you could take a review. Take a review of the questions you just asked.
Take a review. Why would they lie? Like that?
Yeah. So just think about those questions that you just asked. They're actually questions that have to do with agency. They don't actually have to do with the material facts, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you go to a house and you see that it has ugly wallpaper, you might ask yourself, "Whoa, my goodness, why did they choose this wallpaper? Why?" Okay, that's a question that can never be answered, especially if the people who did it are dead. You never know the answer to the why. Now, you do know they did it. You do know that the wallpaper is the wallpaper. You do know that they bought it at Home Depot or whatever. You can know all the material facts, but the why question is irrelevant to any of those facts.
Yeah. I mean,
so for example, check this assumption that's baked into the why would Earth be the only flat planet. One of the big assumptions that they have is a creation story about how everything came into being in the past. And they assume that everything came into being by naturalistic processes. And so there's no specific agency between any of the structures we observe in the cosmos, which they include the Earth as one of. Now that's interesting. That means they're having a presuppositional metaphysical bias before they even ask the question. So, for example, if the Earth was designed by an intelligent agent, regardless of who it was, it could be an alien, it could be Cthulhu, it could be a god of take your pick of any religion, right? Then the why is because that entity wished it so. He designed it, he made it, he picked the ugly wallpaper. I'm sorry, I can't tell you his motives.
All right. How about I don't know. The biggest thing I've always wanted to do is just like see with my own eyes for myself to like truly like at least for me to know. Like if let's say I try if I become an astronaut and they say you're gonna have to fake it, I'm instantly telling everyone. But I can't be the only person.
You think it's that easy? You think it's that easy, brother?
No, it's not. I know that, but that's why I put "if" in the beginning of that sentence.
No. You're missing it. You're missing it, brother. It's not about if you become an astronaut. It's about if they allow you to be an astronaut. You see the difference?
If they allow you. Well,
yeah. So, for example, nobody's allowed. Check this out, brother. Nobody's allowed into an elite club without being vetted and insured against. If you know what I mean by that. So, for example, they're not going to let you be an astronaut when they've got nothing to hold over you. They're not going to let you into the high ranks of the CIA when they got nothing to hold over you. It's not how it works. You don't get into those positions unless they have leverage against you.
Blackmail?
Yeah, well, yeah, or credible threat. You know, like for example, you may not know this, dude, but one of the so-called astronauts before they went to the moon said, "Hey, we can't go to the moon, and hey, we can't communicate because the technology we have doesn't even work on Earth. So how do we expect it to work in space?" And he said, "The stuff we have." Dude, I'm talking about Gus Grissom, who, for all intents and purposes, was assassinated. He was assassinated because he was against the program. And there's evidence that his wife has and other people had that they witnessed with their own eyes that he was planned against and killed. Right? And now, interestingly enough, the other astronauts, guess what? One of their moms died in nefarious circumstances.
About Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah. Yeah, apparently she committed suicide because she was so nervous about her son being famous. Now, you put everything together, dude, and you think about all the clandestine nature of everything, it's obvious to anybody with 2 cents in their brain that they killed her. I mean, now, can I conclusively prove that? No. Is it highly probable? Yes. But the point I'm trying to tell you is it's not simply the case that you arrive at this elite position of power where you know things that nobody else knows, and then you're just free to speak without consequences. And those consequences, if you're a man of any integrity, you know, they're going to be a hard burden to bear. It's like, listen, we're going to kill your whole family, and we're going to peel your kid alive and make you watch. What are you going to do about that? I mean, think about it. You'd have to get a whole army on your side before you pull the trigger on telling the truth, wouldn't you? And then you'd have to have your family safe from all the organizations, and all, you know, it just, the list goes on and on. It's not as simple. But even then, it's like, who's going to believe you? Think about it now. Like, what credibility do you have? Even if you have photographic evidence, they're just going to discount your photographic evidence.
Guys, believe me?
Well, if you went up high and you said, "I saw the Earth as flat," and you came back down, you'd just be saying the same thing that actual astronauts have said. Actual astronauts, people who went up high, have actually said that the Earth looks flat from their position already. So you'd be doing nothing new.
All right.
So, ladies, man, can I safely assume, and you can tell me, that you believe you do already live on a sphere, Earth?
Okay, I want to say like the truth of that question, which is yes. I'm afraid I'm just gonna get like into another debate with you guys, which I know is not gonna end well with me.
No, this is tying into the question that you, or maybe it wasn't a question, but just the statement that you made. Until I get to a certain height and see it for myself, I'm probably not going to believe it. Was that kind of what you were saying?
No, I'm just saying I don't know for sure, and like you guys probably aren't gonna convince me that the whole shape of the Earth, like it's a big thing, you know. It's not just like picking Skittles or M&Ms, like.
Well, I understand that, but you know, once again, nobody here claimed any shape. We're just talking about the surface that we dwell atop. So, I'm not trying to take a shot at you, but you have already kind of accepted a paradigm with zero firsthand knowledge of that paradigm. So you believe that you live on a sphere Earth that is hurling through an ever expanding vacuum, with none of that being part of your actual experience. In fact, your firsthand experience, and this is not me gaslighting you, I know that this is all of our experience, is that you experience the Earth as a stationary, level surface where there's up and down, and you breathe air, and so all of the things that you experience are of a stationary, planar, enclosed Earth.
Yeah.
That's your firsthand experience, and yet you believe something almost completely contrary to that.
Well, I don't know. I think I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm just wondering, how did this come to? Like, people didn't say the Earth was a sphere for no reason, just to say it. How like this came to us as a species for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's going to be a question about agency. Why did they do it? Well, that doesn't change the material fact, just like AI was telling you. So the experience and the empirical evidence that we have points to and affirms a flat, stationary, enclosed Earth. What people's motivations are for telling you that it's something completely different, I cannot tell you that. I could speculate, and I'd probably be pretty close about their motivations. But you know, I'm not here to convince you about where you live. That's not my job. My job, or at least it's not really a job, right? My passion or my goal is for people to just consider their actual experience and how the Earth is measured, and then they're going to have to be able to do whatever they can or what they want with that. You know, you make your own decisions, but obviously you realize there is sort of a decision process going on here. You're presented with two different paradigms. One of them is experienced, one of them is imagined, and most people choose the imaginary one.
I mean, even if I become a flat earther, let's say by some chance I do, like, I can't tell anyone really.
Why not? I mean, I understand. Listen, I understand what you're saying. People reject people who leave the flock or believe something different than the herd, right? So there's a problem where people go, well, if I live by this particular paradigm, which is not the norm, then I'm going to maybe be ostracized or looked at differently, and it's much safer within the herd, right?
Well, listen, we got a problem here. Let's go back to one of your earlier statements, friend. You said, I don't know any flat earthers except Discord. Now, that's not a true statement. You don't know that any people that you know are flat earthers or not. That's the actual truth. You couldn't tell me out of the 17 people, let's just say you know 17 people, you couldn't tell me for sure that they're not flat earthers for the very same reason that you just said. Well, if the Earth was flat, I couldn't tell anyone. Well, what if they already accept the Earth is flat, but they feel the same way, and they're just waiting for someone in their circle of friends to speak up and not be afraid of being shunned?
Well, within my friends, I know they're not flat earthers. I know that, like, as a fact. I've known them almost my whole life. That's just not who they are. But like other people, yeah, I probably walked past the flat earther. I've probably walked past a murderer.
Yeah, you probably spoke to flat earthers. The hot chick that you were thinking about last week when you got your coffee, she was probably a flat earther. And you know what? When you talk about her about flat Earth, she's going to give you her number next week. You never know what's going to happen. In fact, flat Earth could be the best thing to ever happen to your life. But then again, you're correct. It could be the worst thing. You never know.
Even if, let's just say, flat Earth is true, I'm sorry, I will never go up to a girl and that be the conversation starter.
How do you know? What if she's got a T-shirt that you say, "Oh my goodness, this is definitely a flat earther girl"? I'm going to open the combo with that.
Because I live in, like, okay, just the chances of that are so slim that like I wouldn't even
No,
risk
they're not
it.
that slim, dude. They're not that slim, dude. There's tens upon tens of millions of flat earthers, and there's more people than the flat earthers who don't believe in the mainstream cosmogony, which means how everything got here, and cosmology, which means what everything's doing right now. So, for example, they did a poll, real quick, they did a poll among young people, you know, a certain demographic, I think it was like 18 to 20, 18 to 30 or something like that. And 40% of the respondents to the poll said they don't believe the mainstream cosmology. That means that if that portion, having a discussion about alternate cosmology would be something they'd be interested in. Go ahead.
What? You said a lot right there.
Yeah, dude, it's the same with any topic, like mainstream politics. Like probably 30 to 40% of people that you meet are not interested in mainstream politics. They have alternative ideas. And the only reason that they talk about mainstream politics is because they're in social circles where they think it's not cool to talk about. Now, this is a well-known phenomenon in psychology. I can't remember the name of it, but it's like people shun themselves to talk about certain topics until they know for a fact that a certain amount of their social group accepts it. And then once that tipping point occurs, then they talk about it freely and they don't care anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I could talk about flat Earth, but not in the sense of it's true. I could the topic of flat Earth has came up, and how it came up is probably exactly how you think it came up. Like stupid theory, can't believe people believe this, stuff like that.
Yeah, bigotry. Yeah, bigotry. So see, the thing is once you know the Earth is flat, dude, or at least you know that what the mainstream is telling us is a big crock of crap. When you hear people talk with incensed bigotry against people who believe in alternative cosmologies, it's going to stir something inside you. And you're going to be like, dude, you need to stop treating people that way. Quit being a bigot. That's going to be your attitude. I mean, unless you're a moral coward, then you just, whatever anybody says bad about anyone else, just watch happen. But I doubt that's who you are as a person. You're probably going to be annoyed by people talking crap about people when they know nothing about the topic.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say I believe it. There's been times where I see people, I've overheard people like talking about it, and they say it like in a wrong way, and I've known since I've listened to you guys that that's wrong. Like I don't say anything because they're gonna instantly be like, "Bro, are you a flat earther or some shit?" But I have thought that.
Imagine that character flaw that other people, if you just engage with the conversation honestly, will then criticize you as being one of the group that they can vilify. You know what that's called, friend? That's called evil bigotry. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
So whether you realize it or not, a lot of your friends, whether they claim I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced, they actually are racist and prejudiced against people that are like flat earthers. Like they consider flat earthers to be like the dregs of human society that are worthy of derision. And that's a character flaw in them, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's, yeah, I want to say like super racist, but I do know some people in our friend group that definitely have some sort of racism, especially towards white people. I don't know if that counts as racist. They don't say it's real racism, but I feel like any.
Oh yeah. It's only racist. It's only racist when other people do it, right?
I don't want to tell them that because you know what they're gonna say, that I'm racist.
Right. So you notice how like when people start slinging these accusations, they become meaningless, don't they? And really, what they're doing is pointing the finger back at themselves. So if they accuse you of being a flat earther because you're talking about flat Earth, the only person they're accusing is themselves and their own bigotry. They're just revealing who they are in their hearts.
I mean, the closest thing to a flat earther I know of is my my band section leader doesn't think Katy Perry went to space, and that's about the closest I've ever gotten.
Sure.
I know that's not flat Earth, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. What are people's response to him saying that?
Well, it was a girl, and she had told me, and I was I didn't say anything like bad, mainly because she's like a really nice person. So I just felt that would be really mean if I honestly tried like debating her or something. So I just didn't say anything.
Yeah. Well, that was decent of you. I mean, that's not even necessarily something that can be debated. He is choosing not to believe something that he saw on TV. I don't think there's any, or she decided not to believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't know if it's even healthy to debate these types of things. And I think people kind of have to realize that this particular topic here about what is the nature of the surface of the Earth, as far as its geometry is concerned, if it's flat, right, planar in nature, or curved, this is not a debatable topic anyways. This is objective. So it's about measurements only. It's not about, whether or not green is your favorite color. That's subjective. Because what is your favorite color? Just humor me here. Do you have a favorite color, ladies, man?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
Blue.
Okay. Now, would it be fair of me to get into a debate with you about why blue sucks and why I think green is better? It would make no sense. You are you. You like blue. How am I going to tell you what you like is wrong? But people do this all day long. They have all these preferences in life, things that they believe in, things that they choose to engage themselves with. Some people like football. Some people like figure skating. Some people like cricket, right? And so people will get into these stupid debates about, well, football is way better than cricket, and here's all the reasons why. And it's ridiculous to argue about it in the first place, because you're never going to end up on really any solid ground. It turns out that they just like football, and those people over there just like cricket, and there's nothing wrong with that. One is not better than the other. But these are subjective topics, and people love to argue about them. I don't know why we do it. We just do it. And it's the same with politics, right? People have a paradigm that they've had established in their life, and they see the world through this set of eyes, and they go, these are the things that I value, and so I'm going to align myself with a political party that catches a few of the things that I value most. And then I'm going to oppose the other side, who sees the world through a prism and values these other things, and we're going to be at odds with each other because we have these unique individual experiences, yet I have to tell them they're wrong, because if I don't tell them they're wrong and vote my way and get my way, life is not going to be very fun for me because I don't get my way. It's a nightmare out here. And none of this makes any sense, the way that we argue about stuff. These subjective topics are ridiculous, but nonetheless, we have them, right? This is how the world's been developed and kind of put everybody in opposing positions to one another. And somebody along the line said, hey, we should do the same thing with objective topics, like, is the earth flat or is it round? Well, there's nothing to argue about. How does it measure? Well, it measures flat. No need to talk about anything else. Now, if someone's upset because they want the earth, and this is going to sound weird, but they almost want the earth to be a ball, because there's implications with that. The story behind it has implications. The future has some implications involved if the earth is a ball. Maybe we're going to be able to explore the galaxies, the vastness of outer space, and it'll be like Star Wars or Star Trek, and we'll meet new creatures and we'll absorb all this knowledge, and there will be world peace and blah blah blah, even though even in the futuristic stuff they're always at war. So I don't know why people prefer certain things, and so they adopt it as their paradigm, when in reality we just have to accept what is. And what is that the earth is measurably flat. It is not moving, and it certainly seems to be contained. Nothing to argue about.
All right. Sounds cool.
Sorry for the diatribe. It's just I want people to understand this is not something we have to debate. It really isn't. There's no arguments. There's just measurements.
Hello. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you agree the earth is flat?
It's not really an agree-disagree topic. It's just measured flat. There is no curvature that we can find. So I know the Earth is flat.
How you know?
Yeah.
How
Did you
you
ask
know?
how do I know? How do I know? Let's see. Where do I start? I'll try to keep it concise. We've checked, not just asking people, but we've checked firsthand knowledge type situations where we go out and look across the surface of water to see if we have any kind of drop over distance, which would be required on a sphere. Well, there is no drop over distance. So across the surface of the water, and apparently the Earth is somewhere in the ballpark of 70% water, that means 70% of the Earth is flat. So there's no possibility geometrically that the Earth could be a sphere when 70% of its surface is flat and horizontal.
Mm. Okay.
Hmm?
But why the whole world is accept the Earth is low? It's not flat.
Well, because most of the people on the Earth have been run through the state-run education systems where the curriculum mandates they teach the children that the Earth is a sphere. And so everybody is grown up at a very young age to believe in the globe Earth mythos, and then it just propagates from there. That's why most of the people believe that. And it also doesn't help that there is a constant barrage of globe propaganda everywhere that you look.
So that means that humans don't have technology to see that how Earth is look like in the actual world. Like
yeah, we don't actually. Yeah,
China don't have, America don't have, Russia don't have. They're just lying that Earth is closed.
Well, it would appear that way. I can't really prove that they're lying, but that's what they're telling people. People choose to believe it. So, is it a lie? I don't know. I mean, they sell fiction novels at the bookstore all the time, and people pick those up knowing that it's not true, and yet they read it anyway. So, is it a lie? I guess probably not.
Okay. And that means that you are not claiming the Earth is flat. You are just imagining that there is something that you don't know actually what is that. Then correct?
No, I know that the Earth, the surface that we live on, the surface of the Earth is flat, planar in nature. It's horizontal, it's flat, there is no sphere. Now, the overall nature of the Earth, the construction of it, what it looks like as a whole, what the Earth is, and how that looks, I have no idea.
Go ahead. Kind of hard to understand your conceptions or like that.
It's not really conceptual. This is material. We go out into the world or reality every day, even where you sit. The building that you are in right now, well, it was constructed using a level, right? It has to be flat and horizontal on its surface, or at its foundation, and every floor of it, so that stuff doesn't roll off the table, or your furniture doesn't end up on the other side of the room. Everything is flat, level, horizontal, and horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. So the Earth itself is the reference to make everything flat, level, and horizontal. This is just how we live. This is how we experience the Earth, as flat. It's not conceptual. It is our reality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yo, what is this?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel.
It's a dump truck.
Yo, says who?
Hello.
Yo.
How you doing, Sky?
Hey man, I invited iOS. He's a friend of mine. He's a good friend of mine. We don't really talk about this topic, but recently he's been sending me some pictures. He's interested in what NASA does, and so I just figured I'd send him this VC, so that he checks out what goes on here and so.
Sure. Is he here with us right now?
Yeah. Just to listen
What's your
in,
friend's name?
see what's going on.
Be fine. I gotta go to the hospital. See it tonight.
I wish
What's
he
his?
was there earlier,
What's his
though. We were
name?
speaking about some interesting things.
Okay. Your friend, what's his name? Is it Alexei? Who is it? What's his name?
Oh, iOS. He just joined the server. He's in the VC.
Oh, iOS. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, iOS, welcome. If you have any questions, don't be shy. Nobody bites here. If you just even think this is complete BS and you want to tell me about it, more than welcome to do that. Although we may, talk about why you think it's BS. So, anyway,
let's catch iOS up to date on NASA. So a couple months ago, they were reclassified as an intelligence agency. So now they can legally just broadcast propaganda without even questions. You can't question them anymore. So there you go. Now you know how you love NASA.
Right. Yeah, I believe that.
Really? Good.
No,
You don't believe me. You don't believe me, right? You don't believe me?
Me? No, I do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah,
I have a question. One second. Yeah, iOS and Sky, I got a question for you guys. Would you agree that if we can consistently measure the surface of water to be flat over distances where there would have to be a large amount of curvature, would that be a problem for the globe?
I've been believing in flat Earth for more than 5 years now.
Oh, you're right, man. Is iOS that's on the fence?
No, he's not really anything. He's one of my close buddies, and I just figured I'm chilling in here, so I just invited him.
I'm not too big into the flat Earth. I mean, like I'm open minded about it. I have a friend that's big into it. I mean, I see how it's possible. The whole firmament and going around Antarctica. But I haven't thought too much about it.
Well, so if you've got a friend that's into it quite a bit, and the couple of things that you just mentioned, let's talk about those for just a couple seconds. The idea of the firmament is a biblical idea, right? It comes from Scripture. So we can't prove or we can't touch any kind of firmament, or describe its properties or anything like that. But what we can do is see if we have consequences of some kind of seal or containment over the earth. And that would be the gas pressure that we breathe, right? That's the main thing. A pressurized system has to be contained. Now, the other thing regarding Antarctica, there is a lot of quote unquote flat earthers out there that are trying to push a model of the earth using an azimuthal equidistant map projection. And then they'll have a moon and a sun going in a circle around it, and they're going to call that the flat earth and the flat earth model. Nobody here ascribes to that idea, mostly because they're very easily debunked. We cannot really conceptualize what the earth really looks like.
So, yes. I seen I thought a good YouTube video where it was showing it's not perfectly circular, and I'm not totally sure, but yes, kind of has some curves in there.
we're not going to offer you any kind of map or model or anything. All we can tell you is that the surface of the Earth is measurably flat. Now, what it looks like after that, I mean, I have no idea. I don't know where the limit of it is. You know, if even if it has anything to do with Antarctica, I don't really know. No one knows.
Yeah. Gotcha. Interesting. Weird.
Yeah. We do our best to be honest with people about what we do know and what we don't know. And even if we speculate, we'll say we're speculating, but we try to keep it as just bare bones, honest in here as possible.
Nice. Cool.
Yep. Well, anyways, welcome. Yeah, hang out. There's people coming in and out of here all the time. If you got any other questions,
have you seen the news
go ahead and
about
ask
this
them.
3-eye atlas?
Oh yeah.
The Interstellar. Yeah.
About what?
That's an interesting one. The three-eye atlas.
The seemingly sentient or intelligent backwards facing comet nonsense that doesn't act like a comet. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no, I don't know anything about that weird stuff.
Yeah, apparently there's a comet that's just randomly changing its course, seeming as if it's
Right,
not a
got that
random
non-gravitational
ice rock.
acceleration.
Yeah. If you're asking my opinion, a lot of times when I see stuff that's put in the news that has to do with like space and comets and black holes and stuff, my personal opinion, nobody else in here, but I think what they're trying to do is hint at things that are a bit more esoteric when they do that than they're really talking about anything physical. But that's just me.
So we know the comet's not powered by an ion engine because I saw somebody make an ion engine, put it in a vacuum chamber, pulled the vacuum, and the engine stopped working. So ion engines don't work in outer space either.
I'm an idiot. What's an ion engine? You gotta tell me.
You're basically directing electrons away from a surface, and then that pushes off the air and pushes you the other direction.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
But it requires air to work, so it's got something to push off of.
This is what it comes down to, man. Right? Like, if we get a large body of water, let's say, for example, we have a 10-mile lake or a 10-mile section of the ocean, there would have to be a certain amount of curvature over that distance if the Earth were a globe. It has to be there. Okay, and there would be about 60, there would be 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, just according to the globe Earth math. Okay, just based on gravity and the size of the globe. 10 mile, anywhere you are on the Earth and you have a 10-mile body of water, there should be 66 foot of curvature over that distance. So what we've done is gone out and actually, gone looking for that curvature that would have to be there, because it's pretty easy to detect 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. And every single time we go and test these distances, even longer distances, we can't find any curvature. We can zoom in, like with a camera, right? Let's say we have a 10-mile lake and I'm standing on one side of the lake and I just set the camera up just above the surface of the water. And then I zoom in across the lake, the 10-mile lake. Okay.
Yes.
I shouldn't be able to see my buddy over on the other side of the lake. He should be hidden behind over 50 foot of curvature, like behind the horizon. It should be hidden behind the horizon by 50 foot or more than 50 foot. but we can zoom in across, and you could see his feet standing on the beach, right? You could you can test that over and over again. Then you could go to a 20-mile lake and do the same thing. Whereas over a 20-mile lake, there should be 266 foot of curvature on a globe.
Right.
So,
I get what you're saying.
yeah,
That's really
man.
interesting. It's
Yeah,
thinking
so
a little bit differently.
yeah, we can shoot lasers across these distances as well, like really high
And
powered lasers.
it shouldn't be possible because the curve.
Exactly. So it's
Crazy.
stacks and stacks of different tests that have been done. We can't find any curvature, and then you go looking, throughout all of history, and go, okay, who went and measured the globe? Who went and found the curvature? And you don't find any tests that have been done. You'll find that it was kind of theorized like into existence. It wasn't
Right.
something that people actually
Well,
went out.
I heard NASA was the one who came up with the whole idea that the world is a globe, and everyone else before them was a flat earther, something like that.
No, that's
that
not.
rings a bell.
Well, not really. I mean, it's not true because NASA didn't go up to space until the 60s. So people thought it was a globe, way, 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 way before that.
Sure.
So yeah, like I've never heard anyone say NASA. Everyone thought it was flat, and then NASA proved it's a globe.
Yeah, so I thought I read something about that. Like all the ancient people, apparently thought Earth was flat, and then NASA was the first one to come up with it was a globe. I thought I heard or read.
Yeah, well, that's correct in a bit. Like all of the ancient cultures knew that the Earth was flat. They all had very similar depictions of the system that we live in, right? Being like a flat plane that's not moving within like a contained system. And yeah, all different cultures all over the world that apparently didn't have communication with each other all came up with the same thing, right? A flat, stationary, enclosed system.
Yeah.
And then about 2,000 years ago, apparently, okay, there was some Greek guys like Pythagoras, okay, and people like that who first suggested that the Earth was a globe. And it wasn't based on any experiments that they did. It was just based on philosophical reasoning, basically. And they thought that spheres were the most perfect shape. And they kind of worship spheres. Pythagoras and his cult kind of worship spheres. And they thought, oh, because spheres are the most divine shape, the Earth must be a sphere. And then, it didn't really catch on, right? Because most people were flat earthers back then. So they were the first people apparently to suggest that the Earth was a sphere.
Oh,
and then it wasn't until much more recently in history, I think it was about 500 years ago or something like that, that was when it fully caught on, right? And the Jesuits went around the world pushing the heliocentric model. And they basically went on like a crusade around the world, pushing, telling people, oh, the Earth's a sphere, this is how it works, heliocentric. Yeah, but no one ever went out and actually measured any curvature. Yeah, it's interesting when you look into how the globe became a thing. Yeah, if you have a look in the side chat, old dude posted some of the depictions that I was talking about. Got the Norse, the Hebrew, the Mayans, Navajo, Japanese, Sumerians, Incan, Egyptians, Hindu. Yeah, all the ancient cultures had a very similar idea of this system that we live in.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, India?
So I heard you talking to this guy about a 10-mile observation and how they're supposed to be 66 feet of drop. I actually have almost exactly 10 miles. A little fishing boat 10 miles away that you can see sailing on the top of the water. So let me
Anybody
get
is
my
here,
shit together.
guys?
I'll present it.
Hello,
Awesome.
hello.
And to answer your first question, Indio, that will be the sky is up. You asked what's up, so yeah, the sky.
Okay, what's up? Flat Earth Music, are you here?
Did anyone call me?
Yes, I'm. My name
Yes,
is.
yes.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Sky.
yeah. What's
his
up?
name's.
Sorry,
We were
I thought
talking
you were
about the
talking
sky.
about something with the sky.
I have a question
Yeah, sorry,
about
what's
24 by
up?
7.
What's up? That will be you.
Well, he's actually down
Yeah,
on the list,
Yeah,
Jamesy.
that's
yeah.
me.
Down below you. He's below you.
Below
This guy
me
is
is
down there, like down near the bottom.
Are you listening?
Below me is Sheol. There's hell.
Now below
Hey,
you is
can
Ka.
I speak?
But yeah, sorry. What was the actual question
Hey,
though?
Flat Earth Music.
No, someone asked the
No.
same question you asked.
Yes, my
Someone asked
actual.
what's up, and I replied the sky, and then you reply, oh,
Yeah,
someone
yeah,
said my name or something.
yeah. Because that's what I heard, but I thought maybe I heard wrong, and someone was just calling me, so I got confused there.
Flat Earth.
All right, Indio is back.
Joaquin. Joaquin.
Hey, Code, just so you know, Flat Earth Music is actually a recording that you've been trying to call out. But anyways, how can I help you, mate?
Oh, let the chat bot go. We need to hear it. I'm serious. I just told my little brother, you don't interrupt the chat bot. That's what this guy just did. So I was trying to introduce him to Discord.
But anyways, I've just pressed pause on it.
No, no.
So
Go for it.
anyway,
Just
what's
pause.
up, mate?
Like I said, I was just trying to introduce my brother
Okay,
to Discord.
Matrix, you have any question about Flat Earth Discord?
Do I have any questions
Yeah.
about Flat Earth Discord? Probably not.
Okay, so I have a conversation about Flat Earth Discord, but I want to speak about that. So there is some questions like why Earth is flat. Some people are saying Earth is globe, and some are saying Earth is flat. What's the correct answer?
Well, the only way you're going to find out the answer to that question is to go and test it for yourself. Go and measure it and find out if it is flat or if it is globe.
Yeah, but I already discussed about that topic.
You can
But
talk
some
about
any
it all
another
day
new
long.
question?
Listen, the problem is you can talk about it all day long, but at some stage you've got to put boots to the ground and go and test it. I can tell you one thing, the next guy can tell you something else. You still don't know because you haven't tested it.
I know, I already know, but something I didn't test. Yes, you are also
So
saying truth.
if you know, what is it then?
Some people those who are I think working in a scientist
If you know
field.
what the results
Some
are
are,
from the measurements, what is it then?
so is this, I think sometimes research is not research is right, and
I know
sometimes some
there's
people
lag and
say
I know there's a translation issue, but you said you already know what it is, that you don't have a need to discuss that. So, what was the results? Is it curved or is it flat?
I think is it flat.
You think it's flat?
What you are thinking?
I would just want to know what your results were because you said you know what it is. And that's what I was trying to get out of you.
Yeah, recently Recently, a month, I think 6 months ago, there are some people available in this chat. They already explain about Earth is a flat. They already
Yeah.
explained. And they already ask like Earth is flat means such as there the oceans level is a flat. They already measured the oceans, and under the ocean there are all areas flat. So that's why they are asking Earth is flat. The level of ocean is also flat. Why it's looking like a globe in the pictures?
I don't know why the necessity to portray it as a globe in the pictures. But I do know if you
Anybody
use
else?
wide,
Anybody else?
I do know if you use
Anybody else?
wide angle. I do know if you use wide angle lenses, and you are trying to take photographs of things, that will give you a curved appearance.
Okay. So anything else? Those whom know who know about that? Anything? Any people?
You'll have to
Or you all
rephrase
of
your
you?
question, mate.
I was asking, is there anybody available in the chat in this voice room? Those who know about the Earth is flat or globe and any other some results about what I was asking about. Ocean level is flat. Anybody have their own result and own discussion?
Okay. As far as water goes, it's a physical property of water that it is flat and level, horizontal, whilst at rest. Most people learn this when they're in kindergarten or first class.
Okay. Is there any other opinion is available for any other people?
That's not an opinion, that's scientific fact.
Okay. What's your opinion?
No.
Okay. Jacqueline, Wa, Mimi, Magnus, Vinay, anybody else? Albaniza. You have your own opinions?
It's not opinion based. This is something you need to understand. This is why I keep telling people to go
Yeah,
out and
I'm
test it for
grasping.
them. Jesus
I
Christ.
grasp.
This is why I tell people to go out and test it for themselves. So it's not opinion based. It is factual based.
But
It is measurement based. It's not just me going, you know what, today I feel like I want X. No, it's measured as non curving. Whether I like it, whether I don't like it, whether it makes me feel good, whether it makes me feel bad, the results are the results. This is not opinion.
yeah, yeah, but I was asking it's not opinion, but I'm taking the opinion from people those who already know about and those who
So they're going to tell you
already
the same
take the
thing, that
result
it's measured
after
as flat.
researching.
So this is the problem. You want opinions. Opinions don't mean jack. Okay? Everyone's got an opinion on every single subject.
Yeah, yeah.
You've only got to ask them. Everyone who's a flat earther that's from 24/7 will tell you the earth is measured as flat. Demonstratively measured as flat. There's nothing I can do about it to make it non-measured as flat. That's it. So my opinion is it's measured as flat.
Yeah, that's great. Oh, why are you feeling angry? Your voice is going increase.
I'm probably highly disappointed that I've got to converse with someone who doesn't know what they're talking about.
Okay, sorry for that.
Ask
Now I
non-related
understand.
questions. You're after opinions.
Okay.
Opinions don't mean anything.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I know you're right. So any other discussion?
Well, I thought you talking to a recording was pretty funny.
What?
When you first dropped in and you were talking to Flat Earth Music, not a person, Flat Earth Music, a bot, specifically for the function of playing recordings.
Okay, now understand. It's a bot. Okay, thank you for confirmation, bro. Okay, and where are you from?
Australia.
Okay, that's great. I think you already completed your higher studies.
Yes, I've already completed studies a long time ago.
Okay, now, but I was speaking with you some sentences. Is this my all English is correct?
Your English is not too bad. There's some phrases and things that you've said the wrong way around, but the majority of
What
it I could
thing?
understand.
What the thing is not a go means correct. I will improve it.
The
Can you
last
tell
sentence
me?
you just said, actually, what I'd probably suggest you do, see how at the top of the channel it says YouTube bot 2, 24/7/live. Go to YouTube and listen to yourself. And then you
Okay,
can
okay.
understand. And you'll probably
Yeah,
realize
I
what things.
know. I already got band score in IELTS overall 5.5, but I need more than 5.5.
Yeah. So you need to practice
Yeah,
talking more.
yeah. In listening and writing, I got 6, and in speaking, I got 5, and reading, I got 5. What we should do?
You should practice more. Go to channels where they do a lot of reading out loud, reading of books, so you can understand the structure of sentences.
Okay.
I do understand and I
Uh,
do appreciate that you are translating a lot of the time in your head from one language to another. Some people seem to be able to do it really well, others not so well.
yeah. A year ago, I am doing practice in some institute. After that practice by myself, I got increase in listening and writing and speaking
Yeah.
as well. But I need to improve in speaking and reading because I need 6 band score in each module, not less than 6. But I got less than 6 in speaking and reading. So if
Well,
yeah,
the only way you're going to improve that is by practicing. That is all. More practice.
yeah. But in speaking, examiner will give the marks according to the grammar, pronunciation, fluency, and
Correct.
coherence and vocabulary. Which things
Yep.
I should need to know? In my speaking, I think I repeat the word in beginning of the every question of part one, such as well I believe in part one, and well I think in part three as well. And in every answer of part one, I provide example, and part three, in every answer, I provide examples. So what we should need to avoid in these things. And in part two, I think I'm not speaking any vocabulary, and I already speak until 2 minutes will not finish.
All right. So I already speak 2 minutes until not finished. That is backwards.
Yeah, that's a past sentence. I'm speaking about past.
Yeah, your sentence structuring is broken. So the problem we've got here is the channel you're in now, I would consider advanced. Now, I know a lot of guys want to sit in here and listen, and I've got no problem with that, so they can understand more advanced conversations. Some of the themes. I won't say they're adult themes, but more advanced themes and verbiage used in this room.
Adverbs. You are asking about adverbs or phrases?
No, the actual words being used in general. So
Which type
I listen to
of
you. I listen to you speaking. You sound very mechanical, very robot. You're not very fluid. So that to me says that you're still learning and still need more practice.
I'm speaking like a robotic.
You are speaking. Stop. You're stopping between every single word.
Okay.
You sound like how you sound very mechanical.
Okay. So it means I'm not fluent.
So yeah, you're probably in the wrong channel for learning English, even though you're welcome to being here. Normally we discuss flat earth stuff in here.
You know about IELTS exam?
I've got a rough idea what it is, yes.
Did you give this exam?
No.
Okay.
I'm native speaking, that's why.
Okay, so it means you got admission automatically. You are permanent citizen of the Australia.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Yeah.
But I've also had other people where I work actually do the exam. One young lady passed and her husband failed, but he got his driver's license and she didn't. So yeah, it was pretty funny how one of them failed one thing and the other one failed the other.
What?
Don't stress about it, mate. They're already over here.
What?
They're doing their exams.
What you're talking about for which people?
For Indian people where I work, my place of employment.
Okay, where you are employer.
Yes.
You are employer in Indian company.
No. And this is why you need to practice more. I have Indian people working with me at my place of employment. Yes?
Okay. You have
Excellent.
the Indian people.
Yep, that's good. Now, second part, the Indian people doing the same test as you.
Yeah, I know.
One failed, one passed.
One failed and one passed.
Correct.
Okay, Indian people in some sections they didn't got desired band score, and in some section they got.
Well, one passed, one failed. I don't know what sections they did or did not do well in. I didn't ask, but I got told one
What
passed,
you are
one failed.
asking? You are asking about one fail,
No,
one
I'm not
pass.
asking. I'm not asking. You asked me. See, this is why it is very important to structure your sentences correctly. It's probably also very important to not talk through people so you can understand what they are saying in complete, so you can understand what's going on.
No, what's the meaning of one fail, one pass?
Okay, you are trying to do a test. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, if you complete the test and you do good or you do not so good. To do good means you passed. Not so good means you failed.
Okay, after passing my test, if I will do good, means pass.
Yeah, okay,
If I will not
so
good.
if you were to not pass your test, what would you call that?
Not good.
Not good? Fail. You have failed the test.
No, not failed. This test is like where you are standing, in which level you
I
are
didn't
standing in
ask.
English
I didn't
language.
stop. Stop. I didn't ask if you failed personally. I'm asking the opposite of pass. Why are you
Yeah,
you
I
have your
understand.
context is so broken, it's crazy. Please go back to the intermediate or beginner classes. What have you got yourself ranked as? I've got to find out. Where's your
I know
you have
I'm
to
good and I'm understanding the English
No, you're
because
not.
I got a 5.5.
No, that doesn't mean anything. So see
No,
where it says you've got native speaking, that is incorrect.
no, I know how to speak like contractions in words. I'll do that. And I
Just
was doing
listen,
already.
I'll tell you a little story. I'll tell you a story. A long time ago, I was teaching people how to weld railway line. It's called aluminothermic welding. Now, there was a young chap there. The job gets broken down into sections. So, number one, you prep. That means you set up all the equipment. Number two, you cut the rail. Number three, you line the rail or align the rail. Number four, you rub in the molds and clamp them together. Number five, drop the weld. And then last of all, clean up. Now, this individual could do every single component perfectly. Prep everything, cut the rail perfect. He could actually use an oxy cutter better than me, which was it was spectacular to watch, to teach someone a skill and have them excel and exceed the one that's taught them how to do it. It is absolutely amazing thing to watch. He could line the rail up, not a problem. Rub all the molds in, clamped it all up perfect, did the preheating perfect, dropped the weld perfect, cleaned it all up afterwards perfect. On an individual note, everything was done perfectly. And he was exactly the same as you. Very mechanical. Now, where he failed was because he couldn't put it all together. When he was instructed to go and do the task as a whole, he could not do it. And you are doing the same thing. You are treating speech and everything as individual broken down components, where they're not. They are all tied together.
Okay, now what we should do now?
You should go back to the intermediate channel and continue talking with people and practice. Lots and lots of practice.
So a year ago, I already doing practice. So
Not
currently,
enough.
I got on this judge with desired band score, and sometimes. So how much time we will take to get a desired band score? But I need only overall 6.
You keep practicing, my friend. Lots more practice. Some people, couple of weeks. Some people, couple of months.
Okay. So how much time we will take? Can you tell me?
Everyone's different. In Australia, we have a saying: "How long is a piece of string?" So it's up to how much you want to practice. The more you practice, the better you're going to get.
Okay. But I'm still doing practice. But I don't know in which part we should need to do practice. Currently, I'm improving my vocabulary. I think sometimes I have no words and I'm
This is the
repeating some
problem.
same ideas in
Stop.
some.
You're trying to break it down into subcategories. Do not do that. Just get into other channels where people are talking. It's probably not channels where it's hyper-specific subject matter like this one, and practice. Just practice talking. Don't break it down. You seem to think that you can break it down and just focus on one thing and that will make you speak better. No, this is incorrect. You have to do all of it together, the whole lot of it, and keep going.
Okay. So which
But
thing I
anyways,
was breaking? Can you tell me? In every.
okay, that was another broken sentence. Which
In
thing
which
are
thing
you?
I was.
You're roboting, as in you've got bad internet connection.
Yeah, I know internet connection is bad. I was asking like that. In which part I was breaking?
In which part you was reading?
Breaking.
In which part you was breaking?
Yeah, in which part?
Yeah, I've got no idea what the fuck he's on about.
Yeah, it's not going to help if you're talking through him.
I'm not. He's quiet.
Well, he's trying to explain stuff. In which part I got that bit? It's the other word that I missed. In which part you was breaking?
Yeah, he's gone.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you're here? I'll be damned. Are you taking
He's
so
just
long?
got.
Yeah, answer, man.
Alright.
Come on.
Yeah, I want to help you. Just help yourself so we can help him.
Yeah. Metatrix. Is there any studies which is available in Australia related to computer application available in Australia or not?
Okay, I missed half of what you said because of your poor internet connection. Something about computer studies in Australia.
Okay, now yes, computer studies is best in Australia or not?
There's computer studies everywhere. If you've got access to a computer, you can get online and do a computer course. That's not a big deal.
Okay. And during studies, can I get a job easily in Australia?
It depends on what skill set you've got.
Okay. I think Australia companies give priority first to the Australians rather than Indians and any another country people.
It depends on what your skill set is and where you're working.
Okay. Can I get a job easily or not?
As
So I already know welding, how to make a shutter, gates, and computer.
so you know about welding and you know about computers.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so you know about welding as in you've got 5 years experience as a boilermaker.
No, I have not any 5 year experience, but I'm doing still work 5 years ago.
Okay, so this is where your English is letting you down.
What? Why my English is letting down means? Can you rephrase?
Your sentence structure.
Yes, sentence structure. What?
Yeah. What is wrong with my sentence structure versus sentence structure what?
Okay. What you
I'm going to be
want to
honest.
ask?
I'm going to be honest with you. Number one, it is exceptionally difficult to have a conversation with someone who's got about 5 seconds of lag. Number two, this channel is for advanced English or fluent English. You are intermediate.
Yeah, I know.
Excellent. So I would suggest on your profile you change yours to intermediate.
Okay. So I think I should need to talk with you. If we will talk with you like a native, then we will become. And if I will stay in like that type of the environment, then that we will become.
That's like a native speaker.
Your internet connection just let you down again, mate.
If we will stay with you like that and talk with you like native speaker, for example, you, and
Okay,
then
it's
we
all.
will become
I understand. Oh wow, this internet lag is doing my head in. I fully understand that you wish to stay with fluent English speakers. I get that, but the problem is the subject matter you will want to be talking about to practice your English. A few other people are going to get somewhat upset about in this room. So you are probably best going to another room to practice your English, and then when you get better, you come back into this room and lay it on us.
Okay, I understand you.
Very good.
Anything else?
Unless you've got any globe proof, not really. Or something that would resemble globe proof so I can point and laugh at it.
Can I speak any question about familiar topics? Can you me?
I missed that, mate. You broke up again.
Now my connection is working.
Your connection is roughly about 3 seconds behind.
Okay. Approximately 3 seconds behind.
I can tell when you speak, your name flashes up in the panel when you're talking. And then there's a delay, and then the sound comes out.
Okay, I understand.
It's not that I don't want you in the room. It's just that I don't think your skill set is high enough to be in here to challenge some of the persons that will come in here.
Okay. And which work you are doing in Australia?
And which work am I doing? I do what my boss
Yeah.
tells me to do.
I think in which field you are doing work?
Well, technically it falls under hospitality. There's another section that falls under aged care. There's another section that falls under mechanical. So I don't know what I fall under actually.
Now currently, what's your main area for working?
My main area for working, okay, I'm a maintenance officer.
Okay, you are maintaining the office. How much you got from the office? Per month or per hour?
Oh, you'll have to say that again. I don't know. This has got nothing to do with the shape of the earth. This is what's probably starting to annoy people.
Yeah, okay. Is this
Very
easy to
wise.
survive in Australia?
Yeah, if you dodge all the animals. Yet again, this has got nothing to do with the shape of the earth. I'm trying to drop a hint here, mate, without being exceptionally rude.
What? I think animals is too much in Australia.
So I would probably suggest there, Code or Cody, however you want to say your name, is you put yourself on mute and we'll see if anyone else has got any questions, Earth related.
Okay. We'll mute now. You can talk with anyone.
Okay, so Joaquin, Hop Sing. How'd
Yeah,
I
my
go? Did I
little
get it
brother
close?
wanted to be introduced to Discord. He said he hadn't been on in about 3 years, and he had no idea what it was like. So
Well, this
he's been
channel,
listening.
this room, for the wrong people can be absolutely brutal. It hurts their feelings.
I was telling him before that one guy joined. Yeah, I told him before that one guy joined. There's no globies, and we were just listening to the old tape and everything. And
Yep.
I told him. He said, "Why can't I talk? I just want to talk. There's so many people there." And it's like, no, you don't interrupt. It's like you don't interrupt the bot. It says you can talk to the bot a little bit, and then maybe they'll pause it. But like,
Yeah, most of the time, if I'm available, I'll pause it. But if I'm not available, I was actually listening on YouTube, and I heard someone talking to the bot, and I'm like, dude, it's a bot. You can do this. You'll realize it. And then he called it out by name. And what was really interesting, it just so happened that the section on the recording, people were also, it sounded like they were talking back at one section. So it probably would have confused the socks off of him. It's funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
But anyways, if no one's got any FE related questions, I'm quite happy to click play on the bot again and get him going. Going once, going twice, sold.
To whatever he
When
was
we will
gonna
come in Australia,
post,
we
right?
will
I'm
go.
back. Give me a second.
Just killing the air
I
while
love
you
that
get your
Dempsey's
stuff.
chilling on his Xbox. That's so dope.
Yeah, I just got in the house
Transfer
and
the
I'm
console.
gonna chill for a while.
Yeah, transfer the console and just sit it out. That's the way.
Yeah, the connection in the console is pretty decent, and the sound and the headsets are comfy. So
Can you see the side chat and stuff, Jamesy?
not the side chat. No. Yeah, I'll save my brain from the brain rots in the side chats. Saving memory space.
All right, I'm good. So I'm gonna be posting like 4 different things. Can people just like refrain from posting anything for a second? So I'm gonna post a boat. You'll be able to see it sailing like in front of the horizon. You can see the waves splashing up on the hull. This boat is like I think 10.6 miles from the camera. I'll post all the mathematics. I'll post the position of the boat and all that stuff. So how we know where the boat is. There's a website called marinetraffic.com, which will give you the coordinates of and a picture of what the boat looks like. So you can easily verify that this is the same boat. Okay, so that's a give in just a clipped MP4 in case you want it that way. And there's the boat at the bottom. It has the coordinates of the boat at the bottom of this screenshot. Here's Google Cylinder. I mean Google Earth. So that's the position of the boat on Google Cylinder. That red circle, that's where the horizon should be, according to the globe mathematics. Oh, we have a parrot saying refraction. Oh, so that's funny that you said that because you're cooked. You made a big mistake. So here's a buoy. See that? See the buoy? and here is, and there's the air and water temperature. They're within less than 1 degree of each other. So you can forget about any refraction because there is no mixing. The air is mixed, right? There is no what you would call heat flux, meaning the temperature isn't going from from the water to the air or the air to the water. It's at equilibrium. So yeah, you're gonna have to try again on that. Okay, if you think I wasn't there, and that's the wrong time. I took a picture of the clock too because you have to be like ridiculously freaking thorough with globe earthers, the super fucking skeptics about everything but the globe. Got to take a picture of everything. I even have to take a camera to take a picture of the freaking camera because you guys are ridiculous. So now I'll post the
And
map.
you're using infrared as well.
That's 950 nanometer infrared.
So that also, so you got the water temperature, the air temperature similar, and infrared. That's freaking awesome.
Dude, I've like planned this for like 2 weeks. It's very rare that the water temperature and air temperature are the same. Like only a couple times a year it even happens. So, and then there's the mathematics. That boat should be 20 feet under the horizon, but it's obviously in front of the horizon. And the horizon's at least 10 times or 2 times farther than what it should be. So, like he was saying, if you look at this, the surveyor drop at 10.6 miles is 74 feet. That means that boat from eye level should be dropped down 74 feet. And the horizon, if it was dropped down, the boat should be blocked by 19. It should be 19 foot of the boat should be missing behind the horizon cutoff. So yeah, I did this on the 18th. I actually have a post on Twitter, like from the same observation of like a lighthouse and another boat, which you can barely see because the boat's only like has like a 4-foot water height above the water because it's like a speedboat. Yeah, so hold on, I'll post the lighthouse. Why not? I'm here. Let's freaking do it. Let's do it. Now, I took a flight the other day into Boston because I was away, and I got lucky and actually got the flight path and took a picture of this same freaking lighthouse from about 2,000 feet. Yeah, so says who laid it out. DJ laid it out. The surface of the water of the Earth should be curving, and all measurements show it's not.
I love this observation. Awesome.
It was difficult. It was frickin' freezing, man. I'm telling you, I was freezing. Like I can't even tell you how cold I was because it was super windy.
Oh yeah, 45 degrees and windy. That's gotta suck.
Yeah, it was like 16 knots or something, which is like 20 mile per hour, and it was like constant. You know how the ocean is, where the breeze is doesn't let up, and like you can't operate a P9, a P1000 with gloves on. That's just not even possible. Like, so yeah, it was rough, but like I was determined. I pretty much I think I started planning this. I started looking at the weather. I had like a window of like 3 days I could do it, and I'm like, freaking first day it was like snowing or raining, and then the next day, I could have went, but the day after that was saying that was like the water temperature and air temperature would be almost the same. So it was about when I headed there, it was about a 6-degree difference. But after I got there and set up, because I was taking screenshots of the buoy, like every 15-20 minutes, But that by the time I set up and got all this, it was like the difference was like less than a degree. So I'm like, hell yeah, got lucky. And then the plane, dude, I'm on the plane, and I'm like, that's a fucking lighthouse. I was taking video up down there. So I took a picture of it. Because it's like the only runway that even faces in that direction. They have to like fly out over the ocean and then fly back into Logan Airport. But normally they just run like parallel to the coast. So it only like I just got so lucky that they happened to land on that runway. So I don't know who you were talking to, but this is the stuff we're talking about. Now we go out, we do an observation, we test the goal of mathematics to say there's supposed to be curvature of a certain rate, and it's just not there. It's just never there. Now, knowing this, what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to? So we have observations on one hand. We have a bunch of people that, when questioned, don't know how they know the Earth is a globe, but they know it's a globe. Are we supposed to go with them? People that don't actually know anything and have never done any tests and have never done any observations, and the best they can do is like, I watch TV and saw pictures from space. Well, I didn't watch TV. I went out and observed what the Earth is, and I'm going with that. I'm not going with the television set. We know how that went in 2020, man.
Yeah, I just put it into the Earth curve calculator with the refraction slider. had to max it out, and even with it maxed out, there should still be like 12.9 foot hidden or something.
Yeah, I got another. I'll show you the other boat. This isn't so good because you can't really see the boat. You can just see a shimmer, but it's this thing. I'll show. I'll post a picture of the boat, like where it is. That's this little thing.
The only thing I can
Tiny
see them
boat.
picking on is how do we know the camera height?
It can't be. Well, I mean, Google Earth says it's 15 feet, and then I added a couple of feet because I was on top of a picnic table.
Nice.
That looks about right.
I was gonna say 12 feet because I've been to that exact same spot, Indio. I know where you did that.
Yeah, I know you know, bro. I know you know. Yeah, it's like 15 feet above sea level, dude. I mean,
yeah. This is a pretty good observation. Good thing that you have all the variables in there. Pretty cool, dude.
you know,
This
I was
is
thinking
one
like
of the
we
top.
should come up. Yeah, we should come up with a checklist, dude. Like an actual like best practices checklist of like what should be included in an observation, right? If it can be done, right? Air, water temperature, humidity, wind, right? Time of day, maybe tide height, stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Definitely important. Yeah, this is also
look how
nice.
small that boat is, DJ. Look how tiny that boat is. How like its height above the water. It's like not even. It's barely as high as a pickup truck top. So in that video, you can see that shimmer. That's that boat. So I got the thing for it. Hold on. Is that it? Yeah. I think this is it. Yeah.
Wow, that's
This is
nice.
this is its position. So It's about 8 miles, I think it was, 7.3 miles. I also got some other stuff because I took about 2 minutes of video, and I got some other stuff. I haven't been able to like parse it out, but I do. I definitely have like buoys in the water. Like they have navigational buoys that are like, because there's a shipping lane, right? And at the it's like a road, So I mean, so on each side of the shipping lane there's buoys, and all those buoys are supposed to be past like the horizon. Like I shouldn't even see them, and I see like dozens of them. So. Yeah, another nail in the coffin, dude. I don't even know how many nails are in there at this point. Now, as you said, what about wind refraction? There was some turbulence from the wind that I got in other clips I have, but you can see that it's going left to right, or right to left rather. You can see basically the wind blowing, like the turbulence, but instead of it being like a turbulence, like a hot road, it's basically going left to right. It's pretty easy to distinguish it.
Well, I'm glad you covered that because I was just talking shit.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, wind does cause like turbulence and stuff. It causes turbulent effects, but this was just left to right. I mean, I guess you could make a plausible argument if it was like going away or toward you or something, that your direction. You know what I mean? If it was just, I guess that would
I think
be a
if
stretch.
anything, a strong wind like that is just going to cause spray near the surface, and that's going to make it even worse. You shouldn't even see as far.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So I just uploaded an infrared, but instead of the black and white, it's it comes out purple. If you I turned it to monochrome after this, so this is like magenta or something. But anyway, you can see the wind like turbulence going like right to left easily. Doug, yes, I did take into account Grover's feelings, and that's why I did it, to hurt them. Dude, Setsu, I really, really, really appreciate that.
Yeah, man, I've saved all of that into a channel in the server, so I'll be presenting that one quite often. That's a great one. I love it.
Especially because it's right at the 10 miles, and we always talk about 10 miles, 66 feet. So that's just like really convenient. When he said that, I'm like, oh shit, that thing I did, it's 10 miles. I'm like, we actually have an example now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's they can't whine about refraction for this one either. They will, but they shouldn't.
They'll say something like, "There's always refraction."
Yeah, or their argument,
and that means there's never a geometric horizon ever.
Yeah, their argument for this one will be, what about eclipses?
Yeah, where's the edge?
I like how you can see the turbulence moving in a direction, though. I haven't paid attention to that before. It's a really good example.
Yeah, I got really. I mean, other than the pain I suffered, yeah, I got lucky. Dude, like, listen, I'm very wet. Weather don't bother me. It's true. I mean, like, seriously, weather really doesn't bother me. But that shit was cold. I actually like when I finished, I like went into a coffee shop and like warmed up. That's like unheard of, man. Usually I just do my thing. and just tough it out. But I was like, damn, I'm cold. I need to fucking take a break from this shit.
Yeah, it's cold on the water when there's a strong wind.
Yeah, there's like no hiding from it. Like there's no. The thing about the breeze is it was like constant, like it was a fan. You know what I mean? It wasn't like there was no gusts. It was just like you were like in front of a fan that was just blowing at 23 miles per hour or whatever it was. I also got this from the plane. I just thought it was interesting. I don't really know what to make of it. Like the light coming through the clouds like that. It's just kind of cool. Because you're always like perspective. Like, where's the perspective in this? Like, I'm not seeing it, bro. The perspective rays. So that ship in the purple video, I'll show you. That ship has been anchored out there for like a month, more than a month. To anchored about 13 miles off the maybe it was 17. It's out there. I also got a picture of that from the airplane.
So, please stop. Hello, Mango.
That is,
Hello, Mango. Ron Scandalo.
This ship here.
Anybody's here available?
That's that ship right there.
Who is
Because
speaking?
I went on the 18th and I flew in on the 28th, and I'm like, I'm just like the plane's landed, and I'm just fucking look out the window like there's a fucking ship I took pictures of 10 days ago.
Yeah,
and then I look and I see the lighthouse. I'm like, son of a bitch. So there's another thing I could see from the airplane. It's called the Bourne Bridge or the Sagamore Bridge. There's two of them. They cross the Cape Cod Canal. They're about 50 miles away. I could easily see the road deck. So even with trees in the way, I could see the road deck because they're pretty high. I didn't get a picture of that though, and it didn't come out because I was just taking these with a phone.
Okay, guys, anybody listening?
They really don't fathom how far like these boats are out there. Like,
be Batman.
I think they think like they're like a lot closer. 10 miles is pretty far away.
Hello.
I mean, think about how long it takes to walk 10 miles. Who said Google
But can you
Earth?
please see that it's not
who said Google
disproving the shape of the Earth?
Jench is invoking Google
We have
Earth,
the Google
and
Earth,
you know,
and we're saying there's something missing here, like a house or an island. I'm talking about the entire shape. Somewhere, the entire shape of Google
the Earth doesn't
would be
necessarily
fucked
have
up.
a form,
Not
dude.
like, oh, there's an island missing. No. The entire shape of it all would be fucked up. Where is that? Not an island. The entire shape of it.
Are you done talking, dude? We heard you the 7th time, dude. Listen, Google Earth is a cylinder. Did you know that?
It's not a
Google
cylinder.
Earth uses something called the WebGL Mercator, which is a cylinder. That's its coordinate system. Shut up.
Earth is a cylinder.
Shut up, dude. Let me finish my sentence. So just because they wrap it around the sphere and show you a graphic doesn't make it a sphere. They're just portraying it that way. If you played video games, you should know that you can map any texture to any 3D model, no matter what its shape.
I completely agree.
I work 3D and no, you're wrong.
Oh, so I can't?
No,
you work
because
3D.
the sphere,
You know I'm wrong.
excuse me.
You want to
No,
bet like
you
1,000
asked me,
Bitcoin.
let me answer.
Now, so I'll bet you 1,000 bitcoins that you can wrap any texture to any triangle-based 3D model.
You can wrap a texture, let's say a square texture, you can wrap it on a sphere, but you're going to have one problem.
What's that?
The points, the edge that connects, the two edges that connect on the side, you can wrap around easily.
Continuous.
But the tip part, the top north and south, of the sphere, right? You're gonna have a hard time wrapping it properly, so you have to wrap it in a certain way so that the texture doesn't, you need to squeeze it in a certain way so that the texture looks right.
But you could do it, right?
Unfortunately,
What do you mean looks
yeah.
right? What does that mean? Looks right. What is that? How do you know what it
That
looks
means
like?
it's not. That means it's almost near impossible to get a good unwrap of a square.
What do
on
you
a
mean by
cylinder.
looks right? Compared to what?
Yeah, you have to squeeze the top and you have to fix it so it
I think
fits.
the word you're looking for is
Fix it to,
continuous.
what is your? Hold on, dude. What's your referent to fix it to?
My referent?
Yeah,
I don't need no
how do you know
referent.
it's wrong when you wrap it right?
The square.
When you wrap
I
this,
just
when you wrap.
Do you want
You
me
know
to do you want me to stream it live
Okay.
in front of you
Yeah,
right
check
now?
it out. So, are you aware?
Do you want me
of
to stream it? I can
Archimedes?
prove what I'm saying. You're just fucking yapping at this point.
Yeah.
And by the way, you
KGB, that's
guys are
not how
muting me
Google
earlier.
Earth
That's
works,
clownish.
You guys and you this and you that. No one cares about what you think
I
about
can
it.
live. I can open live stream right now and do it in front of you.
Okay.
You were posting
you-
objectively CGI images of a
Jesus
globe.
fucking-
Sorry.
I'm gonna start muting people. Okay.
Well, do you have actual images of a flat Earth? I'd like to see, please.
From where?
Provide it. Do you
Taken
have
from
it?
where? Taken from where?
Okay, here's my position. All right, with respect to you guys.
You're going on mute, dude, because you're not answering questions. So you have a choice. Taken from where? You ask for something. You have to take a photograph from a place. Okay?
In order to
Where?
take a photo. Yeah.
Taken from where?
Wherever you want. Just provide a photo
Okay,
for
I
flat
took it
Earth,
at the beach. I'll post the one I took at the beach. I took a photo of a flat Earth at the beach.
Okay, do you have a photo of a flat Earth from, I don't know, from really high up in the air so I can see the entire flat Earth?
Well, no,
As
you
high
couldn't
as
capture it.
possible.
You couldn't capture the
As high
entire
possible.
flat Earth in an image.
Why not? Why not?
Because you can't go far enough away from the Earth to take that image.
Why not?
Because rockets don't push off air. Rockets push off air. They don't push off vacuum.
What?
Rockets
do
don't
not push
thrust
off of
in
vacuums.
vacuum.
You require air.
Did you
in
do
order
it?
for
Did you
rocket
build
to
a
work.
rocket yourself, and did you do it yourself? Do you
What
have,
does
do you
that
have a
mean?
source for that?
You're deflecting, dude.
Yeah.
No. No, this
Do you
is
know
a
how
legit question.
thermodynamics works,
Did you
KGB?
do this yourself
Triangle
to come to
did.
that conclusion?
Did he do this himself? What kind of fucking answer is that?
Yeah, where are you getting this from? This claim from? Where are you getting this claim from?
Because look, people have all these rockets. There's YouTube videos, right, of people putting a rocket in a pressurized vacuum.
Which people?
Shut up, dude. In a evacuated vacuum chamber where they ignite the rocket and the rocket doesn't move until the container pressurizes due to the exhaust of the rocket. That's where I'm getting it from. Experiments.
I
What does this have
posted
to
it.
do with the request?
Where did you get your information
I
from?
posted it for you. I posted it for you. You can see it goes all the way to the back of the wall and actually comes back, and it's actually pushing off the pressure wave that's reflecting off the wall.
What does this have to do with my request for a picture of your flat Earth
Because you
from
can't
the highest
take-
possible
because
point?
there's no outer space. Because you want a picture from space, but you won't say it because you're a pussy. So you want a picture from space, and you can't take a picture from there because outer space vacuum doesn't exist.
Did you build a rocket yourself and do that experiment?
Yeah. Yeah, he just showed it.
Can
in
you
the-
please
in the
show me a
side
video
chat.
of it
In the
so I can
side
see it
chat.
myself?
It's in the
Yeah, look at the
side
side chat.
chat. See, you're not listening, dude. So when you
Where is
decide
it?
to listen, you can come off mute. So let's get back to the actual person that thinks Google Earth is a something.
Gench 29.
Yeah, dude. So why are you referring to Google Earth? Like, how would you even know if that's what the Earth actually is or looks like or anything like that? What are you comparing it to?
I'm not sure I want to debate with you. I would love to debate.
We're not.
with,
This isn't a
Stein.
debate, dude. You guys don't have any evidence. This isn't a debate. This hasn't been a
I feel like
debate in
you're
5 years.
kind of hostile, honestly.
Well, this
No
hasn't been a
offense.
debate because you guys, hold on. Okay, I'll stop being agitated. Do is being a douchebag. So I'll stop being agitated. But you guys say stuff which is objectively untrue because you're ignorant of something. Okay? Google Maps is not Google Earth is not a sphere. It displays it as one, just like Grand Theft Auto displays hookers. Those aren't actually hookers. Okay?
Great game.
They look like hookers. They say, "Hey, boy, big boy, you want a good time?" They act like hookers, but they're not hookers. Okay, so Google Earth shows you a ball, but
you have a lot of experience with that
programmatically,
in your life,
listen, programmatically inside how it's not a ball is what I'm trying to tell you. So here's something you can do. Right, go on Google Earth, North Pole or South Pole. Use the line tool and try to use the line tool to make a circle around the North Pole or South Pole. And what you'll end up seeing is it'll end up snapping back and giving you a half moon shape because it's a cylinder. Now, did you know any of this? Of course not. So I'm irritated because you guys say things out of ignorance and then try to tell us what's what. We've been looking into this for nearly a decade. You just got here. So the fact remains is you really don't know what you're talking about. And neither does the other guy.
I feel like you're kind of repeating yourself.
I
So,
don't
Jen,
fucking feel
so
it.
in order
Always
to
goes to matter
answer,
with you
I would
guys.
love to talk with
Why don't you
Snai,
actually address
actually.
what I said of substance?
I would love
Okay.
to talk with Snai.
No, tell
okay,
me.
it doesn't matter who you talk to, Jench, right? You can answer Indio's questions the same as mine,
So
right?
what do you have
The
to
fact
say
of the matter
about
is you just need to answer
Please let
genuinely.
him
what do you
talk.
have to say about your idea that Google Earth demonstrated somehow that the Earth is a globe, but now you've been shown, and you can just Google this, what projection does Google Earth use? And that map is a cylinder. Why did you think that it supported the globe? Why did you think that? Did somebody tell you that? Or did you just make it up in your mind?
Snai, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, that's right. You made it up in your mind. Nobody
I
said
believe
Google Earth
Indio
actually
asked you a
evolved.
question.
What?
I said I believe Indio asked
He
you a
muted
question.
me. He's getting banned. So
No,
you
I
mute me,
haven't
bro?
muted it.
Okay, dude.
I haven't muted anyone.
Okay.
I just don't. I feel like you're a bit hostile, actually.
I don't care how you feel.
That's true just because of your ignorance. Now, I'm just going to post Makeda projection as a cylinder in the side chat. Just you need to learn. You're in Earth School right now. Like I told you earlier, you were lucky to be having a conversation with me earlier. Now the big dogs are in here. You need to listen to Indio and what he has to say. He's been researching this for a long ass time, right?
Dude, literally, there's people in this topic who know more people than surveyors, right? Professional surveyors. I asked them questions about geodetic surveying, and they don't even know. They don't know how any of this stuff was created, where it comes from, what coordinate systems are, how these maps are made. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of cardinal directions, for instance? You know, north, south, east, west. Did you know that there's 3 different sets of that? John, Jench, whatever your name is.
3 sets of
coordinate systems.
No,
cardinal directions.
I mean, in math, we usually have r, theta, and phi, if that's what you're referring to.
No, I'm talking about north, south, east, and west. There's 3 sets of north, south, east, and west. There's north, south, east, and west of the compass. And then there's north, south, east, and west as defined by where the sun rises on the equinox. And then there's north, south, east, and west in the latitude, longitude coordinate system. Okay, those are actually 3 different directions, and they only correspond to each other in certain places. Typically, people think that the compass points north and south at the poles. They don't. They actually just align to the magnetic field local to wherever you are. That could be 90 degrees from north that the compass will point. A lot of people don't know this. It's called magnetic declination. And then there's east is defined as which direction the sun rises on the equinox. So if you go on Google Earth and try to you can take the compass tool and try to go 90 degrees from the north, and you'll see that it intersects at the equator every time you do it. It just goes toward the equator. It doesn't follow the latitude line, which it should, because the latitude line and the latitude longitude coordinate system is actually a circle. It's not a line. So these are just like little things that when people appeal to maps or they appeal to Google Earth or any one of these things are abstractions. They only represent the
Yeah,
Earth for one
but
particular purpose.
they are sure they're some kind of abstraction, but they have to be wrong at some point.
They are wrong, and are right.
Wait, what? They're wrong and right?
Yeah,
Right,
that's
so
right.
they're right,
They're
like
right
in a
for-
small region, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. It depends on the purpose you're using it for.
Yeah, so if I'm gonna find the closest store, then I would be able to use Google Earth.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need Google Earth. They freaking track your phones everywhere they go.
Okay.
So they could literally delete the map underneath your little GPS thing,
Yeah,
and
now
they would
we're
know based
sidetracking.
upon what
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the other Android phones where they
Okay.
went.
Yes. But like, if I want to find a store and I don't know where the store is, I would be able to use Google Earth. And I
Yeah.
think we both agree on that.
Yeah, because the car drove down the street, dude. The car drove around.
Yeah, but Google Earth has to be flawed somewhere.
It is flawed. I just told you how it's flawed. Try to draw a circle around Antarctica, or the North Pole or the South Pole.
Yeah, I
you
also think
draw-
we're getting definitions confused as well. Google
I'm
Earth
not
and Google Maps
talking
aren't the
about,
same
like,
thing, and they don't
So
work the
explain
same
why
way.
they didn't see
mechanisms of
explain
Google
why
Earth
they
might
didn't see
badly program.
7,000
I'm
islands
talking about the fundamental
So, Jench,
until
if Google Earth
recently.
is so good, do you think that you could black out your windows, right, and drive just using your GPS and Google Earth, right? Take all the turns, negotiate the curves just by looking at the graphic instead of out your window?
I mean, there's some kind of delay.
Of course. Okay, no delay. We have zero
GPS,
latency.
Zero latency. Yeah. I mean, you
Why
would
do you
need
think that?
zero lag.
Let me ask
and
you
no
why you
traffic.
think that. Can I ask you why you think that?
Yeah, absolutely. Because
gravity.
if you go onto, well, I sometimes use Google Maps when I need to navigate and I'm driving, and it seems to work fine. But
Landmarks is
some lag.
different than a representation of the Earth that is accurate enough to drive on, right?
What could you say that again?
Just landmarks. You're just noting landmarks. It tells you like, hey, there's going to be a gas station up here. That's a landmark.
No, it actually tells you, like, it draws out the exact route.
Exact.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, dude, you're conflating two different ideas, okay? The idea that, hey, this road is after that road if you're going in this direction on that road, this road. You know, we had like paper maps, and you could do that with a paper map. Nobody would say the paper map is the territory. So what I'm asking you is why you think that you could drive just looking at, if you had zero latency GPS, just in no traffic, looking at the screen, and that Google Maps is accurate enough to actually drive the road.
I believe I answered that question.
I asked you
earlier.
why, and you just said, hey, because there's landmarks, or whatever you said. But you know what? This has actually been, I'm just beating around the bush because this has actually been tested. Yeah, Flat Earthers have actually tested this by putting a camera on the freaking dashboard, showing Google Maps, and then driving and see if the road matches the map. And they don't match.
Okay, they don't match.
They do not match, as in the road, as in like the turns and like, say I'm on a road and it turns, I'm on a slow curve and eventually it does like a 30-degree turn.
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Google Maps, it won't show
I
anything. It'll
understand.
show like a straightaway.
Okay, this is kind of what I have been fishing for the entire time. An example of where Google Earth does not match reality.
Okay, hold on.
Would you be able to send me like
Yeah,
a
I got
link
you.
or something? Yeah,
I
thank
got
you.
you, bro. And I gave you an example already. The drawing a circle around the poles. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, but that's kind of not what I'm getting at? Because that's like a programming feature that they have. Sure, that could be fucked up.
But it's an
No, but like,
inaccuracy. Jench, what you're failing to
no,
grasp here is this is how
that's.
your application. Jench, let me finish. Come on, let's be
I'm
nice.
not really bothered by their
Jench, this is how your application
features of
fails.
drawing lines.
You're not bothered by the features of the application that you're using in this like conversation. Why are you bringing it up then? Why are we on this topic? Right? We know it's inaccurate. Google Earth and Google Maps aren't the same thing. They work differently. Right? Do you know how Google Earth works?
No, I don't know the entire code base. No.
No, okay, so it takes a bunch of photos, right, of something, right, and then it adds them together, right, in their own way until they think it looks right, and then they upload it, right? That's sort of how it works in very simple terms, right? This starts it's called LOD rendering, right? Level of detail rendering, and this starts when you're zooming out. The terrain becomes progressively smoother, buildings become simplified and they disappear, and coastlines become less precise, right? So if you were to zoom out, you would have a hard time driving around, let's say, a coastal area, or driving around relying solely on your Google Earth, right? At 0 to 2 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to 2 meters, right? And at 2 to 20 kilometers, you'll see 50 centimeters to every 2 meters per pixel, right? This means it's like throwing a bunch of pictures together, right? And then arranging them until it looks right, and then uploading it. Okay? So if you're curious on how they managed to get that curve, right, for the sphere, it's just them throwing things together, just like KGB was, just like the conversation that we had earlier on with KGB, talking about 3D wrapping layers around shapes, right, in video game design, right? It works exactly the same. You can design something and then upload it. It doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to be accurate. Why are we talking about this? We should be talking about something that we can physically test, rather than a faulty piece of software. Evidently, right? It's an inaccurate piece of software.
The fault in the software can be tested.
It's not a fault. They designed it that way. It's not a fault. Stop characterizing it as a fault. It's because they used a cylindrical coordinate system and wrapped it on a sphere. It's not a fault. You want to see a ball, and they made the cylinder look like a ball.
No, but like you said,
I know it's hard to comprehend.
Would you like
right?
to talk about something that you can test, Jench? Would you like to talk about
we are
something
talking
to do with
about
the physicality?
which is Google Earth.
You can't use an application to test reality.
You're reifying a piece of software as if the software is real, bro.
Using reality. I'm looking at the software saying, can this be real?
Okay, I just
but the
posted
software
in the
isn't
chat.
real, so
Hold on, dude. He asked for something. It's in the chat. It's a 1-hour video of him testing the accuracy of Google Maps while driving. He drives 100 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at this.
Okay, so until then, shelve it, dude, because you don't know what you're talking about. You're completely in conjecture land. You're just you're telling us what you believe to be true. You don't have any evidence it's actually true.
Okay, yeah, so this looks like, I haven't obviously watched the entire video, but it looks like he's basically driving, as you said, and then he says, oh shit, there's a deviation between Google Maps or Google Earth, whatever he uses, and reality.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying is that there will be a problem, but not like, oh, it deviates some couple of degrees. No. There will be like a massive fucking problem. Like,
what are you basing that on?
Exactly what we established
What are you basing
earlier.
that there will be a massive problem on? That is a prediction.
Exactly what we.
Okay. You're just saying stuff. When you say there would be a massive problem, stop interrupting me. I'm trying to clarify what you're saying, dude. No, you didn't let me finish the first time. Listen, when you're saying there would be a big fucking problem, what is the basis of that prediction?
Can I answer?
Yes.
exactly what we established earlier. You cannot have a continuous mapping from something that's flat to something that's spheric. I'm feeling like I'm repeating myself. We established this earlier and we both agreed upon it.
Okay.
Gent,
Yes,
you're
you
not
can.
listening to what I'm saying,
Yes,
bro.
you can. Yes, you can. Want to bet on it? See, you're confusing a projection with a. Hold on. You're confusing a projection of straight rays with a mapping. So, for instance, I want me to tell you how it's done. So they have something called the geoid, and what they do is they actually curve the verticals. So the verticals, like from the center of the Earth, right? So you have the surface of the Earth, right? And if you have a line, right, on a sphere, you're assuming that, hey, they're drawing straight lines through the sphere, and they're projecting those lines onto some flat surface. Yes, there will be a distortion if that's the case, okay? But that's not what they're doing. They're curving the lines. So they're doing a mapping function and not a projection. It's called a projection, but it's a second order projection, meaning you have the celestial sphere, which is the latitude, longitude coordinate system, right? That's what the actual coordinate system is, because you can't find them without the stars. You have no coordinate system. So that coordinate system is what the oblate spheroid is referencing, okay? So they make measurements on the surface of the Earth, but those measurements don't match the celestial sphere. So what they do is they say, hey, we have lumpy gravity, we have deflection of the vertical, and when I hang a plumb line, it's actually not pointing down, it's actually a curve. That's right. They say that a plumb line, meaning if you take a weight on a string and hang it, that line is actually curved and not straight, which is retarded, okay? Okay, but that's what they say when they map actual measurements of the surface of the Earth to what's called a reference ellipsoid, okay? But that reference ellipsoid is distorted by something called a geoid, which is the amount of deflection of the celestial sphere versus their reference ellipsoid, as in the actual measurements versus their idealized what they think is going on. And what they do is because you could possibly have distance errors, but because you have topology, you can interpolate the errors between the measurement locations, and you smooth out the error across the whole surface of the Earth. This is how it's done. Okay, how you think it's done isn't how it's actually done, and there are errors. Lots of errors all over the place. In fact, they use over 100 datums, right? So, for instance, Australia has their own datum. If you use the WGS84 reference ellipsoid datum, if you took Google Earth and went to fucking Australia, it would be way the fuck off, because they're on their completely own datum that has nothing to do with the WGS84.
I'm gonna go
You're in what's
sleep
called a
very soon.
reification fallacy. You think the
I
map is the
respect that
territory.
you have
You're
your
in a
belief.
reification fallacy. You think the map is the territory.
Would you like to just? I understand you have your strong beliefs.
This
Really,
is your beliefs, dumb fuck.
Okay, please.
This is your beliefs. This is all mainstream geodetic surveying, mapping, cartography.
Bro,
this is your beliefs.
What are you on about? Why are you so
Exactly. You don't even
angry?
know your own beliefs. How Google Earth was constructed is I'm telling you how it was done.
Bro, I'm trying to give you a compliment and you're just going bananas. I respect that
I
you
don't
have
need a
your
compliment. It
beliefs
isn't my idea
and have
here.
done. Okay, dude, I don't understand how anyone can talk to you. Like, I don't. How do
You're
you
so
manage
emotional.
to
You gotta
find
be
people to
European.
talk with?
Yeah, that's what happened in the last 5 years. Like 5 years ago, they made everybody super timid, and now they're afraid of everything and sensitive. And if you raise
No,
your
I'm
voice to them,
really not trying to
they
be timid.
feel if you raise your voice to them, they think you're yelling at them.
Yeah,
it's
look,
really
bro.
it's really weird.
Weird, dude.
No, it's not.
It is crazy.
Just you're interrupting me. That's
because look. Listen, if you start a sentence with a false premise, why should I let you continue? Why would we keep going? And we let you
well.
talk
In
for
that
30
case,
seconds so I
you
can go
wouldn't be
back.
able to say a word without me interrupting you. That wouldn't be nice for you either.
Did you listen to me? If you start your conversation with a false premise, right? You answer me, and then you start with this false premise or a straw man. Why would I let you continue and listen to you talk for a minute and a half just to go back to the very first sentence and go, well, this thing was a false premise, or it's a straw man, it's not what I actually said? Why waste time? Why just you just want to talk? Or do you want to get to the bottom of this?
If I apply that logic, I would be talking continuously while you are talking.
Name one false premise that I made. Or straw man. Go for it.
Oh, looks like this conversation's over. So, Jench, just to go over
please.
Theorema Egregium.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Right, that you posted in the side chat.
Yes.
First and foremost, do you know what one of the primary assumptions are for this? I mean, in this sort of a link that you're posting, do you know what one of the assumptions are?
I don't know what assumption you're talking about specifically.
Okay, one of the assumptions that were made when this was composed was that we are on a perfectly spherical surface. Okay?
Yes.
So we are not on a perfectly spherical surface. Your globe Earth model does not claim a perfectly spherical surface. Why are we discussing this?
Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you for actually reading some of the stuff I've sent. Second of all,
you're welcome.
This is not. I'm not saying that the Earth is perfectly shaped like a sphere. The only thing I am trying to demonstrate with this theorem is that it is impossible to create an isomorphism from a plane to a sphere without having a point or several points that is not continuous. I have also sent the definition of a continuous mapping, and what this implies in reality, or like the physical interpretation, would be that okay, I'm walking and oh shit, now I take one step and I'm on the other side of the Earth, or whatever shape you want to assume. That is the implication of not having something that is continuous.
Okay, and this is the problem of reification because you don't have a continuous surface. You have a bunch of discrete points separated by some distance.
Right. That is actually. Have you taken quantum mechanics? Because it sounds almost like it.
Yeah, years ago.
Okay, yeah. So we do actually have.
That has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. What I'm saying is you have data points.
It absolutely
right?
does. It absolutely does.
I'm not
You
talking
had
about
it right the first time. In space, we have Planck lengths they are like super tiny, but we have them.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about in real life, we've measured points. In the United States, we call them geodetic control points, and we stamp a coordinate on those geodetic coordinates and control points. And all that means
I can barely
is that
hear you.
when I look at the select, look, we stamp a coordinate on we have geodetic control points in the United States. So we have points that are measured, but we don't have a continuous point. And we imagine what's in between those points. Right? And we can't use the theorem of Egregium for this purpose. Right? As far as a perfect sphere. And all Gauss was really trying to show
it's not a perfect sphere. I'm really just trying to communicate the idea that
so when it comes to communicating an idea like that
in Google Earth.
Okay, when it comes to communicating,
I told you like 5 fucking times, dude. Ask, repeat, ignore. Is that what you're on? Ask, repeat, ignore.
Gent, you can't use a perfectly spherical concept to determine anything on something that's not perfectly spherical, right? If the claim is that it's perfectly spherical and the the story is that it's an oblate spheroid, but our natural observation is stationary and flat, like what is what is, right? We need to figure out what we're actually on, Jench.
That's a good point. This theorem, you can extend this to any topological shape of a sphere. So Do you know the like common joke that like a topologist, he wakes up and he has 2 cups of coffee for breakfast? The joke being that one is donut and another is cup of coffee, because you can like you can morph them into each other. Now you
Right.
can extend that theorem to be any
That's
3D
great.
object.
None of that matters in the natural world, dude. None of it.
What does matter is that Donald Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Yeah, well, he's your boyfriend.
I don't know about all
Yeah,
that,
you're the one
Bestie.
that's fucking him. Like, how are you gonna
no,
call a guy out
he's
for being
blowing
gay and
Bubba.
then you're the one that's
He's
taking?
blowing Bubba, but
Anyway, moving on. None of that matters because in the real world we have to take measurements of actual. So where are you getting the variables for quantities that you're inserting into your abstract mathematical models? See, that's the point. You can have some theory or hypothesis, right?
I'm not
some
saying,
mathematical
I'm not using a
construct,
specific,
but eventually, if you're going to apply it to the real world, you need real world data to insert into the variables. Correct?
No.
It seems like
we
you're
don't.
lost in abstraction.
No, we don't. I'm simply trying to figure out, is a model reasonable or not? Right?
Depends on what you're trying to do with it.
What?
Depends on what you're trying to do.
Yeah, sure.
If you're trying to make yourself feel better, I guess you can just be a globe earther, make yourself feel better. Sleep better at night. Thinking you're just whizzing through the vacuum of space.
Yeah,
Spack, you're
so
just nothing. Yeah, it makes me feel better. Being sarcastic, by the way.
if we look at, I mean, I think most of us use Google Earth, and
Yeah, it's a
it has
cylinder.
to be flawed somewhere.
I
Somewhere
just
there
told
has
you.
to be
Yeah,
something
dude, ask,
massive.
ignore, repeat. Why are you doing this?
Because I feel like you're not attacking my point.
I did. I gave you an example. It has to be flawed somewhere. I gave you an example. If you take Google Earth and you draw a line around the poles,
yeah,
it makes a moon shape because it's actually a cylinder and it's only being displayed as a sphere for entertainment purposes. Now, as far as driving, we know the relative locations. Google has been collecting data from its Android platform for, 2 decades now, where they track the positions of their freaking little Android devices using their location services. Okay? You don't need a map at all to know the relative locations. And in their software, here's Texaco gas station, here's the Museum of Science, here's freaking 210 freaking Martin Luther King Drive. That has nothing to do with anything. It's just being displayed as a globe.
Yeah, and it has to be really, really, really fucked up.
Okay, how do we determine what is inaccuracy? What would we do? How can we test its accuracy?
That's what I'm curious about. I'm guessing.
This would be a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah.
You think that
Please
somehow
don't
this is going to be
interrupt me.
dispositive about
The first
how
step
we're
would
going to
probably-
figure out whether the Earth is a globe. So tell us how we can use Google Earth to test and prove whether the Earth is a globe or not.
Dude,
I'll do
why
it.
are you interrupting me to then just ask the same question? Please stop it.
I want to be very specific
Here.
about what the question is.
Look at Google Earth, say, here is something that would be a huge flaw. And sure, the gas station might be off by a meter or 2 meters or 10 meters. I'm not talking about that kind of flaw. I'm talking about a discontinuity. You will not have a continuous mapping. I'm talking about like something massive, like, oh shit, this map says that if I take a step over here, this will be something here, but it is actually like completely off, like on the other side of the.
Okay, now actually
I don't
be
want to say
specific.
globe.
Now actually be specific. instead of these nonsense generalizations.
Specific. Okay.
Yeah,
So
a
you had this
specific
2D map
example.
that someone sent earlier in the chat. I'd forgotten the name. If I stand on the rightmost side of that map, I will see, oh shit, there's empty space on my right side, and there's water on the left side.
Are you being fucking retarded?
Please.
No. No.
Google
Shut the
Earth,
fuck up. Don't.
on Google
Now
Earth.
you're just taking the piss, bro.
Yep.
I don't understand.
The
why you
map
keep-
is a fucking goddamn rectangle on a piece of paper. Oh,
Yes,
oh my god, you
exactly.
could go off the map onto the table. Are you a fucking retard?
I really don't understand why you're using that
Because
kind
you're
of
talking
language.
about Google Earth. It's a fucking piece of software.
I
Okay?
think you need help. I think
And
you need help.
Yeah, no one cares what you think, dude. So you are talking. I asked how to test Google Earth to see if it matches, if we can prove the globe using Google Earth, and you started talking about fucking maps. Google Earth, dude, which is supposed to be a 3D ball that you can't step off of.
Okay, yeah. I don't understand what your problem.
There's a lot of
is,
shit you don't
honestly.
understand, obviously.
Okay, so your question is, how can we use Google Earth to determine that it is false, right?
Yeah, there's a big error that you said must exist. How do we test for it?
You look at Google Earth.
You look at it.
And yeah, you
look at
Google
it.
Earth,
That's what
and
it. That's what we're
you
going to
want
use
to
as
find-
analytics. We're going to look at it.
Okay, dude, can you stop it, please?
No, what you remember I said about false premise? That's idiotic.
You look at Google Earth.
We just is that how
and
we do anything?
You look for something that is a jump in continuity. When you find that, you go to
What would
the
that look
place.
like?
What would that
What
look
would that
like?
what would that
is
look like?
That is exactly what I said that earlier, and KGB. If you take a piece of paper and you try to
No,
wrap it
no,
on
no,
the
no,
wall,
no, 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 no. Fuck your piece of paper. What would it look like on Google Earth? If
On Google
I'm
Earth?
on Google Earth and I'm using it, and I go, hey, here's the discontinuity. What would that look like on Google Earth when I'm using the software? How do I know it's there by using the software?
Yeah, so this is the point.
Would I draw a
where-
line around one of the poles and then it would
now
turn into
you're
a half
actually-
moon? Would that be it?
Yeah,
Would
so
that be a
this is-
discontinuity?
This is okay, dude. You're just doing it for fun. This is the problem.
You're not listening.
Okay, dude.
You're
stop it.
stuck in your fucking gotcha. It failed. Get
I
over
can-
it.
Dude, I can look at Google Earth and I can say
Here we go,
I
look.
cannot find that problem.
The
Now,
argument
you
from
are
ignorance is
assuming
not an actual
that Earth
argument.
is flat. That means
Okay.
that you should be able to
All
find
you're
that
doing is
massive
making an
problem.
argument from ignorance.
No, you're saying where's the
I
flaw in
can't
Google
find it,
Earth?
therefore it don't
I'm
exist.
saying there is no flaw, but you should be able.
How do you know
to
that?
find the
Have you
flaw.
looked?
You should be able to find the flaw.
I told you the flaw. Now you're just lying.
I'm not talking. Yeah, you showed me a guy who had driven a couple of miles. And
No,
then
no, no, no.
by a
The
meter.
flaw of drawing a line around one of the poles and it turning into a half moon. That's a flaw.
Dude, that is a fucking feature in their website. It's not a part of their. I
Okay,
don't
why
care
did
what
they
their feature is.
I don't want that feature.
So they have a line tool where you draw a path and it'll tell you the distance on the path. And when you draw that line tool and make a hexagon and try to make a hexagon around because you want to circumnavigate Antarctica.
You have a map
hold
and
on,
you have a
let me
tool,
finish.
And you say that the tool is fucked, so the map has to be fucked. You are
No,
just completely out
the
of your mind,
tool
honestly.
is basing its distances on the coordinate reference system that the globe in Google Earth is using.
Dude, forget about the fucking tool. You have a tool and you say the tool is broken.
How does the tool? Where does the tool get its distances from?
The thing the tool is used on needs to be broken. The tool might be broken. I don't give a shit about the fucking tool. Do you understand
The
that?
tool's not broken. The map is broken.
Shut the fuck up about
The map is broken.
Yes.
You asked for a discontinuity. I just gave you one. And there's plenty of places you can zoom in on Google Earth where you'll see
Where
fucking lines.
do we have? Where
you'll
is it
see
not
lines where the
continuous?
textures don't align. There's plenty of them.
Fantastic. Give me a screenshot. Give me something.
A screenshot of the half moon? Is that what you want? Hold on.
What do you think?
I'm just waiting for your evidence that Google Earth is actually accurate.
No, but like this is my evidence is that you
Your
don't
evidence
have
is a
any
claim.
evidence.
Your evidence is
My
your claim.
evidence is that you don't have any
Your
evidence.
your
It's
evidence
not
is that
real.
I can't fucking. That's a burden of proof reversal.
No, but it would be so easy for you if the Earth really was flat. It would be super easy for you to just say, Google Earth, here's a point where it's fucked up. It would be
I
super
did.
easy for you.
I did. I want you to do it. I want you to fire up Google Earth and take the line tool, which measures distance on the surface of the Earth.
Again with the fucking tool. Stop.
Linear distance.
Tool.
You don't. You
We're
under.
broken.
You listen. How does the line tool measure distance in Google Earth?
I don't give a shit.
It
about
uses the
fucking tool.
Habersign
Why are you
formula.
talking about the tool?
Listen. It uses the Habersign formula, which is a calculation based upon the 2 points, right? The great circle route of latitude and longitude. That's right, great circle route. So if I draw a line and a line and a line and a line and a line, I should be able to get a full distance, right? Because it's a bunch of intersecting great circles. And I can get the arc segment at each one of those great circles and come up with a total distance. When you do this on Google Earth, if it was a fucking ball, you'd be able to do this and get a distance. But you can't, and it'll make a half moon because Google Earth's a fucking cylinder. So if you're trying to prove a cylinder, go right ahead.
Dude, I don't. The tool might be broken. I don't give
It's
a
not
shit
the
about
fucking
the
tool.
tool.
It's the map projection, you dumb fuck. Dude, you're dense, dude. You're fucking dense.
Why so much anger if you're correct? It sounds
Shut
really
up.
defensive.
Shut up, twat. Was that Athena again? Now our army of Simpsons are going to come in here. Why'd you talk to Athena like that? It's a fucking little game she plays. It's really simple. Google Earth is a cylinder. You ask for a flaw. At discontinuity, I gave you one at least 15 fucking times.
Okay.
If you're wondering why I'm screaming
Okay,
at you,
I'm sorry
it's
if I
because
missed something.
you won't
I'm so
acknowledge
sorry
the
if I
fact
missed
that
something.
what you asked
Where is
for,
the
I provided.
discontinuity?
What you asked for, I provided, and you can deny all you want. Anybody in this chat, listen on YouTube,
Can you
Twitter,
show me a
X,
screenshot
can
or
fucking
something?
do it yourself, dude.
Okay, now you're
Do it yourself.
I'm
You can
gonna.
do it right at. You just appeal to Google Earth. Fire up fucking Google Earth and do it yourself.
I'm really convinced now.
I'm not trying to convince you. Where did you get that idea? I'm giving you information you didn't previously have. You, previous to this conversation, thought Google Earth was a ball when it's a fucking cylinder. So you just have information now that you didn't previously have. And you made a whole bunch of assumptions based upon your wrong assumption about how Google Earth works, et cetera, et cetera. But now you know you were all wrong. You made all that shit up in your head. And you don't want to cope with that.
I
I'm
would
sorry,
love for
dude.
you to just
You
send
filled
me
in
a
the blanks.
screenshot. Send me something. Send me something that just something.
Do it yourself.
I
I
find
want
it
you to do
difficult
it yourself,
to
dude, so
believe
you
that
can't
you're
say I
so
doctored it or I
convinced
did something special.
about your
Go
beliefs,
do
but
it
you
yourself.
refuse to send me any evidence.
I want you to do it yourself. Are you on a cell phone? Or on a PC? Are you on a cell phone or a PC?
It's almost like he doesn't want to hear you.
He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't
Okay.
want to bust his own fucking bubble.
Literally.
I could look at Google Earth for ages and I wouldn't find any flaw.
That is bullshit, dude.
Then show me where it's bullshit. We're circling back to
First
the
of
same
all, that's
thing.
an argument from incredulity, okay, which I already pointed out is a logical fallacy. Your ignorance doesn't prove non-existence. Okay? This is the same problem of the black swan, white swan. All swans are white. As a theory, you don't look for white swans, you look for black swans, right? No matter how many black swans or white swans you find, it only takes one black swan to falsify the theory. And the reason you haven't
And
found
where
any
is that
flaws
black
because
swan?
you didn't try. Dude, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna literally
Where is
type in
the
Google and I'm gonna type in mismatched textures on Google Earth, and I'm gonna get thousands of fucking. And I'm gonna get thousands of hits, thousands.
Well, I can point out an obvious flaw with Google Earth.
Yeah, it shows
It's
it's a
not.
ball.
Yeah, it shows it's a ball, and it's also a cylinder, a Mercator projection.
I've told him that 72 times already. It's not getting into his pea brain. So there we go. That took all of 15 seconds right there.
I think it's time you get some rest, Jench.
Do you know? Yeah. Okay, I'm trying
Yeah,
to.
you're
So
in,
just go.
Okay, there's another.
You're in Sweden, and it's 2 a.m. right now, right? 2:04.
Yeah. So the reason that those kind of deformities look like that is simply because you have a satellite picture, and the satellites keep circling around, and they're not updating all of the places at the same time. So some places will be sort of lagging behind, but there should be a way bigger flaw than that.
Shouldn't
a
it
massive
be
flaw.
because it's a bunch of rectangles being pasted onto a sphere? Shouldn't that be the reason?
Yeah, I
You're
already
just
answered this
full
earlier,
of
Jench.
shit, dude.
Jench, you got wrecked today, bro. It's okay. Lick your wounds, take a nap, come back.
Look, I didn't mean to yell at you, bro, but you're being dense. Like, you guys come in here with a gotcha, and you have no plan B. So you just
I have
dig
no
in.
gotcha.
You're
I have
digging
no
to be.
gotcha.
Dude.
Not anymore.
Globe busted.
Look, you're like, hey, man, Gauss's theorem of Grudgium says, hey, dude, you can't project a sphere without distortion onto a flat surface. Yeah, we know that.
Yes.
You're not informing us. We know that, but that's not how it's being done. That is a second order processing. Okay, it's a second order reduction. They're going celestial sphere, ground measurements, projected onto oblate ellipsoid. Then that referent oblate ellipsoid is then being projected onto a flat surface with rays, right? So they're going curved lines. They're going curved line mapping function filtered through the oblate. No, it's not, dude. You have perfect
you
sphere.
didn't even hear me finish. You didn't even hear me finish.
You said it's
if you
the
have
same.
Two
it's not the same.
Isomorphism. You can represent that as a
You
one
don't.
isomorphism.
Oh my
it's pretty
god,
simple.
dude! You're not getting it. There's the celestial sphere, which is a perfect sphere. Then you have the oblate ellipse. You have the geoid, which is filtering the projection onto the reference ellipsoid, which is not a sphere, which is I don't even know what you call it, oblate spheroid, right? So then they're taking that and they're making a projection from that. It's a series of steps. It's not globe to projection. You understand?
Do you realize that a series of steps can be represented as one step? Isomorphisms that go into each other when you map F to G to H can be represented as one isomorphism from F to H.
Dude, no. Listen.
Yes,
the
that's
geoid.
not even
The geoid. Look. Your normals are changing because
Dude,
the
did you say
geoid
you
is
had
an.
taken
Hold on,
quantum
dude. Let me
mechanics?
finish. The normals of the surface are changing because the geoid is an undulating surface. It's not continuous.
I feel like you said
Is
earlier
an
that you
undulating
had
surface a
taken
continuous
quantum
curve?
mechanics.
It
Have you
is
taken
an
quantum
undulating
mechanics?
surface a continuous curve? That's why I said lumpy gravity. It's an undulating surface. And I'm not talking about the topography. I'm talking about the direction of the normal. So doesn't the direction of the normal determine whether the surface is continuous or not?
The direction of the normal? No, not at all.
Oh, so you can have converging normals and then the fucking it's converging and then diverging normals
This is so
in
strange
two
because
different
sometimes you're
two
throwing
adjacent
in
segments, and
buzzwords
then
that
it's
are
still continuous.
actually mathematically terms, but sometimes you're just completely off. I really want to know, have you taken
Yeah,
quantum
so now you're
mechanics
talking
or
about me
any
instead of actually
math
refuting
classes?
what I said. That's crazy.
He wants to know if you're taking classes now, India. Now we're
Yeah,
down
I
to
want to know
who's
because the
taking what
stuff
kind of
that you do,
classes.
I want to
Dude,
know
you
if
really
that
want to
makes
get
sense
into
to you or
classes?
not.
Dude, you really want to talk about classes?
Yeah, can you tell me about the coastline problem?
Yeah, the coastline problem. What do you want to know about it?
Does that apply? Does the coastline problem apply to undulating surfaces?
I don't know what an undulating surface is.
Meaning it's like a coastline. It's going back and forth.
Well, actually, it's impossible because we have in quantum mechanics we have something that's called h, little h.
Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Go to bed.
Oh, got little h, so that means now Earth is a globe. Dude, you are tired.
He just really wants to talk about quantum mechanics. I think he don't even want to talk about this topic.
Yeah, well, good luck because he's not going to be able to get away with it.
Dude, he was saying like
and the other one is
mechanics. He was like that chick one day at band camp. You know, after fucking every goddamn line. So I'm gonna unmute Kasari here. Yeah, guess he wants to step up to Mark. Bro, go to bed. We're not talking about quantum mechanics. We're done with that shit. Go find out. An undulating surface is a surface that goes back and forth. The geoid, which is supposed to see the equipotential surface of gravity, that filters all the rays and curves them after the fact. So the coordinate system ends up being displaced in all sorts of different directions, but you can actually measure the difference between an undulating surface because the distance increases depending as the unit of measure gets smaller, which you should know. So it isn't working the way you think it's working. It's which I said way back when, almost fucking 45 minutes ago. You come in here with your mind thinking the globe Earth works like X, but that's not how it works. That's why if you look up the first books printed on geodesy, there's 1,600 fucking pages of mathematics. So anybody want to talk to Kajir here, who had a bunch of social commentary?
You mean KGB?
Oh, yeah. Is that his name?
Yeah, KGB. KGB. Kagebe. That's his name, Kagebe.
Russian Bear,
He's still
KGB. He's being a douche.
Hold on, where's these mathematicians that you were talking about, Sheepdog?
Yeah,
Hey,
where
they
are
were
they?
supposed to show up tonight.
Live streaming and all.
I
That's the
know.
only reason I even came in here.
I'm
That's
so
false
sorry,
advertising, man. I want my money back.
Hey, that was on what was his name? Hold on, who was it? Oh, that's on T-Dub.
This dude had me crashing out, man. Fucking
Wait, what?
Europeans, man, they fucking drive me crazy.
Okay. Dude, he was doing it to me. I spoke to him for hours before you, and yeah, he started off with the same thing. Crazy.
What am I getting blamed for?
Yeah, it's like he won't take yes for an answer. It's like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, he started off by asking what would happen if you kept walking in a straight line. I said, no one's ever done that. All right, I said you'd hit the ocean. He's like, kept saying, oh, you're just avoiding my question. You're just avoiding my question. And then I answered his question, and I gave him, the answer, and he just kept saying you're avoiding my question. And
glad it was
one thing.
funny.
Yeah,
well, he was like,
felt bad.
He was doing it for everything. He was doing the same thing.
He was like, well, hypothetically, what would happen if you walked in a straight line? It's like, I have no idea, man.
Yeah.
You can walk on water, bro.
But he conceded to the John D observation measurement.
Oh yeah, he did. Well, what
But
can
he
you
questions
do?
John D, didn't he? Or did I leave?
Then he questioned the credibility of the person and their ability to make measurements.
Yeah, he was saying that he has, pictures. NASA has pictures, right? So he can counter that by looking at the NASA pictures. And then I explained to him that we can't go and validate the NASA pictures, but you can go and validate the long distance observations, and yeah, he did concede to that, but he quickly took it to a different place, right? And didn't want to talk about observations anymore.
T-Dub, where's the mathematician, T-Dub?
Oh, they told me 5 hours, and that was probably
6 hours
2 to
ago.
3 hours ago. Was
No.
it? No, it wasn't that long, was
It's 2 o'clock on my time. It's 8 o'clock now.
Hang on, I've got the
What do you want to talk to
screenshot.
Yeah, unmute him. Let's see what he's got.
Mathematician. He's just a troll, but I'll fuck with him for a minute. So KGB, you're unmuted.
No, I'm sorry. Were you expecting?
Yeah, you said mathematician.
Yeah, KGB, you claimed what you said about me. Yeah, I claim the sun floats above the earth and moves. Listen, I go outside, the sun is above me, and it moves. It's my claim. Yeah, I see it above me, and it moves. Debunk me.
Okay, fair enough. I guess you can't see bacteria and viruses. Do they exist?
I don't know. We're not talking about that.
What does that got to do with the sun?
Okay. There's no reason.
What does him
for us
seeing
to- I'm just
something
gonna
have to
listen,
do with
okay?
not seeing something? How do you make that connection? Are you mentally ill?
Well, if you base all your observations on observations alone with just your eyes, then therefore, bacteria and viruses shouldn't exist.
What
right?
should we base
In
them
your
on then?
worldview.
Something about
What should we?
bacteria.
Hold on. I
viruses.
want to get to the bottom of this. What should we base them on then? If we're not basing it upon observation, what should we use?
Here's a suggestion. Maybe, I don't know, for the last 500 years of all science and
Oh, so
knowledge.
sociology?
Revolves. I'm just still talking.
Sociology is what we should use. We
Revolving
should run around and. So we should use sociology. That's what we should use to determine truth. We just run around and ask everybody else.
Well,
Hey, what's everybody saying?
Maybe if you let me finish what I was
Well,
going to say.
because your answers are canned and they're really easy to figure
I
out.
was talking about sociology, but actually,
It is
500
sociology.
years, 500 years of evidential empirical evidence proving that the world is actually a spheroid, obloid, actually.
Okay. You just said observation is not to be used. What are you talking about? That's what empirical evidence is.
That's not what I said.
You said you think you just relying on observation. What do you? And then you said we shouldn't be doing that.
You
I
weren't
said what
listening.
should we use? And then you said thousands of years of observation. That's empirical evidence, which is observation.
Okay, maybe you have an issue with hearing or something.
No, I don't have an issue with hearing. You have an issue with double speaking.
Here, I'll be specific. I said that you can't just base your claims on observation using your eyes alone, because if that were true, here I'll explain. Because if that were true, and if you just based all your observations on just your eyes, then therefore things like bacteria and viruses wouldn't exist in your worldview, correct?
No.
How
You
so?
can see bacteria under a microscope.
Why? I tell people
so
that
you
all the
use the
time.
tool.
You can see
Wonderful.
bacteria under a
Use the
microscope.
tool.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
Wonderful.
That's how they knew it was
What
there.
do they do astronomy with?
Okay. All right. Awesome. So you
those
used a
pictures from
tool.
space. Those pictures you think are from space? What are you using to look at those globes? Your eyes?
So you use the tool microscope to see, to prove that the bacteria and viruses exist, right? Awesome. So
I can see
what's the
Saturn
problem
and
with all these
Jupiter
people
without a
using telescopes
telescope.
to prove the celestial objects, and the fact that the moon is not just a circle in the sky and it's actually a sphere? So if the moon
How
is a
did they
sphere,
prove
why
that?
isn't Earth a sphere?
Hold on. How did a telescope prove the Earth is a sphere? Can you tell us how?
Is the moon a sphere or not?
No. Answer my question. How did a telescope prove the moon was a sphere?
When you observe the moon, it's a sphere, right?
When you
Through a
observe the
telescope.
moon, it's a sphere. Did they use their eyes?
When you use a telescope and observe through the telescope and look at the moon, it is a sphere, is it not?
How do you know that? How do you know you just don't have
Is it not
pareidolia?
a sphere? Yes or no?
You can't tell.
Yes, you can. You can see the shadow around the moon. You can see the surface of the moon. You can
Yeah,
see
that's an
the-
inference,
the
though.
obvious-
That's not seeing it
Excuse me,
as a
sir.
sphere.
You can obviously see that the object is a spheroid.
No, it's not obvious. You're just saying it's obvious.
All right, then. Okay, fine. It's a circle.
Here's some things that are
Let's
not
assume it's a
obvious.
circle.
Here's the things that are
Okay,
not obvious about why it's not a sphere, right? It's evenly lit. Does not have a speck or a reflection. You always see the same side of it, so it's not rotating. So there's some things that indicate it's not a sphere. So what about those?
Okay, well, it's certainly not flat, is it?
Okay, so no, it could be.
It could be.
Well, you see the same side all the time, right?
All right, so if it could be, then why do eclipses happen?
Why are you asking me a fucking question?
Because it doesn't follow what you're saying.
No, you said, hey, here's some
eclipses.
examples of why we think it's a sphere. I gave you counter examples, and you ignore them.
But there are eclipses.
Here's the counter. So so what? And
so eclipse absolutely proves that it's a spheroid.
How?
What do you mean how? The way the moon moves, when the moon aligns with the sun, you can obviously see that parts of the moon get shadowed out.
When the moon aligns with the sun, like a solar eclipse?
Yes, an eclipse. Yes,
a solar eclipse.
I said an eclipse.
Did you see the moon during the solar eclipse? So
yes,
a solar eclipse. I'm just trying to make sure you're talking about solar eclipse.
Yeah,
why are you talking to me all the time? Okay, so really simple. You fuck yourself up because you can't see the moon during a solar eclipse.
Dummy.
Yes, you can. You can see the
no human has ever seen the moon during a solar eclipse ever in the history of man.
Oh, you failed,
what caused the
KGB.
eclipse then?
Who cares? But no one's seen the moon.
What do you mean, who cares? That's not good enough.
Look, you said that you can tell the moon is a sphere because of a solar eclipse. Well, no one's ever seen the moon during the solar eclipse. You can't see the moon because solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Sorry, lunar eclipse to be specific.
Oh, that's why. Oh, now it's lunar eclipse. So how do you tell the moon?
The
lunar eclipse falsifies
the moon being a sphere. We're talking about the moon. We're talking about the moon, right?
Yeah. So the lunar eclipse falsifies. Yeah, that's great. Lunar eclipse falsifies the moon being a sphere.
And no, it proves that the moon is a sphere.
No, it actually falsifies it because if the moon was a curved surface and the Earth was a fucking sphere and it would project, right? It's a circle onto a flat surface, not a curved surface. Because curved surfaces, it would distort with the curve the same way that like the railing of next to stairs, when the sun casts its shadow, that shadow looks zigzagged, right? Because it conforms to the surface. So if the shadow of the Earth being a circle conformed to the surface of the moon, which would be curved, it wouldn't form a circle. It would form some other shape.
Does the light and the shadow or the shadow gradient around the moon?
Notice how you're not actually addressing what's being said to you?
Well, I'm addressing. You're completely denying that the moon is a sphere. So therefore, I have to provide.
No, we're going over the evidence. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, the evidence, right? And the evidence proves otherwise, that the moon is a sphere.
Proves.
Because the
shadow. Then how do you explain? Then how do you explain the things I said that are not sphere-like?
What are you?
No specular reflection like all spheres have, and you always see the same side.
That is incorrect. You can see the lighting and the shadowing on one side of the moon and the other side of the moon.
Do you always see the same face of the moon, dude?
And you can obviously tell that it's a
Do you always see the same face of the moon?
Based off of how the light works around the
No, that is an inference based upon how the light works. You're confusing the description with the explanation as usual.
Oh, it's an inference. Okay. So what shape is the moon?
You said prove, though. You said prove.
Okay, what shape is the moon according to you?
Who cares? I don't care.
No, that's not acceptable.
No, you said it's proven that the moon is a sphere, and that you could tell the moon was a sphere from a telescope.
Yeah, absolutely.
That fucking exploded in your motherfucking face.
You're so aggressive.
Yeah, that exploded in your face, okay? You can't tell the moon is a sphere from a telescope. Do you know why?
Yes,
because there's no parallax. And without parallax, it's the only way to determine whether an object is actually 3D or not. But because they say it's so far away, there's no lunar parallax. And you can't tell
but
3D.
we're not doing 3D now. And
the
term parallax does not
fit.
Well,
a sphere is a 3D object, right?
No, you're talking absolute nonsense. Parallax is
what did I say that was
nonsense? That's a 3D term. We're not talking in 3D terms now. We're talking about in telescope. When you look through the telescope, you can see the shadow and the light on one side of the moon and shadow on the other side.
How do you know it's a shadow?
That's a stupid question.
No,
it's not.
How do you know it's a
If
shadow?
you're claiming it's a shadow, how do you know it's a
So
shadow?
so Earth,
What do you mean?
Moon,
How do
so
I know
shadow,
it's a shadow? What
Moon
does
is
that
bigger
mean? How do I
out.
know it's a shadow?
So
There's
how do
light
you
on
know?
one side. There's light on one side because the sun is there, and the other side is darker
Okay,
because
so
there's a shadow because there's no
listen,
light.
brother. So this is where the ignorance comes out again. So when you go to the movie theater and you look at the movie screen and you see black on the movie screen, are they projecting black light?
No, we're gonna go back to the moon.
No, this is irrelevant, dude. This is relevant. It shows in how you look, bro. It's it's relevant because it shows you how we see darkness. Okay? Does a projector project black light?
No, there's no light there. That's why it's dark.
No, there is light there. There's just less light.
What does this have to do with the moon? How does this follow?
Because just because you see less light doesn't mean it's a shadow.
So what's the dark area on the moon then? What is that?
I don't know, and neither do you.
Oh, so it's unicorn magic pixie dust.
No,
Voodoo
it
magic.
doesn't. That's not the other
What is
choice, right? The choice is I don't know and can actually never know.
Okay,
and
well
neither
I
can
know
you.
that's a shadow because
No,
there's
you
not
don't.
enough
Prove
light
it.
there. Yes,
Prove
I
it
do.
to shit. You
Yeah,
know,
there's
but I
not
asked you
enough.
how. Here's the funny thing. You're saying
Simple,
now
there's
that
not
you
enough
know
light.
it's a, shut the fuck up, dude. You just said you know. I asked you how you know. You couldn't tell me, but you're just repeating that you do know again. How do you know it's a shadow?
Because
How?
the sun is on.
What was the evaluation?
Hypothetically speaking, the sun's on the right side. There's going to be light on the right
That's
side
wrong
of the
too.
moon.
That's wrong too.
And on
That's
the left
incorrect.
side of the moon,
That
it's
is
going to
incorrect.
be shadowy.
That's incorrect, dude.
Why is that
Well
incorrect?
known that the sun is not always perpendicular to the fucking Terminator line. It's well known.
Right.
You want me to post some? You want me to post from Oxford?
Do you have a ball in your room? Do you have a ball in your room?
Dude. Okay.
Do you have a ball in your room?
Yeah, we're talking about the moon. We're not talking about a ball.
Okay. How about you How about you take this ball in your hand? You put it next to a light bulb. Okay.
That wouldn't work either, dude.
Yeah.
The only way to
Yeah, you're gonna
simulate
notice-
moon phases with a light is with an array. You don't know what you're
notice
talking
one
about.
side is lit and the other side is darker because there's no light on the
Yeah,
other
but
side.
it won't look like the moon looks.
Says who? You?
It says people try to make little simulated fucking models of moon phases to sell to people, and they can't do it with a single light.
What?
To sell to
what
people
do
like you, morons.
Me, morons.
You know how people like little models, like scale models of the solar system? Well, people want to sell little moon phase models to sell to people, and they can't use a single light source to make it look like the moon. They can only
right,
do it with
Mr.
an array of lights. Do you want me to show it to you?
All right, Professor. I know it all, so please tell me what shape's the moon.
A circle.
Okay, then is our Earth also a circle?
No, the moon and the Earth are not the same thing. They're not similar, and there's no similarities.
Why? Why?
Because we don't observe any. That's why.
Why would they be the same thing?
Why not? Do you have evidence that they're
Because
not
there's
the
no
same thing?
similarities, dude.
Says who? What? How?
It
Why?
says observation of reality.
Grab your telescope, look at your moon again.
Did you observe?
Tell us all how you like freezer on there.
Hold up. Wait. Didn't you, aren't you the same person earlier that said that you cannot fly up really high up Earth and you can't observe Earth because space doesn't exist? So how the fuck do you know that the observation
what I said
of
was
Earth?
you
And
can't
how
get
are
far
you
enough
effectively?
away.
How are you stating this so confidently?
Cage B, just listen for 5 seconds. Have you had a telescope?
Thank you. You
Go
don't
and
have to
point it to the
go. You don't have to dog talking to the gentleman here. You know.
Okay, it's fine. What's that got to do with anything?
Well, because I asked you.
Is flying.
Here,
so you think that I can go to a magic place? And that's where I'll find the similarities. That I can't, like on Earth, even though I don't see any similarities between the moon and the Earth, I can't use those. I have to imagine I can go to a place where there would be similarities.
All right, so it's all an implication.
Yeah, notice how you don't address what was said. That's great. So I have to go to a place and imagine I can go to a place where I'll observe a similarity.
All right, let's take a step back for a second.
Yeah, let's
So
take a
we're talking about
step
the
back.
moon.
We're not going in imagination land. We're going with what we can actually do right now.
Right.
What we
right.
can do
So
right now is observe the Earth and look at
You're
the
not letting
moon
me
and go,
speak.
nothing. Why are you over talking me constantly, dude? We can observe the Earth and we can observe the moon, and there's not a single fucking thing you can say that looks similar. Not a single thing. There's
Can I
no
speak
reason
now?
to think they're similar.
Okay, so since you claim that the moon is a circle? All right.
That's what I see.
You
I'm
confidently
not claiming it. That's what it looks
claim
like. Does it look like a circle?
you confidently claim that our Earth is assuming you claim that the Earth is a circle.
Why does this space
No,
have so much
the Earth has
trouble
nothing to
answering
do with the
questions?
fucking moon, retard.
All right. So what shape is the Earth then?
Doesn't have a form like that. It's
So what
not
form is
bounded,
Earth?
dude. No, it's not inside of something.
So what? It's just
What's the universe inside of?
it's in a matrix or what?
What's the universe inside of?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor. You know
No, you tell me, because you think that somehow the Earth has to be bounded inside of something where it has edges.
I never claimed the universe.
You
has
asked
edges.
me
What?
where's the edge, dude.
I asked regarding longitude and latitude. How far?
Latitude and longitude are the stars,
far-
dude. Yeah, you're never going to address it. You want to bring up
is the
latitude and
moon flat?
longitude, you don't know anything about it.
Is the moon flat?
I don't know.
Does the moon float
Why does
above?
he,
Same
did he
questions
get to
over
us
and
before
over.
Why would
he
it
said?
matter? Why would it matter if the moon's flat?
It's a
Well,
circle.
because the other flat earther, the other guy, excuse me, I have to be respectful, right? The other gentleman claimed that the sun was floating above Earth
No, he
and
didn't.
moved across
I
Earth.
said
Yes,
it's
he did.
Earth, and it
Yes,
moves.
yes, he did.
Floating.
It's above me and my
Floating
go
is probably some
yard.
buoyancy thing. You're being a disingenuous, dude.
No, sir, I'm being honest. Professor, whatever his name is,
I
respectfully,
told you.
claimed
Nah, he's not being honest. He's
that
doing
the
a spine.
sun, that the sun moved across the flat
Yeah,
Earth
just move across.
and that it floated above the Earth. So then,
Well, hold it.
therefore, how
That's
does
all
the
I
moon?
can
How does
tell.
the moon work? How does the moon work in that
Same
respect?
way.
Look, what do you see
Okay,
the sun do?
so a circular moon, I'm assuming flat moon, is also floating above Earth.
Oh my.
It's not floating, dude.
It's not rolling on the ground. Is it? Do you see it rolling on the ground?
Look, if you're not going to be serious, you just go on mute, okay? Keep being a douche nozzle and straw manning what we're saying. You just stay on mute. So the reason you're straw manning is because you actually have no arguments or counter arguments. You're still at fucking. I looked through the telescope and I can tell the
I'm
moon
sorry.
was a sphere. That fucking bricked you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're laughing.
Dude,
You're laughing at yourself because you created that straw man yourself.
Dude, you tried this
No one
slapping
claimed
shit
that.
before. Remember when I
Oh,
called
yeah.
you out on
Did it
it? You
help?
tried this slapping stuff before?
Oh, cope. This is cope.
Yeah,
mechanism.
yeah, this is really
Hey, JJ,
bad.
I'm gonna be real. You kind of
He
sound
was
stupid.
he was
But
hyperventilating.
the thing is, one guy tells me that the moon
What
is
do you
a
see
sphere,
the
and the other
what
guy
do you
tells
see
me
the
that the sun
what
is
do you
floating.
see the sun
Who
doing?
cares? This is just narrative painting bullshit, bro. This is
Mhm.
like, now you'll talk about us and how dumb we are, and et cetera, et cetera. Because you actually have no arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't. And you're laughing at
Right
straw.
there.
You're laughing at yourself. You created a straw man, tried to say we said that, and now you're laughing at it. That's hilarious.
But I look, man, look.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you very
None of
much.
these
Dr.
gimmicks
J.
work in here. Go in one of the other chats for your bullshit, dude. Like, seriously. None of these
Look,
immature
I
little
have a
gimmicks work here.
Serious question. Does the moon float?
Do you see the moon go across the sky?
Does the
Do you
moon
see
float above Earth?
do you see
Is
the
the
moon
question.
above Earth?
Define float. Define
Yes,
float. What
I
is float?
do.
Define float for us, will you?
So what I think the gentleman over
Define
there
float.
implied. Float? Well, like he posted a GIF and the sun appeared to be moving.
No,
and
define
floating above
float
Earth.
as what you're laughing at. What's so funny? How are you defining float? What does float mean?
Like float, bro. It floats above Earth.
Yeah, define it. Define it.
Yeah, define it. Don't describe it.
Suspended in midair.
Suspended?
Above Earth.
That's what float means?
Well, I guess that's what the GIF
But
showed.
we can see him
I saved
moving.
the
It can't
GIF.
be
So
suspended.
if I threw a turd like you in water and you
Suspended
floated, you'd be
stationary.
suspended?
Like in orbit, I think. He thinks it's in orbit. Floating.
Well, I mean,
don't
he
know
used
what
the
he
word
thinks.
float, so ask him to define. I don't know. He said float,
You said it.
but he said that the sun floats above Earth.
And what do you think that means?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the professor.
No, you're the one laughing. You must think it means
means-
something for it to be
It
comedic.
means that it's not rolling on the ground. It's above us.
Yeah, it's floating, like suspended in air.
So what
No,
does the
no,
sun
that's
do?
not how. That's not
What
what
does the sun
float
do
means.
during the
Terry.
day? What does the sun do during the day? Does the sun move or no?
Sure.
Wow,
to move on the sun.
you were cackling like an asshole, and you know the sun moves, and now you're laughing because you figured out the sun moves. Congratulations.
But
Never
you
been
said
out of
that
his
the
mom's
sun
basement.
moves and floats above Earth like it moves on the Earth.
What do you think it does? How would you describe
You
it?
see it moving.
Like
How
for
would you
example,
describe
if
the
you
motion of the sun descriptively?
right,
Just seeing.
like in the GIF, it appeared to like.
How
it's
would
like, you know,
you
when take a... Wait, I'm trying to fucking answer your question. So
Okay,
it's
so
like
describe it.
the bowling ball. You know when you throw a bowling ball and it starts rolling, right?
What the fuck?
Except
No,
it's
you're not
rolling.
answering the question. That's not an answer. How would you describe observing the sun move across the sky?
How would I describe it? Well, you wouldn't like how I would describe it because it's on a spherical model.
No, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for a description. See, Professor Triangle gave you a description. When you asked what's the moon look like, I said a circle. That's a description. You're confusing descriptions with explanations, as in the difference between what is and how and why. Those are two different questions, right? So
Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile. Trump is a gay rapist pedophile.
Dude, leave
Trump
your girlfriend alone, dude. Stop. Dude.
Hold
Freaking
up.
harping on
Wait
your
a
girlfriend
minute.
in here.
Let's relax.
If you were just going to describe to someone that's never seen the sun what it looks like, you're just going to describe exactly what it looks like to your eyes. You're going to.
Okay.
How would you describe it to? How would you describe it to them?
If the sun is moving across the sky, floats across the
That is not a fucking description, dude. Are you deaf?
Relax. That's what the other guy said.
I want to know what you say. How would you describe
walk
it?
outside. You're looking at the sun. What does it look like it's doing?
Well, the sun obviously rises from the east, from the horizon, and moves across the sky in a well, to our perspective, it looks like it goes across the sky in a spherical motion. Well, to
In
some
a
degree,
spherical
and
motion.
then it sets down to the east.
Oh, so the sun moves. Wow. Now,
Sorry,
can
you draw? Hold on, I want him to draw a spherical motion. Can you draw a spherical motion in the fucking chat, dude?
Sure, it's when you take your arm and then you move your arm across. And you,
I want to cackle like an asshole. Please draw
I'm
that
answering
for
your
me.
question. I was asked a question, right? So
I asked you to
from
draw it.
east, from the right side, you extend your arm fully, where you imagine the horizon is, and then you rise your arm across, and then all the way
imagine
down
the horizon is.
to the other side, which is the
He
west.
thinks making an arc is a
Oh, that's
sphere.
a sphere?
Yeah, that's a sphere. Making
but
an
look,
arc
I have a-
motion with your hand.
But
You pointed. Let's say you're at the equator. You pointed at east on the sunrise on the equinox, and then you raised your hand over your head, and then brought it back down the horizontal, and that's a sphere.
Sure.
Are we
But I have a
redefining
different
sphere?
question. Wait,
No,
I have
you're
a different question.
changing everything.
So this is the
About the
problem.
moon.
You can't even honestly and accurately describe reality.
Okay, yeah, I'm a retard and all that, but
Well,
just
I mean,
finally, right?
no, you're not. You're stubborn.
Hold up. Wait,
Just
if the moon is
describe
a
what you
circle,
see, dude, and you're defensive.
hold up. If
Well,
the
he
moon
said
is a
he
circle,
said the sun sets in the east as well. You just can't let that go. Just
Oh,
have to point that
shit.
out.
Yeah, he probably
no,
doesn't
from
know
east to
anything,
west.
man.
East to west. Yeah, I don't know what you heard, but sure. So if the moon is a circle, right? How does it move across the Earth? Do you get to
Is
see
this
the
a
other
flat
side of
Earth
the moon?
server?
Oh my
How does it-
god.
The same way the sun moves, except for it doesn't do it as fast.
Right.
So the
Different
moon
timing.
just faces you at all times. It just decides to face you, or
well, it's so far away.
Dude,
So, I mean, is there like a magic force?
This is your problem. You said it was a sphere. Why don't we see it on the sphere?
Does the moon just magic? There's a magic force.
Why don't we see the
forcing the
sides
moon
of
to
the
face
sphere?
you?
Why
Is this
exactly?
24/7?
That's
Let's
a
talk
you
about
problem.
the moon, though.
You don't understand that you're fucking literally debunking the shit you said earlier.
Really?
Why don't we see
So
this?
the moon-
If the moon's a sphere, why don't we see its sides?
I don't know because you claimed it's a circle, so I'm assuming.
No,
it's a
if
flat
the moon is a sphere,
No,
why
hold
don't
up,
we see its
wait.
sides?
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
a
disc,
circle.
right?
The gravity of a
So if
circle is
if it moves across the flat surface of the Earth, then it's a disc. So therefore, we should be able to see the other
no one
side
said
of
it's
the
a
moon,
disc.
right?
Who
No,
said
no one said it's a
disc?
disc.
Well,
said
it's
no
a
one said it's a
circle, right?
disc.
So it's a 2D
I said
plane,
it
so therefore it should
looks
be a disc.
like, bro, you're dense, dude. Looks like a
Am I?
circle. So yeah, so really simple. Things can look like something and be something else. For instance, railroad tracks are parallel, but they
Yeah, like
look like
intelligence.
shut up. But they look like they converge.
So he has to
Right?
burp too.
So they look like they
I
converge.
believe
They're
the
not
Earth is a
actually
globe by the
converging. They
virtue
look
of
like
the
that.
idea that we
If
have
you
multiple
draw,
hypotheses.
if you
And
draw a
multiple
parabola
observation can be
that
explained
went
by
all the
that
way
one
to the horizon
hypothesis
when you were
that
when
the
you were
idea
at
the
the
Earth
arc of
is
the
a globe.
curve, that would look like an ellipse. Okay, so things look different because we see in a projective world, right? The 3D world is projected onto our little retinas, and that makes a 2D image. I said it looks like a circle. I didn't say is a circle.
So moon looks like a circle. But what
Looks like.
what is it though?
Purely descriptive.
What is it though? What is it though?
How would
What
I
shape
tell
is
by looking at it?
Moon
Flat
work.
Earth? Yes. Go to the ocean. There you go.
If you're
Okay, so
professor
what's the
of
moon then?
psychology,
What shape
you
is the
should know
moon?
how the moon
What does
works.
the moon got to do with a flat Earth?
Well, because I want to know what shape is this object in the sky that I keep seeing?
I already told you. It looks like a
What is it?
fucking circle.
So it looks
Ask,
like a
ignore,
circle, but
repeat,
what
dude.
shape is it?
Ask, ignore, repeat.
Hey.
Now, why are you doing it?
It's a
Okay,
circle.
Right. So
Davey,
it's a circle. So it's a disc. I guess.
Davey, let's get this out now.
No. Not a disc.
Logically linked for us. What you witnessed, the moon, whatever you believe it is, logically link that now. Shape of the ground. Circle.
Matrix, you're breaking up.
Not again.
Yeah, it's skipping.
It sounds like you're in the garage and your computer's in somebody else's house.
I know why he keeps asking. He wants to equate the things in the sky to the ground because the things in the sky look like a circle or a sphere.
Yeah,
Or
it's terrible logic.
Chandeliers.
Well, I mean, can you explain to me why is it things in the sky look like spherical?
I don't know. Why
And
does
why
my
would our
chandelier
Earth
not
be
look like my floor, dumbass?
That's what happens when things are in the sky. That's what they look like after a while. How's that for an
How are you in
explanation?
the military and you're a flat earther? That just doesn't add up. How does that work?
How?
He just outed
Military
himself for being a
gridmaps are flat,
dumbass.
dummy.
Yeah,
Wait, I
how does
really
the-
hope- do
so
you,
what does
do
the
you work with
military have to do with
rockets
the
and
globe?
missiles? Do you
Yep, they
work with
require
rockets
flat Earth.
and
They
artillery?
require flat
Hello?
Earth. They require a flat Earth.
Hold on, dude.
Hello?
Do you think that you acquire artillery accurately, you need to account for the curvature of the Earth, or?
I happen to be the
No, because
running man
artillery at
who went
most
back
artillery
into
just goes
this
no more than 30
chat.
kilometers, which isn't enough
Yeah,
to
I'm willing to
make
debate
this,
whether the Earth is a globe or
You're
flat.
gonna crash tight because he thinks the
And
field
I
goes far
debate
enough.
in favor
talking here.
of the Earth being a
Yeah,
globe.
because
Thank you very much.
you're contradicting your own belief system.
30 kilometers is not merely enough to make any kind of assumption.
Well, that's not what the physicists say.
He's just wrong.
Not
and he
what the
doesn't know what to
physicists
talk
say,
about.
brother. Yeah, Ranger, you talk to him. Maybe you can talk sense into him. I doubt
Oh
it.
no,
but
no, I'm gonna be in a bad mood.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, why is that? Why is that?
Because you're full of shit, dude. And we all see it.
Hello? Let me populate the VC real quick. I'm just waiting for Flat Earthers to talk.
So I have this same question but there's other people heard the question before. So
you have these
my
guys
question
that
is
are
that I was
20 miles apart,
And
my question
I'm not
is that
necessarily. I don't know exactly what they're looking for, but I know what they should be looking for.
What is the question?
And they should be looking
so I was
for
in
a bulge in the
so I
water
was go to
that
the east,
protrudes
the north
to
coast of Egypt, and the
cut their laser off,
Mediterranean
right?
Sea, and the other side of the Mediterranean
Yeah,
Sea,
like
you'll find the
if
Greece
the
mountains.
Earth is a globe,
And
gravity is
if it's
pulling
flat,
all the water down
why
on the
can't I
surface. So
see the
therefore,
mountains and the other
water should
other
be curving
further down.
in the sea?
Right, and so I was proving this to this
because the
guy
Earth is
earlier
not
that
flat.
you can do this with surface tension in
Because it happens
in
to
a
be the
swimming
case
pool,
that the
a
Earth
very
is
large
flat,
swimming
then
pool, a cup, anything.
even if it is the
If you
case
put too
that
much
the
water into the
surface
pool, it'll
Who's
bubble
of the
around
talking? It's two
over
people
the
talking at the same time.
pool.
Is just
It'll be
just
above
who is
the
the other
tire in the
person?
middle. But as soon as you add any kind of turbulence in the water, that bubble will,
Who
in
is the other
essence,
person
if you
talking?
had a beach on the side of the pool, the water would go up on
Who
the
is
beach
it?
and then move back and forth.
Like
And then
the
if you
green
were to
guy or
shoot a
something.
laser over that, you would get
Yeah,
a flat
I am the green
surface.
guy. And
then
who
as soon
else?
as you
Are you
stop the
schizophrenic, sir?
turbulence, assuming that the beach was
no,
slanted,
sorry.
it would go
Thanks,
back to
just
its
me.
original state as a bubble.
Congratulations to you.
Yeah,
because of the
and
echo. Let me just turn on noise cancellation.
If you're expecting
Because what?
a bubble and the
No,
water is not
because of the
still,
noise cancellation. That's why
it's
you
not.
heard like an
If the
echo of your
water's
own voice.
moving,
Look,
you're never gonna get that.
what I was saying
that
is
bubble.
that the Earth is not flat. Even if you were to
I mean,
grant the
I don't know
idea
how
of like
large
the
you could
surface
scale
of the
up
Earth
your
observation is
test.
going to be flat,
I don't know.
then
We don't have the money
the
to
horizon would
build a
still
20-mile swimming
exist.
pool.
Okay.
But
how much curvature do you think is
No,
over
as
20
a
miles?
physical horizon, but rather it's
over
just the
20 miles,
idea
I'd
that the Earth is
probably
curved.
say
I mean,
it
I don't
has to
believe
be
that alone is going to prove the Earth is round because it's
several
only
meters,
like
probably
a single
10
observation
meters.
rather than like we base our hypotheses and our theories based
Yeah.
on multiple observation.
But
So,
nevertheless, no matter how much curvature you have in any
No,
kind
I'm
of
pretty sure everyone on the beach there
Do you know
didn't
the
see the
height of the
mountains.
laser?
I mean,
Cedar fella,
5
why
feet.
don't you come and stop being
5
a
feet.
cuck and
So
raging in a slide chat?
I'm gonna go to Earth
you
curve.
talking to
I'm gonna
me?
Google Earth curve
No,
calculator.
I'm talking to the guy who's talking inside that, not you, sir.
Right, I get what you're saying, but you're never gonna get a water that basically as soon as you have any
Defend
kind
your
of
position,
turbulence in the
cuck.
water is not
I mean, at
gonna
the same
follow
time,
gravity's
when I was
laws
there on the beach,
because it's not being
I
pulled
noticed that
on in the
I could see
center
the
as far
moon,
as
which is like
that's concerned.
pretty far away,
The water is
but
being
the mountain, which is a few kilometers. I mean, it's not like a few kilometers. It's like a lot. But I didn't see them. But I saw the the moon. The moon is very far. And they are not very small, they are mountains. So distant
by
will
other
not make that
forces
big deal.
out and away from what gravity is wanting it to do. That's
I
why
mean,
we
you can
have
just simply say the moon is pretty big, and even if it's far away, there is no like. I mean, unlike what we are on Earth, like we can just see we cannot just see the mountains through the horizon.
That's how much curve there is over.
Obviously, we don't believe like the Earth. I mean, we don't know if the Earth is a sphere, but rather we know it is an oblate spheroid. I mean, it's not a perfect sphere though, because the horizon can vary.
Feet high, and you shoot it over 20 miles of water. At the other end,
I don't know, man. I just think
the
the
laser
curvature
should
is
be
there,
60
like
meters above
the curvature. I mean, every single
198 feet.
like sea
and
view
what I'm
or
saying is,
lake
no
view or
matter
anything,
how high that would
it's
be,
just
as soon as you
water.
had any kind of
And the curvature,
turbulence
it
in the
ends
water,
like the
it
horizon.
will pull
It's
that.
just
It will
water.
pull that down and
You don't
away
get to see
from
the
where it
other
needs to be at.
anything in
telling you,
there. And like
any
it's
kind
all
of
right. The curvature just covers everything
swimming pool
behind it.
that you can go to and create a scenario
That's
where there's no
simple.
wind, there's no fishes in the water, you can make a curve in that swimming pool.
So
yeah, guys, I have a question to
matter how
the
big
flat
it is.
earthers in the VC.
Yeah,
What
but
do you
you
think of
can't
the
make
Artemis mission?
198
Artemis 2 when they did the blabber on the moon
So,
and
Deck,
they
are you
take a
talking
photo
about
of the
like
Earth?
the surface tension, like the image I posted?
I'm saying
what?
I'm saying
Didn't hear you right.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you.
any
Okay,
pool
I'm
that you
talking to the
make that
people.
does not have
Here.
any turbulence in the water, no matter how big it is, you can make a curve in it. It is possible
Look at
to
the
make
What
a
if
look
curve.
at the image that Matthew Learns put in the side chat. It bulges up, but it's still flat on top.
Yeah,
Right, what
the
I'm saying
cause
is
of the bulge is not what you think it is, right? It's not gravity.
it is gravity.
Yeah, so it's surface tension in that case, or if it's a meniscus, it can go the other
Well,
way. But
what I'm saying is if it
those
didn't,
effects are only a couple millimeters. Like even in a
it,
swimming pool, it would be like 2 millimeters higher.
right,
Yeah, surface
exactly.
tension forms due to intermolecular forces, not gravity.
Right, I understand that, but the reason
I mean, I get your reasoning behind it, but there's not enough surface tension out there to create 198 feet um, matter of fact, let me lower this down to 0. I have to do the entire 266 feet of surface tension. There's no way that it would ever bulge that much over 20 miles.
Yeah, I don't see that actually bulging either like that. There
I'm
might
not
be some
saying,
incremental amount, but for all we know, it could be concave bulging, right?
I'm not saying that it will be surface tension. I'm saying in an example like surface tension where it is bulging out.
And I get your reasoning behind it, but
any kind of turmoil that you put into that cup, it's gonna break that roundedness of it.
your
And
reasoning is based on, as a child you were taught the Earth is too big to see the curve. It looks flat, but it's curving, and then you never questioned it ever again. So now you're trying to reason
no,
without
I'm saying it's
actual
not curving.
evidence.
I'm saying it's not curving. Not
Oh, it's
that
not
not
curving?
that lake. Not that lake.
It has to curve.
If it is curving, it's so minuscule you could not see it. But if the water was not moving, there was no wind, there was no fishes, it would be curving a lot more than it is in that video.
It has to curve, brother.
It doesn't.
It does.
Look, what I'm saying is if you take a surface tension and create a bubble similar
But
to
the one
what a
who
bulge
thinks
would
the
be
earth is flat, you're a dumb
on
nigga.
Earth, and they should be in a pond. They should be. And
There
you
is
create
one.
any kind of turbulence in that surface tension, it will break and make the bubble flat.
Let me ask you this: if you have a pond and then you add more water to it, what's going to happen?
It'll create a bubble.
It'll just push outward more because water will seek the lowest part and then it'll spread out within its container.
Right, I understand that. But you will still create a larger surface tension bubble than what's in a cup.
No, it'll just continue to get higher and spread out. It's
No, you
not
would have
like a.
you
It's
would
not.
have
There's not a vertical wall on a lake like in a swimming pool.
That's what, yeah, right.
Just like a beach, like the water is just going to continue to go further and further up the shoreline.
Right. But you're still gonna have a certain amount of surface tension in a lake or anything that was not moving. It's just gonna be less than
No,
it'll
it's
be
going to be
less than
flat.
a straight wall.
It's just like as you add more water, the water's going to rise and it's going to spread out further across the shoreline.
No, you
It's
will
going
have
to go
surface
further up the
tension
shoreline.
in any size of amount of water. You will have surface tension. You could do it
Yeah,
with a cooler. You could do it with a swimming
if
pool.
you have a vertical, wall with
Yes.
nothing behind it.
Yes. Well, even if you made a slanted cup, you can make a slanted cup. You would still get surface tension.
Okay, so if I
Not as
flooded the whole
much.
Earth, if
Not
I
as much.
flooded the whole Earth, then the Earth would be a ball. Then
Yes.
retarded. Water should be curving already right now, and it's not.
Right, because you have turbulence in the water.
There's no turbulence. It rained, and the fucking ground is still.
One thing is, in that cup, if you barely move the water in that cup, it'll break that bubble.
Yeah, nobody's moving the lake bed. Nobody's moving Salt Lake.
The water is moving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is. All those fish in there, any kind of movement in there. Of course, it would need more for a lake than.
Okay, so then water's flat and Earth is flat. All the oceans are flat too.
No, the ocean is a different scenario.
No, the turbulence is breaking the water, bro. It can't bubble.
Well, the ocean is a different scenario.
No. I'm going by exactly what you said. Turbulence is breaking the water.
It has similar.
All those sharks and whales and whales communicate with each other from 400 miles away. That's impossible for the Baltic.
Well, what I would suggest is, if it would be possible, I would do this in the ocean and not in a lake, because it's a different scenario. That's what I'm trying to say. If this test could be done in the ocean, I would 100% agree with it.
In the ocean. Would you like to see an example of that? Someone show him the black swan, or maybe the turbines. Let's see if I can find those. Just DJ when we meet.
Yeah, I got it.
What you also have to remember, though, in the ocean is you cannot get close enough to the water to measure it correctly. That's another issue.
What are you talking about?
Like any variable in a swimming pool that the largest swimming pool on Earth, if there is curvature, you would be it would be
Here's
possible.
a PhD in optics. He's looking at a wind farm off the coast of England. Makes a 14-mile observation. Flat as can be. You want to talk about turbulence?
What better expert could you hope for?
I know, right? A PhD. Here's a guy that was looking at over a lake. It was frozen, and he measured out his markers over a lake using his odometer. All documented. Let's see. Did y'all show him the FE core laser test?
I haven't.
Because he wants ocean measurements. So I think the one you posted first is perfect. That's in the ocean, the wind farm.
Yeah, that Rampion wind farm observation just blows the globe out of the water. It's better than the black swan at the oil rigs, in my opinion.
Anyway,
yeah,
what I'm trying
take
to
some
say
time
is,
and have a look at
what I'm trying to
John
say
D
is,
video.
if you were to take a swimming pool and make a bulge, like a surface tension bulge in it, make a turbulence in the swimming pool, the water would wash up onto the sides of a swimming pool, make like a wave like you would have in like on a beach. Just imagine the side of the pool is like a beach. And then in the center of the swimming pool, the water would point up like a point in the center of it, and then go back and forth, just like the ocean does, just like a lake does. Any type of water, the water concentrates its forces in the center of it, not the sides of it, the center.
It's not true. That's not hydrostatic equilibrium, and pressure is perpendicular to the surface outward against the container.
Right, but we're talking about a circular, like, the problem is
a beach is the container, bro.
Everything, the ocean. Yeah.
Right, so the container forces back in with the same pressure that it's forcing outward.
Yeah, okay, it's like this, you have if you throw water up a hill, it's not going to go down for a little bit. It's going to keep moving up the hill. What I'm saying is like the turbulence that you have in the ocean is constantly pushing it up that hill. So gravity is never getting a chance to move it down the other way where it needs to be. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like, an assumption of what we should see in the ocean in a spherical Earth would be that the ocean is hundreds of miles up in the air, right? In the center of it, there's a massive bulge in the ocean. Maybe not hundreds of miles, but very high up in the air.
What?
The bulge of the ocean should be, you should be able to notice it, right? Like, or in a pond or in a lake, you should be able to notice a bulge in the center of it. But anything,
I don't think, no. No, like there are salt flats you can go to, okay? And when they get rained upon, these salt flats, some of them are like hundreds of square kilometers. They form a perfect flat mirrored surface. Tourists
well,
go
you
there
can't,
all the time and
yeah,
take
but
video and pictures.
you can't look at land. Land, that's why people look at water.
No, it's a salt flat. It's full of water. That's the thing. It's, maybe like a centimeter high of water, perfectly smooth like a glass surface of salt. And it's flat for hundreds of square kilometers.
Yeah, but the issue with that is, you don't know how far it is away from Earth's center. That's why flat earthers don't use Earth as an example.
What do you
Use
mean
water.
we don't know how far away? Listen, Earth curves at an average rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Okay,
Yes,
and the
but
average
land does not
deviation
follow
along
that.
the semi-major and semi-minor axes is like, what is it, 1/3 of 1% of a perfect ellipsoid?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this salt flat, if someone would have gone out
Spheroid,
there
rather.
with a bulldozer and dumped dirt out and made it 8 inches, then you would be like, oh, well, it's 8 inches. You can't follow land. That's why people use water.
That's what I'm talking about. Water covering a salt flat is flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, but you can cover any piece of land in water.
So gravity's claimed to provide an equipotential where at every point along the surface of a globe, gravity is pulling downward. So there's a radial, or pushing downward, radially inward to a common center of mass. So you take, if you're on a globe, you take a level, a bubble level, you can walk around and hold it level, and you could walk around the ball and it's always going to stay level if you're on a globe. What needs to be measured is that deviation, the deviation from a tangent to the ball, and a rotation, the tangent rotation from point A to point B.
Right.
Around the ball. Now nobody's able to measure that. We tried with lasers.
What I'm saying is there's no way for it to create a bubble if there's turbulence in the water. There's no way for it to rise like it should.
What do you mean? Why should any body of water rise in the middle?
That's what you're trying to prove, that it can't do that. That's what the video is
we're
about.
Trying to measure drop over distance.
No, not drop over. You're trying to see the bulge in the water that comes up from a lake.
No. What should be happening is at the destination of that laser, the laser should be 198 feet above your head. It's not about seeing the bulge. The laser shouldn't be hitting the target.
Flat. The lake is flat, though.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Well, if you're pointing a laser over something flat, then how are you going to get change?
Where's the globe?
Water
then,
should be curving.
No,
how many flat?
That's what I'm saying.
How many flat swaths are there on the surface of a ball, Deck?
Brother, you're trying to see the curve in the ocean. You're not trying to see the change in height on land.
I'm still talking about, at what point did I talk about land?
Well, he was saying that it's supposed to be so many meters over your head, and that's impossible because you're shooting a laser straight over a flat piece of water.
Yeah, because Earth is not curving.
And I'm saying to you, the reason the water is not curving is because it has turbulence. If it was curving like it should be on a round Earth.
No, FE Core shot a laser over a frozen lake, dude. 40 kilometers.
Yeah, it'll be flat. Perfectly. A lake will be
Exactly.
perfectly
It
flat.
was.
Yes.
Professor Dr. John D. took his high-end optics and was able to zoom into the base of windmills 12 kilometers away from his position out in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, you can see a lot more than you can at least see a lot further than that.
We've taken measurements over the Salton Sea using mirror flashes. We've taken measurements over at Lake Tahoe. We've taken measurements at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands.
They're all going to be flat.
It's all bodies of water. We've done
Yeah.
measurements up and down coastlines over the water. It's
Mhm.
flat there too.
Yeah, they're all going to be flat. Other than the ocean.
Exactly. So for somebody to say that the Earth is curving, where's the curvature? That's what we want to find out. Where is it? Because
You're
it's
never going
nowhere
to
to be
find it in
found.
a lake because you have turbulence
No,
in
we
the
did
water.
oceans, dude. Frozen lakes, no turbulence.
Well, frozen lakes is the same thing as a lake.
Yeah, with the hard sheet
Really?
of
So it's
ice.
frozen. It's frozen.
Right.
There's no turbulence, right?
You
Can't
have
be
a flat
turbulent.
lake.
It's
If
frozen.
you have a flat lake and you freeze it, it's still going to be flat. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
When does
Yeah.
water curve?
It's not
How
going
far
to. If it has
away?
the only time you're going to get a water to curve if it does not have turbulence, other than the ocean.
Okay, so how far away on the ocean?
Very far.
How far? From a
I would have to
5
research
foot
that
observer height. How
for
far?
you, but
We know what the claim is if Earth's a globe.
well, I don't know. Right?
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
You know, like
you don't have
somebody
to take our word
per
for it.
mile or something.
I'm
or...
just saying I can't give you that. I don't know. You know.
Right, and we use water specifically because of the claim that gravity forms an equipotential around the surface of a ball. So mean sea level should be curved around a globe and should be at an average height.
The ocean
changed the definition to that too.
So right, so you
back
should
in
be able to
2019.
you should be able to, especially if it's frozen, be able to measure that deviation that is
Well,
consistent with a curving surface.
the interesting thing is, I think you kind of have to look away from lasers, and I would look more into radio waves, because
We've
radio
done that
waves
too.
cannot go through land.
Right. So we
I
have
agree.
people who are professional microwave installers
Mhm.
who've done the same thing.
Right, but why would you not be
Yeah.
able to send that to?
They establish what's called the Fresnel zone between point A and B over the surface of the Earth, whether it's land or water.
So if the ocean is flat,
The
and for
Fresnel
whatever
zone doesn't bend.
right? So if the ocean is flat, and
How about a
it's not
10,000
possible
mile? How about a 10,000 mile radio communication before there were any satellites
from land, like from
land?
like
From
the
UK to
ocean
Australia,
height,
dude.
right? From like ocean height.
Yeah, from UK to Australia.
Flat.
Or maybe during World War II when the Germans were crisscrossing beams to find hidden British targets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Or
would have
maybe
to look
when
at. That's what I'm saying. I don't think
maybe when the Titanic sank, the SOS signal was picked up 3,000 miles away.
Oh, that's a good one. We've also got high altitude infrared observations. Right. I mean, we've got observations of mountain ranges that should be 180,000 feet below the curvature horizon of a globe. But you can see it in infrared. Right. So the whole purpose of using infrared is to cut through the haze so you could see the curvature of the Earth pop out. Problem is, it looks even flatter. Where's the curve?
I see what's happening here with the radio waves.
What, they were bouncing it up the ionosphere?
Yeah, they didn't know about skywave propagation back then, and the time of day that they were doing it is not conducive to bouncing off the E and F layers.
So
and not only that, but the frequency that they use, or the wavelength that they used was 5 higher than what bounces off of the ionosphere.
I don't think so, dude. Not according to current claim. They used
What's
a
current
very,
claim now?
very low frequency. High frequencies are
Still,
set
it
to
was
go through.
not high frequency. It was like, so bouncing off the ionosphere is between this frequency and this frequency, and he was like 5 kilohertz above that.
I don't
When
think
he
so,
made
dude.
his radio. I'll look into it. I'll pull it up.
Like we don't actually know exactly what frequency range he used. We have an idea. I think it's like 2 to 3 megahertz. I think might have been like.
See, this would be something very difficult to prove with radio waves, just because they travel so fast. It would cost a lot of money to do it. But basically, what you would have to assume is that you would somehow have to. It would be hard to do it as a flat Earth, or you would have. Man.
No,
Anyway,
what you do is you build what's called a high gain antenna. Examples are Yagi or log periodic antennas. You
Yeah,
also
but
have
that's
a
not.
high gain receiver.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue.
Yeah, it
The
is. I
issue
mean,
is
this way you can narrow the beam and you can make it super thin, highly directional.
no. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if the radio wave was traveling straight in a straight line on a flat Earth from, let's just say, the United States to China, there would be, if you could calculate how long it would take to make that distance. So, and then you could do the same thing for it supposedly bouncing off the ionosphere and coming back to China. You could calculate that distance somehow, right?
Why
And you
calculate
would
that
have
when you can send like a song, right? Like you could play a song,
because
and then that song could be picked up from the receiver, and someone could say, "Yep, I heard that song."
well, that's not that's not what you're trying to figure out. You're trying to figure out whether it's on a flat Earth. It's not gonna you're not gonna hear it from the ionosphere and bounce down. You're gonna hear it in a straight line. It'll travel faster going straight to China. You see what I'm saying? Over the ocean. You would receive it faster than you would receive it if it was bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down, because it's a longer path. So you would have to calculate how long it would take to travel in a straight line on a flat Earth if it was traveling from the United States to China, and if it took longer than that, then that means it would be bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down and not traveling straight across. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you'd have to assume the distance from the United States
Right.
to China.
That's the issue, is
And
we don't have a flat Earth distance.
well, there's a lot of issues with getting distances over water, right?
I think there is.
There's no landmark.
No.
Well, the other issue
you're
is
not referencing a landmark.
the main issue is that the radio waves, from what I could see online, Google search, right? They travel at 180,000 miles per hour. So having some type of receiver that could decipher between milliseconds would be hard to find as well.
What you're describing is GPS.
No,
they
because
send the time.
It's traveling so fast you would almost hear it if your ears were hearing it, you would hear it at the same time. If you were playing a song and you were sending a radio wave straight to China across the ocean, and it was also receiving it from the ionosphere, right? Then, well, actually, hold on a second. Is there some way to make a cone of radio waves that did not go upwards? I don't know.
I was just describing to you earlier, Deck, and you kept shooting me down. You need a high gain antenna and a high gain receiver from point to point.
the issue is like if you're pointing it straight across in a on a circular Earth, it's still going to hit the ionosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's still eventually going to.
Yeah, let me interject here real quick. The problem is, even in your local town, your FM radio station is you tune it into your car. There's an effect called picket fencing, to where you'll essentially receive the same signal a fraction of a second later, because it's in theory bounced off a couple things. So the problem with any of this is that you really can't control the radio wave, if you want to call it a radio wave. You really can't control that signal between the transmitter and the receiver. That's the problem with any of this. Nobody knows exactly where it goes and where it was. All they know is that you receive it. So you can send it 3 times in a row and it could go a completely different path each time.
Yeah, it's why RF engineers spend a lot of time studying and surveying areas to find the optimal path. And a lot of times they'll say, F it, I'm just going to put up a big tower 300 feet high and put a microwave emitter on top.
Yeah. And the whole issue is like if you could send it straight across the ocean on a flat Earth to China, you would receive it faster than it going up, bouncing off the ionosphere, and then coming back down in some random direction.
Maybe so, but that doesn't prove anything.
What I'm saying is if you could calculate, I don't know if it's possible, how fast it would take the difference between those two.
Yeah, what you're describing are called echoes. I mean, they happen all the time. And I think that's what Barrington was also describing.
Yeah, but echoes also are plausible in a spherical, because if you're sending it straight up and it bounces down, it bounces across, versus going straight across the ocean. On a spherical Earth, if you shoot it straight across the ocean, it'll still go up to the ionosphere eventually.
Yes, but it would have to hit a specific location in the ionosphere to bounce back down and hit a specific location on Earth. Do you agree?
Right.
It'd have to be frequency dependent and time of day dependent and meteorologically dependent.
A lot of variables, honestly. But
yeah, some of us understand this kind of thing, and
we understand the implications.
Right. The problem is we have wireless transmissions taking place before they even knew that there was such a thing that they call an ionosphere today. And that they were conducting these transmission tests during the time of day where it's not optimal for the signal to be bouncing in the manner that we would describe it having to do today with this knowledge, if you want to call it that. So how is it doing it? Right, when the sun goes away, that's typically when these layers come out and you can bounce your beam off of them. Skip the beam off of them, they say, right? But what if it's morning where it's supposed to be skipping? And the transmission still has a path to its destination. Well, then that's kind of interesting.
By the way, Deck, I put a link in the side chat for you and tagged you a list of other long distance observations that include eyesight observations, laser observations, and radio wave observations.
All right, bet. Thank you.
Now, it is listed on Web Archive. The guy that was maintaining it, he just got tired of paying for the what you call it? The website, not the website, but the server. So he just backed it up on Web Archive.
When you said before you traveling over distance and knowing how far you've traveled or where you've gone, is hard or like impossible to do. It's not. We have all sorts of modern instruments to do that like very easily.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, thing that planes use all the time, inertial navigation system.
Yeah, how do they know how far they've traveled?
Because that's how the instrument works. It's measuring
How?
it with what, as in how the inertial navigation instrument works.
Yeah, how? Yeah, why don't you tell us?
Yeah. So it's got a central gyroscope on the 3 axes of like sets of gimbals, and it's also kind of it's integrated with accelerometers and position sensors, so that it's maintaining kind of a level over the Earth. Because what
that doesn't
would
address how
happen?
far they've gone, dude. How do you know how far they've gone?
that's how the accelerometers, position sensors, and the actual the gyro work in tandem. Like they're
What if
telling
the
you
plane's
your
not
distance.
accelerating?
Yeah, that's where the position sensors come in, and like the
Position
attitude
sensors?
sensors. Sorry.
How do position sensors tell you how fast the plane is going?
No, so you've got attitude sensors.
Yeah, we're talking about
Which,
distance travel, dude. Try to focus.
yeah, you said what if the plane's not accelerating? So why are you jumping between questions?
Yeah, no, I'm not, because you keep diverting away from the distance problem. You're trying to talk about attitude.
Who said what if the plane's not accelerating? I
Right,
know
because
what
you
you're
said the
asking.
accelerometers could tell you like how far the plane is
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you go give an example of that?
Because if the plane is in motion, right, the accelerometers are giving a reading as to the force the plane is experiencing.
What if the plane's flying at a constant rate of speed? Is it accelerating?
Yeah, or what about headwinds and tailwinds?
They're all part of the adjustment.
The adjustment, yeah. Can you be any more, bland with your descriptions?
Well, okay, tell me, what are you asking?
For like the 10th time, I'm asking you how the plane knows how far it's traveled. You said we have all these systems to determine the distance that these planes travel over water. And I'm like, great. Why don't you give us a method? And, and what I'm hearing is anything but.
Like in a car, we have rotational speed of the wheel, right?
Yeah.
How do you measure speed in a plane?
Yeah, you're using inertial instruments.
Okay, so you're moving at a constant rate of speed, and it's as if you're not moving at all. Now what?
Yeah, then the accelerometer is reading that the plane is moving at a consistent velocity. Like, so what?
So 0.
No, because the accelerometer read that the plane was experiencing a force. Therefore, it's taking it from the last reference point that it's moving at a constant speed. Because to go back to 0, it would have to decelerate.
That's not an accelerometer.
Unfortunately, headwinds and tailwinds will fuck with you right here.
No, they don't, because it's all inertia. It's all inertia. It is all going to affect the readings from the accelerometer.
If you're supposedly flying at 500 miles an hour and you get a headwind of 200 miles an hour, how fast are you?
Yeah, you just take an X, Y, and Z direction and say, right, this is in what resultant direction I am heading as a result of this tailwind, as a result of my inclination or declination? Am I dropping altitude? Am I increasing in altitude? How fast am I
no
going?
idea what I asked.
Well, then you're asking random gibberish.
Well, you don't know you don't even know what I asked. Just a simple math problem, bro.
And I just told you have got 3 axes of movement, haven't you?
Okay, so you're not going up in altitude, you're not going down in altitude, and you're not turning. You're moving in a linear path, and you're supposed to be going 500 miles an hour because you're at full throttle, but you have a 200 mile an hour headwind. How fast are you going?
You can work it out. I'm not solving a math problem here for you. Like, yeah, you just use some trigonometry to determine a resultant speed. Like this
Hey, what's 500 minus 200?
Sorry. Well, so we just say 300 then, whatever.
There you go.
Right. Is this productive? Like, what's your point?
Earth is flat as
Is it what?
S.
What is your point?
I'm just proving my
If you
point.
don't
That's
have
my
any
point,
land
man.
markers and you're out over the water and you can't tell how fast you're going, how do you know how fast you're going?
It's measuring it. That's how it works. Are you questioning the fact of whether it's measuring it?
You claim that there are all kinds of ways that airplanes can measure their distance between point A and B, and you brought up accelerometers. That's where we are right now, right? And then I'm like, well, what if you're flying in a steady like 100 mile an hour headwind? Your accelerometer reads 0, which is exactly the same as if you're flying in calm air. So how do you determine how much distance you've actually gained during that time that the accelerometer is reading 0?
No.
You know, and you're in a 100 mile an hour headwind.
Okay. If it really feels
okay,
like
yeah.
What?
Okay.
It really feels like an. Oh, what the hell? We're just 5 years old. Are you gonna let me just respond?
Is this the day that you come in and you pretend like you have no past history with any of us?
So you're saying that you're specifically going to be ignorant because you've been hurt in past sessions?
I'm going to be ignorant, but you don't deserve any respect. Not only that, but
right,
you're speaking gibberish.
You're still seething.
You're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, right.
You haven't said anything.
That planes do every single day all over the earth.
You don't understand how they're doing it, right? So because an
Yeah.
accelerometer is going to read 0
I'm sorry to interrupt.
in steady
Yoder.
flight.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt, Yoder. I want you to continue what you were saying, but I came on to see, did Deck have anything more to ask or say? But of course, Deck has left because Cosmic Nun, whatever he is today, has interrupted and derailed the conversation with the new person. Good job. Gold medal for slitheriness. Go ahead, Yoder.
No, Deck left a while back, and Danny Lion, we'll review it with you here in a little bit.
Yeah, you don't have to review it. He was here when Dude started blabbering. I came on and checked, and he left because he was bored, obviously. Because yeah. Go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, I mean, final part here, and this is not refutable. So these accelerometers have a blind spot. As they read 0 in steady flight, they have no way of knowing if they're moving like 500 knots in calm air or 500 knots against a 100-knot headwind. The forces are going to be balanced in both cases, and you're not going to be able to determine how far the plane has actually flown. Okay.
Okay. So, right. I think we need to simplify it. So it's like, right. I have an accelerometer. say in my car. I think most cars have like.
No, you can't use your car. Your car uses wheel rotation.
No, cars use a bunch of different instruments. I mean, I
Can
wrote
you use
my
an
thesis
analogy
on
with going
like,
from point A to B over water like you were initially supposed to defend?
I wrote my thesis on one of the types of sensors a car has that has nothing to do with wheel rotation. Well, it has something to do with wheel rotation.
This is all
but
about
it's
getting a
different
distance between like two cities across the ocean, which you said, airplanes have all these ways to consistently measure this. And then you brought up accelerometers, and then I shot you down. So that's where we are in this part of the conversation. If you want to move on to cars or something else, take the L, and we can move on to cars.
Because I feel like we need to simplify it. So it's like just
I made it super simple. I think the audience understands. If you don't, I can cut you loose right now.
Okay. If I'm walking, right, and I have an accelerometer attached to my body, right, the accelerometer from rest reads 0, right? I start walking. Okay, the accelerometer starts to read something. It reads an acceleration, like a few meters per second acceleration or something like that. It then goes back down to 0 again, right? It reads 0.
Sure. Then we measure stride.
But from the accelerometer's point of view, what is the logical conclusion of what I am doing while it's still reading 0? Oh, it's an open question. What would the conclusion be inferred as a result of the accelerometer still reading?
I'm sorry,
0?
I fail to see the relevance.
Because we're building up to a plane. Because I need to simplify this.
No, you don't need to simplify it for me, dude. I know more about this topic than you do.
You're not understanding this, so I need to simplify.
I am understanding this, okay? I know how air data inertial reference units work in airplanes.
Right. So this should be easy to understand because I can bring it back to a plane, but it's like you get very confused.
It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant.
Okay, take a plane, right? Since you got upset when I talked about walking or using cars, right? You're in a plane. You take off, right? And let's just keep it fairly simple, right? And say that there is one accelerometer reading your acceleration parallel to the axis of the fuselage. So just call it your x direction. Right? If the initially at rest state we know it's 0. It takes off. Suddenly it starts reading acceleration going. Right. It then, when the plane reaches a constant speed, it returns to 0. Obviously, it's going at a constant speed, no acceleration. Right. What would the logical conclusion from point of view of the accelerometer be that the plane is doing? So you guys just don't know.
Brother, do you think that we just sit in here all day and that we don't have jobs?
You don't seem to know.
Huh? I wasn't even listening to you because I'm still trying to figure out what other instrument are you using
what
the
the answer to the question is. You're still trying to figure out what the answer to the question is. That's why I'm saying I simplified it.
Go ahead. What's your question?
The question was, as I said, right? What would the logical conclusion be to draw from the data from the accelerometer as to what the plane is doing?
If it reads 0 and you're in mid-flight, you're not moving at all. No. The accelerometer doesn't know you're in mid-flight. But what is the conclusion from the pilot reading the data? You're not moving. That you're not moving.
No. Okay. No, sorry. I don't want to be condescending on that. It's the conclusion is that you're going at a constant speed because the accelerometer hasn't read any deceleration.
You don't need it to read deceleration.
How would it think that, or how would you think, looking at that data, planes come to a stop? You're not reading any deceleration.
You're a fucking moron.
That's your counter argument.
Show me a linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat right now. A linear accelerometer right now. Post in the chat.
What?
A linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat.
What do you mean? You can have
you don't even know your own argument. You don't even understand your own argument.
An accelerometer in one axis.
Yeah. So how do you know whether you're accelerating or slowing down? That's linear, right? You're going in a direction.
We agreed.
There's curvilinear, so you got a ring laser gyro, which measures the rotational acceleration. I want you to show me the linear accelerometer.
Why? What is it?
Because that's your argument. Because that's your argument. That the plane, the data, right, is that it's measuring that if it's going at a constant speed, it would not measure any output. Because
Actually,
there's no acceleration.
I don't even know. How long have you been
Hold on,
listening,
sheepdog. Wait, sheepdog. I want to know what device they're measuring linear acceleration with in the first place. So you made up everything you fucking said. Everything.
No, I didn't.
Then show the device that they're measuring a linear acceleration with.
No, that's not necessary for the argument.
It is, because that's what you said. You said there's a device that's measuring an acceleration.
Okay.
And if it's going at a constant speed, it's not measuring an acceleration. What device is that?
Yeah, I don't.
What
care
device is
what
that?
The exact device is called. I don't care
because
what
that
it's
device
called.
doesn't exist, dude.
I mean, this is
no
the thing
such
where you
thing
say
as
it
a
doesn't.
linear accelerometer. They don't exist.
Oh.
So you've been bluffing and bullshitting and saying, I'm not going to be condescending. You're talking out your asshole the whole time.
No, this is the thing I find.
No, I don't care what you find. I don't care about your social commentary. Produce the device that measures. It says the data. You said data. What device is sending out data that matches what you're saying?
It's worse than that, and his whole argument is saying,
"Shut the fuck up, Cosmic. Don't ever talk in here again."
He literally used the argument that accelerometers measure distance travel over water. That's where it started. It was worse than that.
There's something called an inertial navigation system, but that's not simply an accelerometer. In fact, it's not an accelerometer at all in the sense of measuring acceleration.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, Indio. I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
Yeah. I know. I just didn't want to let this dude off the hook. I'm already irritated because I just happened to click on, because I got the live stream in the background. I click on mute, and I hear freaking Dandelion spurging about this clown running interference.
I'm glad you liked spurging. It wasn't for nothing then. I got you in here.
Wasn't. And then I okay, maybe he actually has a point, and then it's just made up bullshit.
Well, he came in here, right, with this little sad puppy dog voice, I'm trying to be good, guys. And then it's like, no, don't act like you don't have a fucking
And he's like, you guys can't answer my question. Of course we can't answer your question. Your made-up fucking device that belongs on the state to Slay. So, in an airplane, they measure acceleration with something called a pitot tube. Okay? That's what they measure the speed with. Yeah, okay, just post. Yeah, Cosmic, just post the device in the chat. And then we can talk about the data that you says exists. My question is, I just want to see how you guys can explain. What would the pilot think about the data? What fucking data? With what device? Talking out your ass. So just.
And then he tried to say that, since you don't understand accelerometers in airplanes, we'll talk about the accelerometer in a car. It's like, you're measuring wheel rotation, dude.
This is the problem, Sheepdog, is this person interacts with reality through a phone. So the little phone is like the window to his freaking made up reality. It's like, phone, man. It's got an accelerometer. If I drop my phone, man, it'll tell me its orientation. That must be what the plane's doing. Yoder tried to explain it to him. I heard him, but he's too dumb.
We've got Giga. Oh yeah, we've talked to Giga before. Welcome back, Giga. If you're the same Giga, I don't know. There could be more than one.
I think I'm the same Giga. I've been in here before.
Yeah. What did we talk about last time?
I think we talked about lasers and like a lake or something to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with Deck earlier. Also, yeah, it's a good thing to talk about. Yep, those lasers demonstrate there's no curvature. That's what they demonstrate. They, you could say they disprove the globe.
I thought the other day, though, I just kind of wanted to mention this. Is it possible that gravity bends the light as well, though?
Well, first you'd have to prove that your gravity is capable of having any effect on anything anywhere in some kind of objective scientific way. Are you able to do that?
Well, yeah, gravity absolutely affects light. That's why black holes are black, you know?
Oh, so you've got some proof of black holes for us. Yeah, post the verify post the verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific evidence with the experiment, with the testable hypothesis, the independent and dependent variable that can be manipulated. So how are you manipulating the independent variable in the case of black holes and light, as you claim?
How am I manipulating an independent variable?
Yeah, that's the question. Yep. What's the independent variable in your black hole proposition?
Is Earth a black hole now?
Light. Light would be the variable.
Well, let me tell you, Giga, even if the general theory of relativity was true and gravity bent light, the mass of Earth would only bend light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So now that ain't going to do it. You're going to need more bendy.
I forgot flat Earth. A lot of flat earthers don't believe in gravity as well.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't do what you need it to do.
It is odd though, Indio, that like the evidence for a globe is that everything looks flat.
Dandelion was on track with the black hole because we'd have to be living on black hole Earth.
It would kind of mean too if light was bent by gravity, that the stars in the sky aren't even where we're looking, you know?
I already say that anyway.
Since people have shot lasers across the Earth horizontally and got the same elevation at both ends of the laser light, that means that the light is curving at the exact rate that the Earth is curving. Are you saying that the Earth appears to be flat because the light is being bent into a flat view?
No, so the issue is with a laser beam, you're able to view a laser beam much further away than supposedly if the Earth is flat, right? Or sorry, if the Earth is curved, right, backwards. Perhaps all I'm theorizing is that gravity bends the light coming from the laser, allowing it to go further.
That would mean you'd be able to see the laser at its location of start.
You wouldn't be able to see the starting point from the laser, but you'd be able to see the light bend around the Earth.
Okay,
Maybe that's
so
what people
you're viewing the laser light. The laser light looks straight, right? Now, the Earth is curving, right? Now, the laser light that looks flat is going across the curved Earth, and it's curving at the exact same rate as the Earth. So now you're viewing a straight light you're viewing a curved light as straight. So are you viewing the curved Earth and it looks flat because of it, because regular light is not as intense as laser light, and the laser light looks straight as it curves at the exact same rate as the Earth does, because the elevation on both sides of the beam across the large body of water or a large area of land, it's at the same altitude. Because if the laser light was straight and it was not being bent by Earth curve, but the Earth was curving, then the altitude of the laser light at the opposite end of the laser should be at a higher altitude because the ground is curving away from it, right? But you're saying that it's the exact same curve rate as the Earth. So then you're viewing a flat world. Gravity is causing the world to look flat.
Yeah, that kind of is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Kind of,
So
yeah.
you have to believe the opposite of your senses. And you have to bend over backwards to make your senses make sense.
I don't think it's really bending over backwards. It's just understanding that, light is made of photons and those can be affected by gravity.
Well, what you just agreed to is that the world looks flat, but it's not actually flat. To the extent that laser light is now bending at the same curvature rate as the surface of the Earth because of gravity. You're accepting that you will never see, ever, the curve of the Earth. But it's there.
Yeah, I'd really like to do some of these laser tests myself.
Do it. Scrutinize it as to your heart's content. Do you know the rate of curvature or the distance to the horizon? Or how to calculate the distance to the horizon with the radius value that they've given you?
No, I remember it's like so many inches per mile or something. I don't remember exactly. Like what?
The distance to the horizon with a radius value of 3,959 miles is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. So if you're 1 foot above the water and you look out in front of you with the radius value they've given you, the horizon where things disappear should be at 1.2 miles. If you're at 6 feet, it should be about 3 miles. If you're at 30,000 feet, because you want to be in a plane, that's about 218 miles. If you're at 44,000 feet, that's 250 something miles.
You kind of got to do the laser tests at sea level for them to be valid,
Yeah, because I mean, the sea level is the basis for all horizontal, altitude reference, right? Sea level being 0 on that baseline, and any altitude above that being,
Have you ever been on the ocean in the ship?
Yes, I've been on a boat.
It sure looks flat out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and at certain times of the day, if the sky and the ocean match the same color, you don't even see a horizon line.
Well, hey, Giga, I'm going to tag you in a video that I'm putting in the chat for you to watch.
Sure.
This is a flat Earth explanation of what refraction is, why they're using refraction. It's a good little explanation. It's like 4 minutes.
Okay, yeah. This is kind of what we were trying to talk about. I've never done any of these tests myself, so I'm not really speaking from experience.
No, that's fair. It's odd that, you're not speaking from experience on the test and you're not speaking experience on the globe. But you choose to defend the globe, which tells you the opposite of what your senses are telling you
like
anyway.
most people, I've never been to outer space, and I've never just seen the Earth, so I can't really.
Well, let me ask you this: what's the idea? What makes you?
This is important. Is that the only way you can figure it out? Is to go to outer space? It's the only option available.
I think that's the only way you could actually know.
So
You
you're
need to
not.
see it.
So nobody's ever gonna know except for the 27 Apollo dudes. Everybody else
Yeah,
just has
and
to
people
believe
in the
them.
space station and people that's been to
Well, they
space.
can't see. Well, hold on. They only see 3% of the Earth, so we can't rely on them.
Well, they could see that, you know, many of the continents are on the back of the Earth, you know.
They only see 3% of the Earth from the elevation of the space station. 3%. That's if they could see the entire circle of the horizon, which they can't. They can only see a little slice of it, right? So we can't rely on them. They don't see the Earth as a globe. So the 27 Apollo astronauts, that's it. We're going, putting all our chips on what they fucking say. That's not the good bet. I wouldn't take that bet, bro.
I would like
That's
to see
not
it
the only way
myself.
we can do it, though. We don't have to go why I don't understand why people get this idea where you have to go far away from the thing you want to know about to figure out what it is. If you wanted to know if, like, your table, you had a table and you want to know if it was square, would you frickin' walk a mile away and look at it? Or
I would
would
if
you
I was
just measure wouldn't you just measure the table?
I mean, if I was an ant, I'd probably walk away from it and look at it.
If you were an ant, but you can measure it. So you're an ant with a tape measure.
Right.
Or a laser.
I
That's
don't
the
have a
thing
tape
about the
measure that
lasers.
can
That's
measure the
because
whole
they're
world, though.
measurements of the surface of the Earth. Because we can just measure the laser height. And the Earth should be curving away from the laser. Right? If the Earth's a ball, it curves away from the laser. And if the laser and the Earth should get further and further apart with distance.
I gotta add this real quick, Indio.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Giga. The idea that you could become an astronaut and go do the things that they say astronauts go do, right? First of all, you'd have to be selected for a pilot program in like the Air Force or the Navy. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go into astronaut. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go on a mission. So there's a lot of selection processes that go on. Most people don't even make it to the astronaut training part.
Yeah, because you'd have to be really
Regardless of how good.
dumb. You have to be really dumb to be an astronaut, right? That's what I've observed. Look at Don Pettit. Most people aren't dumb enough to be astronauts. I totally agree. They wouldn't pass the first initial intelligence test because they would score too high.
Hey, dude, you know what you should do? And this happened recently. This happened on December 1st. There's a guy named Danny Jones, and he has a YouTube channel. And there was a debate between an Apollo astronaut and Bart Sabrell, who made a documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild, where he would ask the astronauts to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon. And instead of doing that, they either ran or took a swing at him. Most of them ran. Only one person took a swing at him. So anyway, the point is that Bart Sabrell and a guy that says, I went to the moon. You should go watch that. And go tell me if that guy, you think that guy actually went to the moon. Based upon his responses. Because he brings up something that they said that, like, you couldn't go to the moon with one rocket. So they said it at the time. They've said it even now. They're still saying it. They're saying that in order to go to the moon, you need like 15 rockets. Because you need a rocket you need to put your rocket in orbit, and then you need cargo ships basically to bring fuel up for that rocket to go from the Earth to the moon. And this is what they've been saying when they actually do the math. This is what the math says that they have to do. So they bring this up to this astronaut, the guy that says, I went to the moon, and he just goes, well, they never told us that. Hey, what about the Van Allen radiation belts? Well, they never told us about them, so I guess they, you know. You so, like, things don't kill you if you don't know about them now? That's convenient. But, I mean, the point is that, you know, before you rely on these people as, like, you know, credible witnesses or anything like that, I don't know why you would do that anyway, because, like Sheepdog pointed out, they're all in the military, especially back then. You might want to, you know, if you watch that, I guarantee you're going to be like, what the hell? There's no way that people went to the moon. And if there's nobody went to the moon, you got to think nobody has seen the Earth in its entirety. With their two eyeballs, right? So how do you even judge any image of somebody showing you the Earth, right? Because you've never seen the Earth in its entirety. You can't even judge the image. And that's where we're at, right? So why should we rely on that garbage evidence, right? Of trusting this guy, trusting this image, trusting when we can just measure
Are you
the Earth
saying that
and know for
satellites
certain.
don't exist?
They exist in what sense?
That we've put satellites into
Who's we?
orbit
You're
and they
not
have
one of them,
cameras
dude. You're
on them
not a
that can see the
spaceman.
Earth. You have
You're
never
not a
seen those live
spaceman.
streams from
There's
cameras?
no we. There's no we, dude. You're not a spaceman. You didn't do anything.
I don't need to be a spaceman to know that we have satellites
There's
in
no
space.
we, dude. There's no we.
I've literally seen it with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah,
I've
but
seen
you didn't
satellites
do
every
anything.
night. You go
We
look
don't
at
have
the sky, you can
satellites.
see
You
satellites.
okay? How
With
do you
your
know
own
where?
eyes,
How do you
you
know
can
they
see
were orbiting the
satellites.
Earth? Okay. How do you know they were orbiting the Earth?
I don't understand the logic here.
I'm going to ask you a question. How do you know the little light you saw in the sky is orbiting the Earth?
What else would it be doing?
That's not asking me a question doesn't tell me how
You know
it's
how many
something orbiting
objects
the
are
Earth.
orbiting the Earth now? There's like countless thousands.
Yeah,
of
so
man-made objects orbiting the
so
Earth.
check this out, bro. So check this out. Astronomers recently released a study. They went over now this is in the Astronomical Pacific. It's an astronomy journal. They looked at old photographic plates from before satellites, and you know what they found? Satellites. How did they find satellites before satellites in 1947, before Sputnik?
There's ancient technology up there. Antediluvian technology up there too. The work of fallen angels. Yeah.
Oh my lantern.
That's also really
Even
interesting.
before
That's
the
also
flood,
really
there's
interesting to think about
satellites
is that
around
there is
the Earth.
Antediluvian
This is the
satellite.
result you want to come up with?
The trebuchet method of orbiting freaking. You sure they didn't orbit monolith?
Have you heard of the Dark Knight satellite?
Have you heard of?
That's an instance of one of those.
Have you heard of the Anunnaki? They genetically altered human beings to dig gold so they could bring it back to freaking Beta Reticuli.
Yeah, that's a lie from Satan. But yeah, go ahead with that.
That's a lie from Satan, dude.
It is.
The globe is a lie from Satan, brother.
They're fallen angels, and they've been deceiving mankind for a very
long
long
time. The globe
time.
is a lie from Satan.
The
What's an
Anunnaki,
angel?
It's a way to sidetrack you from believing in
Okay, so why? So
Oh, he's one of those.
No, so
Okay,
check this
yeah.
out.
Flat
So
Earth is a
why-
sidetrack. Yeah,
why did
rethink your
God-
whole life, please, sir.
Why did God create a reality from which you can't perceive that? Oh, shut up. Why did God create a reality that is completely deceptive, right? The Earth looks flat, but it's not really flat. And it seems
'cause you're
stationary, but it's not really stationary.
too
And
small
then he
to
wrote it,
see
and then
the
he
Earth, like,
had the prophets
obviously
write
it's
it
not
down in the book called the Bible, and they also said the Earth was flat,
It
like
says
clay
that the Earth
pressed
has
into
four
a sea. Why are
corners.
you talking over me the
Four
entire
corners of the
time I'm
globe.
talking? You can
There's
go
a
on
new
mute.
interferer. There's a turbo dick coming in. Yeah, so we're back to Giga, and Indio's asking a question. You probably couldn't hear it because a guy was rudely interrupting and derailing. So maybe you want to just give him. I don't know. Did you hear it, Giga? The question.
I just went and got a Coke Zero. I just got back.
Can you repeat it, Indio?
I don't even remember what it was, quite honestly.
Yeah,
What'd I
it's the same question you've asked it many times about, like, why would God be a trickster type thing?
Oh yeah, I was kind of
Yeah.
talking to Turbo though. So yeah, why would God create a reality which was tricking us and just not real? That's not what it really is.
Oh, was
looks like a-
Turbo the guy who claimed that flat Earth was a trick?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got confused. My bad. I don't know who muted Turbo, but you can unmute him if you want. I didn't know that you were asking him that.
He
Yeah.
doesn't need to. He just talked over me. He just talked through me anyway. So
Okay.
I thought Turbo was saying that the globe model is a trick.
no, he said
Satan.
He said we made satellites, and then he started talking about the Black Knight because the thing that he thinks is satellites that he saw in the sky.
Hello.
Like I don't know if you heard this. They really about like a month ago, an astronomical journal.
Flat Earth music, please stop. Yes,
Hello.
encrypt.
Yeah, what's going on?
We are doing well. And what about you?
I'm doing great. Are you a globe earther?
No, I'm not global.
Do
So
you
where are
believe
you from, encrypt?
I'm from Asia?
Where?
Asia.
I think Can you speak? How many languages do you know?
A few languages.
How many languages? Tell me which one.
Probably 2.
I think your accent suggests from India.
Yeah, almost, but not India.
So I think you know about Hindi.
Yes, I know. I'm from Pakistan.
Which language? No, I know where you are from now. You
I'm from
already mentioned. No, I understand. I understand. So which languages you know? I already know, I think.
I can speak English and Urdu.
Yes, you can. Can you speak some Urdu?
No, this is English Discord server. You can only use English on this server.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You should need to speak English here. Yeah.
I'm already
So
speaking
anybody
English.
native speaker is here available? Anybody native speaker is available here?
Yeah, oftentimes native English speakers do come and talk on this channel.
No, I'm not asking to you. I'm not asking to you. I'm asking some other people, those who are available here. If they all are listening to me, please tell me.
Right now, I don't the
What's up,
native
Code?
English person.
Who is the native? Hey, Ganjaram.
What's up, Code?
Hey, Ganjaram. Where are you from? I'm good,
I'm sorry.
Ganjaram. What's up? You can tell. I'm
I'm good.
asking what's up.
I'm good, bro. I'm good. What's on your mind? What brings you here?
Okay, Ganjaram. So where are you from?
I'm from Sweden.
Where are you from? Sweden. Are you
Yes,
from? Where are you from?
I am
Okay,
from Sweden.
you're from Sweden. Okay, that's great. So you tell me some complex sentences. Talk with me in some complex sentences. I think you know about complex sentences, Ganjaram.
Yeah, sure. I think
So yeah, you can. You are speaking like you're not well.
you're constantly interrupting me, so yeah. I'm very well.
I'm not interrupting you. I think you're not understanding.
Yeah,
Maybe not grasping. You are.
I'm probably grasping more than you can understand. There's nothing wrong with my interpretation capabilities. They are very good.
Okay.
So again, what brings
Okay,
you
you
to
are
the
still
server?
here. What's the benefit of you? You are still stay here. What's your benefit? Staying here permanently.
What's my benefit? I get to talk to
Yeah.
people
What's
like
your
you.
benefit?
See
Okay,
how
but a
how's
long time ago, you are still joined this room.
Yeah,
yeah.
Rambo is always present on this channel.
Hey JD. Hey JD. Hey JD.
Yeah,
How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm also good. Where are you from?
I'm from England. Where are you from?
As well, I'm also from far from your country.
That's good.
Yeah. So tell me anything, JD.
JD is a moderator of this channel.
Yeah, I already know about that. No need to the instruction from you, bro.
Okay. Well, welcome to the channel.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, JD. So, JD is a human or not? Encrypt. JD is a human.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
I think he's busy right now.
I think moderator means it's like AI. He's a AI.
No,
No,
moderate. I curate the room. So any bad behaviour, I'll mute you or ban you. Good behaviour, I'll give you high fives and stars. But I'm not a robot, dude.
So you've been here before, Code.
What?
You have been on this server before? Yes?
Yeah, ready.
Alright. So you're, you think you live on a ball, right?
What?
You think that the Earth is a ball, right?
Who? Yeah, I know. No, Earth is not a ball. Earth is flat.
Really?
Yeah,
Why do you think this?
I don't know.
You don't know? Alright.
No. I'm just here to start the conversation in English and deeply. So then we will increase my conversation. And I mostly like to especially talk with the people who are native in English,
Alright.
who are native English speaker. And you are native speaker in English?
No, I'm not native.
Okay.
non-native English speakers can also help you improve your communication skills.
So how you know about that? I already know about that, but I believe if native speaker talk with me, then we will catch them his accents and catch her contractions.
Yeah,
Like
but you
isn't
cannot learn new vocabulary words or pronunciation styles from non-native English speakers.
okay. So how we will learn that?
Just talk on any random topic, like whether the Earth is flat or a globe.
What?
Have a conversation in any random topics, and you will gradually improve your communication skills.
Okay, you can. I already know that's the thing I'm doing.
So, would you like to discuss the Earth?
Yeah, of course. This is very beneficial for the individual. And Earth provides a land, all of you, and including me, to the world where people are living. So if Earth is not available, people will not live easily and in any area. And people will not take a birth in the earth. So earth is very important part of for humans for living and taking a birth in a safe area.
Right, and you believe in a flat Earth. What's your proof for that? Why do you think that the Earth is a flat?
Because earth is a flat. The globe circle is a air. That's why people are seeing to the earth like a air. Earth curve curve of the earth is a globe, but land is a flat. If you will go outside from the earth in the moon, then you will see the earth is a flat. If you will see, because the land is becoming and curve of the earth where land is available, that is a globe, and land is a flat. So that's why earth is a flat. Earth means surface.
Yeah, but on a huge spherical globe, we can also have a flat land on a very small, tiny area.
Yeah, I know. That's are some cracks, some things. I already know Earth is not 24/7 flat. Some area is flat and some area is like up and down, up and down. Not only tiny particles, some also large particles available on the surface. And some people are only measuring the water. Water is not a Earth.
It is part of the Earth.
Surface. Surface is earth. Surface is the area. Earth is known as including people, land, water, all the natural things. That's including in earth. Earth means mixture of objects and multiple things including natural and unnatural. Where people are living.
So if you want to convince someone else that the Earth is flat, how would you convince? What proof will you use?
Proof you are also living in earth. That's the thing very common. You already watched in the earth. That's
No,
the
I'm talking
evidence.
about flat Earth. How would you prove that the entire Earth
Because we are
is
living,
flat?
bro. We are living in Earth. I didn't understand.
Over long distances, there can also be a curvature.
Yeah. If you will go outside from the Earth with the help of rocket, then you will see like how it is looking like. Am I right?
Yeah, so do you believe in the photos provided by space agencies like NASA of the globe Earth?
Yeah. Some people are already go in the moon, so they already provided the pictures to their own organization. Some pictures are real, I think. Not I
So,
think. I trust some pictures are already showing the truth because some people already go outside from the earth, from the organization of the scientists.
so do you believe in those photos?
Which one?
The photos of the globe provided by NASA?
Yeah. NASA already gone there.
So do you believe in them? Are those photos real?
Yes.
No, they aren't real.
Oh, I don't know. Then I don't know.
Because we can't trust NASA that the photos, videos, or other evidences they are providing are indeed real.
I don't know. There are some people those who already go and take a pictures from the earth So that's the real. I don't know what's the company that are going the outside from the earth, because that's the thing is real. People already go with the technology in the outside of the earth and clicking the pics.
But we can't trust a few space agencies like NASA.
Right? But you can't believe what?
We can't trust a few space agencies like NASA to prove us that the Earth is a globe, a spherical ball.
Yeah, some are fake. That's not evidence. Yeah, you are right also. But some are real. But I don't know which one is real. You can search by yourself. I'm not a
So,
Google,
so there are
but I'm
thousands
not.
of people on the Earth who have performed various experiments and found that there's no curvature of Earth. They've used lasers
Yeah,
across long distances and found no curvature of the Earth.
yeah. I think you also do.
So, would you trust a few space agencies or thousands of people who have performed experiments on their own and found no curvature?
What?
Would you trust a few space agencies or thousands of people who have proven that the Earth is flat?
I don't know if your questions you can search from internet on Google which question you didn't understand, because I am not a very big scientist related to the Earth, but something I know where we are living. That's a natural thing which we are thinking. We will say and we will talk about that. That's also for me talking about natural things and talk like naturally.
We can't even trust Google because Google mostly shows the result from NASA.
Yeah, sometimes we will also not believe, but we will believe on the topics of related to the study which is available in the Google and nothing else. And you believe in Discord?
Nope, I won't believe in a single person, but I would believe in an opinion held by many different people on Discord.
Okay. So you want to take a job in Discord or not?
What kind of job?
Like any job which is available in Discord?
A moderation job or a software development job?
Any type which is available. If you will get a chance, can you do that?
Yeah, I would love to become a software developer at Discord.
Okay, you would like to become. Okay, that's good. But it's not easy for you because it's an overseas country company. It's not easy part for you to become and take a job in this area.
It is possible through remote jobs, remote roles.
Yeah, but some you are not possible to take it easily. I think you are speaking like in from fake voice. Can you speak from your real voice?
My voice is real.
I think in your mouth something else. You are eating.
No, there's nothing in my mouth.
Okay. So how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Okay. Which part of the area in India you are living?
I'm not from India.
I know. I listen to the background voice. Right? And I think in the Hindi, any female in your backside is speaking in your backside.
Repeat again.
A female in the backside from you, voice is coming from the mouth of female, which is available in your who is available in your home. So that's why he was speaking in Hindi. Recently, I listened that voice from you coming your background. So that's the reason I think we are from somewhere else in India or in Pakistan as well, I think.
No, I'm sitting alone in my room. There's nobody around me.
Okay. So Dragon is here. Welcome, Dragon. Hey, Dragon. Dragon, are you here? Hey, Clive.
He just sent a message on the side chat.
Who is sending the message? I am here. You can speak.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had my mic open.
What?
No problem.
Thank you.
What's Clive? Clive, you can speak now. Clive, don't worry. Hey, Clive. Don't worry, your mic is open. You can again open your mic and speak.
I'm actually
I think
trading
you are the
stocks right
native
now.
speakers.
I'm actually trading stocks right now.
Okay, in which training staff?
Yeah.
Which training staff I was asking? Actually, I was asking Clive to you which training center you are.
You're breaking up.
Now I'm understanding you.
That's a little better.
Yeah, I was asking in which training center now you are.
I'm with BlackRock and Merrill Lynch.
BlackRock in which city? In which city?
What do you mean? It doesn't matter what city. It's on the internet.
Okay, I think you are native speaker.
Yeah, I am. I'm English.
Okay, in which country you are from?
In America. But I've lived all over the world.
Oh, that's great. America. What?
6 continents.
What you asked in the last?
You're breaking up again.
What you were asking in the last?
Hold on. I've been up since, I've been up for 2.5, almost 3 hours trading.
Okay, I think you're back in your background.
Huh? I don't understand you.
Okay.
I'm just listening to the group.
What you are doing?
I am just listening to you guys. I don't interact very much.
Okay. I think you are doing work with water. Sound of
Yeah, I'm
water is coming
making some
from
coffee.
inside.
Okay, I'm making some coffee.
Okay, coffee. That's great. Which coffee you are making now? Tim Hortons or Nescafe?
Okay, I'm too busy to be talking about coffee. I'd be buying coffee futures if I was really interested in the conversation.
What? Which conversation is interesting? Which one is the interesting conversation, Clive? Please describe me briefly. If you can, you should
Just move
need to
on.
describe.
Move on to another person. Over.
Okay, you didn't like to talk. Oh, don't worry. Sorry for that.
No, it's okay.
So
It's
sorry,
okay.
Clive.
I'm
If we
working. I'm working. I'm just listening.
Okay, I think you
Thank
are
you.
making a coffee. Okay. What's the benefit after listening? What you will take after listening?
I'm not annoyed by stupid
Okay,
questions.
Clive. Okay, oh no, that's great.
That's
Hey,
the
Ankri,
benefit. That's
you
the
want to
benefit.
listen?
Thank you.
Hey, Ankri, you can unmute. You want to listen our conversation? Ankri, Ankri. Anybody is here? Swastik, Snowflake, Ronach, Marco, Magnus, Ganjaram, Dragon Frame, Clive, Cider Phyla, 20k UPS. Anybody is here or not? Tell me, then otherwise I will also go from here.
Go Costa. How are you doing, dude? Swastik. The age, Clive in here. The only Glober.
Clive is really busy.
Yeah, I can imagine.
They went over, photographic plates before there were satellites, and they saw satellites, which don't make sense, right? If they're man-made artificial satellites put in the orbiting the
I've never
Earth.
believed in the round Earth more than when I saw a satellite train being deployed. Like,
what do you mean
right
by
over where I
man-made
live.
/ artificial?
So you think that those? So you think that you saw a bunch of Starlink satellites? So you saw a refrigerator from 250 miles away? You got good eyes, bro.
I sure did. They were bright in the sky.
Because they say if you saw 5 lights in the sky, that's a satellite train? Because that's what they said on TV? Like, serious?
Well, there weren't stars.
There's a lot of things that, a lot of things with these satellite things is that upon further inspection, what they say is possible actually isn't possible. It can't possibly be what they say it is. It can't be a freaking refrigerator 250 miles away that you can see. It's pretty far. Like, I don't know. Think about something that's 250 miles away from you by land, and how long it takes to drive that far. And now imagine there's a refrigerator in that place, and you think you can see it?
Well,
like,
all I
that'd be
could
like a
see was the
refrigerator's in
bright
like
light.
Philadelphia. That'd be like seeing a refrigerator in Philadelphia from Boston.
It was just a bright light.
Yeah, it was just a bright light, and that's all they are. Like, that's all people see. They see a bright light. It transits the city. You have no idea how high they are, how fast they are, if they're orbiting or not orbiting. That's why when people say "we," it tweaks me, because they don't have nothing to do with any of that shit. They saw a light and adopt a story and adopted a belief in a story, and now somehow it's their story too. This is like it's like your football team winning the Super Bowl. You're like, we won the Super Bowl. No, you had nothing to do with it. You're just a freaking person looking at the TV that somehow identified with some sports team. And that's what it is. They're just identifying, oh, I'm part of the spaceman. No, they're not spacemen. You're not a spaceman. There's no we in any of this shit. And actually, Crip pointed that out, that they like, if people are like projecting themselves as spacemen, like their identity, they got, it's part of their identity. Like, this is the space age. We're all gonna go to Mars. No one's going to fucking Mars. And I just told you, you really, really, dude, I really highly recommend go watch that Danny Jones video. Okay. So they have. Okay, so there's a guy from a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day. His dad works for NASA. This guy grew up with being around NASA people his entire life. Okay. He did the calculation on going to the moon. 15 rockets, dude. Werner Braun said 3 rockets, all bigger than the Empire State Building. Elon Musk has said something like 15 starships to go to the moon. Oh, he deafened. Fantastic. Just talking to myself.
We heard you.
I had to mute that. Another guy tried to come in and run interference. I have a sneaking suspicion these are collaborators with Giga. That he's actually not alone.
Yeah, I don't know. We've talked to him before. I can't really remember how it went. I just remember his name. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. I got confused when he started doing the religious argument. I thought that was the same guy. Usually I'm decent at distinguishing voices, but maybe I'm losing my touch. Could happen.
Yeah. Like, I think it's the universal whininess of Gen Z.
I think so. I seriously just thought that was the same person the whole time. Yeah, there's actually been studies about that. I don't know if you've seen that people's voices in general are becoming more robotic because they're so used to one, listening to a bunch of robots talk to them, and two, training their voice, like if you're using voice to text, or I guess people talk to their
Oh
robots in
man.
their house. Like, I don't talk to my robot, but I don't have a robot in the house to talk to, but I know people do. But my point is, they've learned, you have to talk in a certain way for the robot to understand. So then they just are generally like becoming more robotic. There was an article and study about that. I'll
Weird,
see if I
man.
can
Oh my
find
God.
it. Yeah, it's been a couple years since I read that. I'll have to look for it.
Actually,
So,
I
yeah.
first noticed people using that voice to text like 5 years ago. I'm like, people actually use that crap? Like, a lot of people use it. It's actually shocking. Like, some people only use that exclusively. All they do is talk to their phone. Like,
Oh yeah,
for
I use
texting,
it
right?
sometimes. Like, I don't mind
I
using,
use it
like, yeah,
sometimes,
yeah,
but
yeah.
there's some people that's the only way they interact with their phone is like talking to it.
Oh
Like their
yeah,
little
I know what
buddy.
you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we had Teddy Ruxpin, man. We didn't have that. You could talk to your Teddy Ruxpin. He pretended to talk to you. I guess the phone pretends to talk to you.
Yeah, people's imaginary friends. Yeah, talk back now. Yeah, it's a new world.
And it's always listening, right? So you're gonna stub your toe. My toe, and they're like, rub some alcohol on it. Use a Band-Aid made by Band-Aid brand. $3.99 down at the local Walmart. It'd be good advertisement for your wound. I think I just gave him an idea. Shit.
Add it to your list of ideas.
Yeah, they're gonna work it into like people ask ChatGPT for this information, and then they're just gonna work in advertisements. Did you see that? OpenAI, which makes ChatGPT, is now partnered with Disney.
I did not know that.
You're gonna be able to make Disney like AI generated content using the actual Disney characters, and it won't be like copyright infringement. Now Disney owns shit. Well, it's like intellectual property. They own the entire Star Wars franchise. They own all their like Disney cartoon animated characters, but they own a lot of other stuff too, like the intellectual property rights. So get ready for some Disney freaking pornography because people are obviously going to twist it, and it's going to be unstoppable.
Which Ray Bradbury story was it where it opens on him like wandering? The main character is like wandering through the streets, but like he's the only one outside because everyone else is just like glued to their screens inside. I can't remember. When it came out, it was like unusual, right? That was like a futuristic view, right?
Yeah.
Which one is that? Is that Fahrenheit 451? I don't think it is. I think it's a different one.
No,
Yeah.
it's not Fahrenheit 451. That's the book burner guy. Where the firemen start fire.
Yeah.
Cheating his books. I can't remember the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I haven't read it since then. Oh, Giga is back. Were you asking Giga a question? Hi, Giga.
Give me a chance to see if he's alive in there.
Yeah.
Earth is round.
Is that an eagle on his
I never understand
PFP?
the position of like
Or is it a phoenix?
I'll actually never know what the
Nello
Earth
sei
is
tu
because
premelo
the
da
only
vero.
way you can tell is to go to space.
And those guys are so like shady and like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they should be forced to like actually watch those guys talk. Like you said, like the guy who was in the interview, he sounded like a clueless person who had no idea what was going on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is your hero that's telling you what your world is like. The one in the interview we were talking about. We should post that link for him. Did you post the link? Yeah.
No, but I'm going to do it now.
Yeah, because everybody who's relying on the so-called astronauts to give them their worldview should totally be forced to like listen to some of these guys actually speak and say, oh, does he sound like a real sharp, trustworthy dude there? Yeah, so you're gonna just put your life in his hands. Yeah, let me know how that works out for you. Old dude says it's called The Pedestrian. I never would have remembered that's what it's called. I think it was like maybe it was in like a short story anthology or something. The Pedestrian, Ray Bradbury.
Yeah, it was a short story, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, The Pedestrian. Thank you, old dude. It's a 1951 Ray Bradbury short story about Leonard Mean Mead, a man who enjoys solitary evening walks in a dystopian future where everyone else stays indoors, mesmerized by television, making his behavior seem deviant and suspicious to the automated police. Totally. Yeah, this is our life now. Thank you, old dude.
So, Gig, I posted a link to that interview. Yeah, this should be eye-opening to anybody. Just think about your own experience, and like you've gone somewhere, like say a movie. You're like, hey, dude, tell us what was it like going to the movie theater? And then you would tell the story, like from your first-person point of view, about what you experienced. These guys never do that. Even if they talk about the experience, they'll say things like, they'll describe the experience as like, they'll say things like, Chris Happier used to do this all the time. Earth from that vantage point, you see, or they don't even say you. They say the expanse is wide and broad, and it will leave quite the impression. They don't even say like none of it is like in the first person. They talk about it as if they're reading like from like a generalized universal experience, not from a personal experience, which is very strange. Because if you actually did that in real life, you'd be freaking blown away.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, because that is, their role as they either see it or have come to just embrace it so wholeheartedly they don't even realize it is their role, is to define the worldview of a generation. And that guy, that's what he seemed like in that interview. He was so clueless, like he was not ever used to having any kind of real time pushback at all. You know what I mean? Like he'd never personally talked to anyone who like didn't believe his story. It was very odd. Like,
well, he talked to Bart. Even Bart was like, "I called you 10 years ago." Like, so he's talked to this guy before. They're not strangers.
That is weird. I didn't know that. That I guess I missed that part. That's really interesting that he's even talked to him before, but he acted like, you're not just accepting this fairy tale as true. Like, what? I can't even believe it. He seemed like that was just out of his realm of experience. You're just supposed to believe the story because I thought everybody was under a spell here, guys. What happened?
Wasn't he in his house whenever he told him to get out?
I don't know if it was that one. Maybe. I don't know if it was that guy. I don't think it was this guy. So that guy, no, I think that dude was. This guy went on one of the last. It's supposed he went on like the last one or the second to last one. 18 or I don't freaking know. But it's very. I mean, all you got to do is watch it. You can know instantly this guy is just like he's acting. He's just like playing a role. It's easy to tell. And like they didn't give him like an extensive script. And this is what I was talking to talking to Dandelion and a couple others about this. It's like, so it was a psyop on the American public and the world. Who maintains the psyop? Like, what happens when all these people die off? Who keeps it going? Did they like pass the torch to some other people? Keep this moon hoax going, guys. I know you weren't even alive when we started it, but it's your duty to keep the moon hoax going.
Well, I think that's why they have the we'll go back next year. We'll go back 5 years. We'll move it to 10.
Yeah, I think the moon landing was propaganda designed to scare the Soviets. Like, oh, if we can land a rocket on the moon, we can definitely land a nuclear weapon on you.
I think the Soviets and the United States are just both bullshit, quite honestly. And that they just want to control their domestic populations. And they have a lot of, like, every nation has that one thing in common. They do not want the rabble to grab their torches and pitchforks and take over. So you keep them distracted with bullshit. Bread and circus. We're great. We have a space program. We're just, I mean, there's other things to this. I mean, I wish Yoder didn't leave because there's unclassified documents that says NASA, like when it was created, that the purpose was to create the impression that we were so technologically superior that no one would go against us. It was completely made as a psyop. That's where it started, as a psychological operation. In their founding documents. Yoder has them all. He's not in here right now, but I'm sure they're in our DMs. But I mean, that alone, that the documents have said that we're not actually doing anything. We're just making people think something. That's it. I'm joining.
Breaking in, I gave Tactical Droid this stack of documents in Dio. He can post like all the PDFs. Those aren't all the PDFs actually, but most of the PDFs I posted for him, so he can re-host them here. I gotta go though. I can listen.
All right.
Yeah, I've got one that's still wanting to load. 5918 is taking longer to load than the rest.
Yeah, welcome, Big Hoss. What was your interest in Flat Earth? Like, have you heard anything about it before?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a few things. I'm not trying to be like a hater or anything. I just kind of want to see what you guys are talking about.
Well, I mean, the topic. We're an intervention program. Most people can't admit that the globe Earth, as far as personally, as far as they're concerned, is a belief, and they won't admit that. So it's a problem, right? It's because you first got to admit that you just have a belief. So, for instance, if I ask you or anybody, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And don't tell me how you think somebody else knows it. Like how they know
Sure, so you're saying,
what their primary information is, and they don't have any.
yeah, no, I think I know what you're saying. You're saying that like if you're going to be like, oh, well, trust the science or whatever, it's kind of just like taking it at faith.
Yeah, well, even that is saying they know. It's not saying you know. You're saying they know, right? The scientists know it's a globe. You don't personally know. They know.
Yeah.
So for you personally, it's a belief, and they have a hard time just admitting that simple thing.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Which kind of like pulls the rug out from the whole I can't believe you guys are flat earthers, when all they're really saying is, I can't believe you don't believe what I believe, which sounds crazy, right?
Yeah.
And then they start rationalizing it, and they say, if the Earth is flat, how does this work? If the Earth is flat, how does that work?
They've never said, if the Earth is a globe, how does this work? They've never said that to themselves.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
Oh, I have this funny question I ask people to see how honest they can be. I say, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what? And your answer would be what?
Flat.
99%, I wouldn't say 90, at least 90% of the time.
It's over 70. There's no doubt it's
For
over
sure.
70.
You just want me to say flat, or, but it is curving. And it's like, you can't even be honest about it.
Wow.
It's like painful for them to just say, yeah, dude, the Earth would be flat if it's not curving. But it's a hypothetical. You know what I mean? No one's saying, hey, you're admitting the Earth is flat. We're just saying, hey, hypothetically, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, what is it? And they can't even say it would be flat because they're, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Don't you find that a little strange?
It is pretty funny, yeah, because, like, people will say things like, oh, what if the moon were made of cheese? You know what I mean? And nobody has a real problem with that, or just silly things. So what if the cow jumped over the moon? Yeah, and if flat Earth is supposed to be so ridiculous and outrageous, like, why is it so hard to even just say those little words? It is pretty weird.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of the case with like a lot of different belief
Just
systems.
entered the chat. I just want to check and make sure we don't have anybody else in here. If you just entered the chat, don't leave because you can't talk. You have to be manually unmuted if you don't have a role. So I will manually unmute you. So Big Hoss, when you leave and come back, nobody has to manually unmute you because you have the BC verified role. Just to tell you.
Nice. Appreciate that. Well, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Baby.
Well, I'll Kajo, what's his name here? KO. KO. Let's see what KO has to say. What's up, KO? You're unmuted if you want to speak. Hey, he's got our tag. Coolio.
I have nothing to say. I'm just listening.
Okay. Well, hey, I can give you the VC verified role if you just follow a couple simple steps.
Nigger. I'm driving on my phone right now, so maybe later.
Oh, okay. Well, they're verbal, dude. Like all you got to do is agree that you're going to read the rules and abide by them. That's it.
Yeah, for sure. Then I'll do that. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, word.
Hey, Big Hoss, do you think the surface of the Earth is measurable?
Hypothetically, I guess if you took if you had like an infinitely long ruler or something, I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to get at, to be honest.
Well, Earth as a globe is like a geometry claim. Saying, hey, it's a ball, that's like geometry. And in geometry, to figure out whether something is a particular figure or form, we measure it. Do you think we can measure the Earth to figure out what its figure is or its form is? I think it's
well,
not even in its totality, but a section, even to figure out one or the other.
Has anyone really thought about it?
Does it help that most of the surface of the Earth is water?
Yeah, I guess it's hard to measure, like, a fluid, just fluid. Yeah, this is what water is.
Well, I mean, the good thing about the water being most of the surface and it being fluid is that dynamic, you can extend that out, extrapolate that out to the entire surface of the water. So if the water's not curving, then the Earth can't be a ball because water isn't going to be flat in one place and curved in another place. If that water's connected. Right. So in reality, even though we call it the 7 oceans, right? The 7 oceans, there's only one world ocean.
4 oceans.
Yeah, that's it. There's just one ocean, dude.
Yeah.
They're all connected. Well, the 7 oceans are connected as in one ocean. So whatever any part of that ocean, the entire ocean should reflect that part. Now, of course, there's going to be some variation. The tide height, the size of the waves, the currents, there'll be some variation, but like the vertical compared to the horizontal, like the ratio is like, that ratio wouldn't mean a fuck of a difference because it's like in the 7th decimal point the differences. Like if what we call the Pacific is higher than the Atlantic by 50 feet even, it doesn't mean anything as far as whether the surface of the Earth is curving or not. It doesn't confound the result, is what I'm saying.
Sorry, I think hot micing a little.
It's all right for now. think we went to the moon, dude?
I don't know. I guess I don't have an opinion on that one. I don't know.
What if I
probably not.
told you that even now they're still saying it, that it would take multiple rockets to get to the moon because you'd have to put the fuel into orbit. It would burn all its fuel up just trying to get into orbit. They're saying it now still, even today. That the Artemis needs like what was it? 15 rockets need to be launched.
Yeah.
Cargo, fuel cargo, basically. So they launch the Artemis, they fuel it up with 15 other rockets of fuel, and then they fly it to the moon. Von Braun said he would need 3 rockets the size of the Empire State Building, and then to fuel those up. Elon Musk has also said it would take like, I don't know, 7 rockets or something, 7 starships. So it's turning out to be like, if they're actually trying to get to the moon, that there's the story that human beings went to the moon on a single rocket in 1969 is utter horseshit.
Yeah, do you think when Werner von Braun said that, like, was he at that time still thinking like it was possible to get there? You know what I mean? Like, was he taking it seriously, do you think?
I don't know. Now, I know the context when he said that, it was actually a production by Walt Disney. Yeah, when he had it was like he was giving like a presentation at like Walt Disney did the production. He had little model rockets that he was showing like in like a model space station. It's pretty weird. I'd probably find it.
Yeah, because that's one thing. I mean, of course, we'll never know the answer. I'm just speculating, but I just wonder, like, at one point they must have actually been like, yeah, let's try to get up there. That'd be cool. Like, at what point did they, people who actually have control of this technology and were trying to do things realize, like, oh, yeah, we really can't do this. Let's just fake it. That'll be cool. I just wonder at what point that happened historically.
Hey, Big Hoss, do you know who Werner von Braun is?
Actually, don't. I'm kind of here just to learn.
Well, that's why we asked you if you knew. Sometimes we talk about things we assume people know, but then we find out that they don't. So, like Werner von Braun, he was brought over from Nazi Germany. He was the creator of the V2 rockets, if I'm not mistaken. And he was one of the people that helped found NASA and good friends with Walt Disney. Yeah, brought over here on Operation Paperclip.
What's the Operation Paperclip?
It was after World War II. The U.S. government put paperclips on Nazi German members' files, people that would have been good choices to bring into our government to use for basically propaganda, because that was one thing Nazi Germany was supposedly really good at, was propaganda.
Oh, by the way, the Russians got the other half of the Nazi scientists, and they headed up the Russian space program. So you had Nazis on both sides playing propaganda.
Nazis actually dictated, defeated Nazis partially dictated the post-war narrative of what even happened during World War II. I mean, Hitler was Time Man of the Year in 1932. So a lot of people don't know. He was a friend until he was the enemy.
They hosted the Olympics too when he was in power.
They loved Hitler. Shit, dude, there was a Nazi frickin' rally at Madison Square Garden. They took out full-page ads in the New York Times, front pages. All that history has been memory holes, as usual.
Let me ask you, Big Hoss, if you could find out how to determine whether or not the Earth is actually curving or not, would you care?
I don't know. I guess it probably doesn't really affect my life one way or another, but it's still interesting, I think.
Why do you think it wouldn't affect your life?
Because I mean, what is it going to change for me, like in my day-to-day life? I guess.
I mean, you'll know a little bit more about the place of where you live. It's kind of like you buy a house with like 1,000 acres on it, right? And you know nothing about the land that you live on or the home that you live on, and all you do is stay in one room and you believe that everything else is something else, right? But instead you could go out and learn more about it, right? Go look at the wall, see if there's any cracks in it, fix it, grow some plants, domesticate some animals.
Yeah.
Live a happier life.
I mean, I feel like it's kind of the same as like knowing what happens after you die. Like, does it really matter? At least to me.
I mean, I guess you won't know until you know, right?
Yeah.
But if you choose to remain ignorant, then you'll never know.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm here to learn, so.
Somebody new come in yet? Truth Revolution 101.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth. I think it is valuable to know that you don't live on a globe. I mean, there's no verifiable evidence of a globe. There's no measurements of curvature, because it can help you to trust your own experience. Whereas one thing the globe propaganda does is, from a very young age, make you think that the way you experience the world is not really right. Like, that's basically what you're told. You know, that's what all children are told. Oh, yeah, seems like it's not moving, but it's really moving at a high rate of speed. Seems like it's flat, but it's really not. So you're totally wrong about that too. So you just have to trust these experts, you know, to tell you how it really is. You know, and then when it turns out these experts are wrong, or these experts actually have no verifiable documented evidence to back up their claims, because people were introduced to the globe idea at such a young age, they're looking for another expert to tell them. I mean, I'm not saying this is you, Big Hoss. I'm just saying what I've observed over time is, especially people who are very resistant to the globe, to leaving the globe behind, to just discarding a failed model. People who are resistant to that, they just need somebody else to tell them, now it's time to get rid of the model. Now it's time to go back to actually believing that reality is the way it presents itself, and you don't need an expert to tell you that, because if the experts who originally told you not to trust your own experience, which is the Earth is flat and stationary, just as it appears, and we see things in the distance that would be impossible to see if we were on a globe of radius of 3,959 miles, you don't need somebody else to tell you that. You can just figure that out for yourself.
Yeah. I was gonna say, so I mean, would you consider yourselves to be like experts as well, or as what you're trying to say is like do your own research, basically?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I consider the people here to be experts on debunking the globe, for sure. Yeah, because people here that have been around here for a while, have spent many years studying the issue, figuring out the mathematics of what the globe predicts, debunking that, based on thousands of different long-distance observations, horizon observations, and so on. So, yeah, I think that's the case. But that's the thing. But we also don't want people. We don't want people to just take our word for it. We don't want to be the new experts. Like I just said, you can go out and figure that out for yourself. I mean, that's what I did. That's what other people here did. So even though it's true that in one sense, yes, we become experts on debunking the globe, like you too can become an expert. It doesn't even really take that long. I mean, the math is not really that complicated, and it's better just to become your own expert.
Yeah, that makes sense. Seems reasonable.
Have you seen the long distance observations, Big Haas?
Long distance observations. Are you talking about like the thing with the laser over the water or whatever? I'm actually not that familiar. So.
Well, you're familiar enough to say that, so yeah, you must have seen one of them. Yeah, I mean that's the crux of the flat Earth argument that there's a whole bunch. I mean, laser tests are one part of the long distance observation. You can do it without lasers, but the ones that are most carefully documented, some of the most carefully documented observations are laser tests. For example, one of the FE core laser tests where the laser hit the target at a distance of 25 miles when the predicted curvature there would have been having that target hidden by 297 feet of non-existent curvature. So that's cool. Yeah, so you've got you understand the main argument then, or you've heard it before. That's great.
Cool. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of it, so let me send it. My energy is low right now.
Oh yeah, I understand. Mine is too. So yeah, no judgment here. We're just glad you're here. So that's fine. Did you have any questions about anything else about the flat Earth?
Not in particular, no. I was kind of trying to just listen for a minute.
Sounds cool.
Cool.
Josh Ingersoll is here.
Who is that?
He's a satellite person.
Welcome, Josh. Very interesting.
Is it?
Well, he's supposed to wait to speak to me before he rejoins. So clearly can't follow directions.
The other one. I mean, I didn't do anything with this one. If you did, that's whatever you said.
Yeah, that's why I flagged that I was in here. I'm just listening, but happy to chat.
No worries, dude. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll move you to a channel, and I'll talk to you. Then you can come back.
Depending on what his response is.
Oh yeah, talking to him in the channel. Yeah, it's scary, but he's already gone, so no time for a warning.
Did you move him, or did he just bounce?
I was trying to move him, but then it didn't show, so he must have not been paying attention.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask him about the 22 rockets. Because he said he's a moon believer. I wanted to grill him on that.
Well, tell him to come back and ask him whatever it was you're going to ask him. I'm not supposed to talk to him. That's my personal commitment to myself. I guess since it's only to myself, I could break the commitment to myself, right? Because
yeah, but then you'd be mad at yourself.
No, it's fine. Just listen. And you'll ask him about
Probably
the
for the
rockets.
best.
It'll be
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Vintage wants to know what's up with Josh. Josh is a product manager for Amazon. They changed the name. It was Cooper, and now they changed it to like Leo or something. They changed the name. So they're trying to do an imitation of Starlink, basically, and have satellite internet. And Josh is the
Well, I got his
glorified
bio.
fucking salesman, basically.
I screenshotted his bio, so you'll see
yeah.
he's got uncut rocket footage and some ISS pressure sensor, space lasers, and laws.
ISS external pressure sensor. Oh man, Yoder must have hurt him somewhere.
Hey guys, sorry, I invited my friend Chums. I don't know if you guys can like unmute him and like ask him the questions or like agree to the TOS or whatever. Stones.
Oh, okay. What's up, Chone Stones? A weird name.
Hey man. Hey guys. Yeah, it is a weird name, I think. Sorry guys. It's funny.
Yeah, what's up?
Me.
Here to ask questions.
Wait, we're asking questions? Who's
I mean,
answering?
I don't know. I don't know why he invited
Who's
you
answering?
here.
Who's
The big house bring in here.
I thought it'd be interesting.
You're a Glober, Joan?
No, I'm a flatter, but I'm a flurf, but if you wanna fucking answer questions, go ahead.
Oh, he's a flatter and a flurf. Do you have a boy band called the Five Flatters?
I do. I love them. I love when they kick their legs up in the air.
Must be Ocasio Falls.
Right, so if you want to start having a conversation, what do you want to talk about? The ice wall, or do you want to talk about the firmament?
Ice wall. Who the fuck?
Oh, you're so gonna get wrecked in here.
No, I'm just wondering who believes in
Don't
ice
talk
wall.
about. Don't talk about getting wrecked.
What do you think the origin of the ice wall is? The origin of that idea.
The origin?
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
The
I
idea
don't
of an
think
ice
the
wall
origin has
perimetering the
anything
Earth.
more to do with with life than it does with God.
No. It came from.
No, it came from God.
It came from
And
Captain
if
Cook.
you
No,
think
it came
you
from
think-
bro. It came from Captain Cook. If you look on old maps, they'll say Great Ice Barrier.
There's
Right.
waterfalls.
Captain Cook tried to find a way into Antarctica and sailed for 60,000 miles and couldn't find one. So they called it the Great Ice Barrier. Ice wall comes from globetards. It doesn't come from us. So that's what I'm asking.
Not
Like
true.
ice
That's
wall.
actually
Who
not
believes
true.
in that?
It's
Yeah.
water. It's waterfalls.
No, the idea originated with globetards. Originated.
Okay, well, fuck you then. I'm not a globetard. I don't.
He's
I'm
not
just
calling.
and why are you getting
Relax.
upset? Because if you're not a globetard, there's a saying: if you throw a rock in a pack of dogs, the one that yelps is the one you hit. If you're not a globetard, what are you whining for?
Yeah, he's just telling you where the idea of ice wall came
I
from. It
said
came
I'm
from
because,
it
you know,
came from
that's
globe
all.
believers, okay? We're not saying it came from you. We're saying where the idea came from. It didn't come from our community. We never claimed any ice walls.
Okay. All right. So, fair enough. Don't believe that you had a hand in deciding all of this, but
If there was an ice wall, would it mean the Earth is flat? I mean, even if there was one. No, it wouldn't mean anything. So let's get to the brass tacks. What would mean the Earth is flat?
Sorry, it would actually mean that.
So if there's an ice wall, therefore flat Earth. Walk me through that logic.
Okay, so if there are boundaries around the world, the world,
well, maybe it's a boundary on the globe.
No, there's no globe. It's
No, if it was a globe, there
there's
could be a
flat
boundary on the
plate.
globe, right? Like say the Arctic Circle was a giant fucking ice wall. Around the ring, the whole Arctic Circle is a big fucking ice wall, right? So there could be an ice wall and it would still be a globe.
No, I don't agree with that.
So that's not possible?
Well, I
Because
guess
that's
it's
what they say
possible.
exists right now.
Well, I don't think the world is a globe. That's what I'm trying to.
No, what I'm saying is right now they say that there's...
Why am I being...
I'm just explaining things to you, dude. What, are you drunk?
Yeah, I'm a little drunk.
Okay, so
Yeah,
slow
you don't
down.
need to take it personally. Just he's
Yeah.
trying to explain things to you so you understand them.
So right now they say
like,
Antarctica is a giant ice sheet, okay?
Yeah.
And that ice sheet extends out way into the ocean.
It's
And
not
that
a
if you
continent.
And that if you sail south, you're going to run into this giant ice wall, this giant glacier that is on top of the landmass that's Antarctica. So they have an ice wall, okay? And the globe has an ice wall. So there can be an ice wall and the Earth can still be a globe. Okay.
Yeah,
So
okay, that's
it doesn't
fine.
decide it
I
either
don't
way.
have
What
to-
does
I don't have to
decide it
argue
is whether
against
the Earth is flat or curved. That decides it. It's the only thing that can ever decide.
No, it doesn't decide it at all. I don't think, in my opinion, that.
Well, what do you think would decide it?
None of that is is an explanation or a proof. I don't.
No,
think
I
that's
don't care about explanations. I would care about like what would decide it one way or another.
Well,
flat or globe.
Not that is what I
Okay,
would
what?
What do you mean what?
Right, what specific observation can we make that would prove flat or globe?
Well,
observation or measurement.
Okay, you could talk about laser experiments. You could talk about a few other
there we go.
things. But I'm not saying the ice wall is proving anything. I'm saying that that's just like one way to talk about something that like is obviously like a that's not something that like is a disproving or like gotcha. You know what I mean? Like we can have other conversations about things that exist. The ice walls is not one, but I do think that is the truth. Okay, so fine. Let's talk about
He's just trying to explain to you that the ice wall is just a description of the coastline of Antarctica.
Okay, that's perfectly fine on either side. I don't necessarily think that like
so it
one
can't decide anything. That's the point I was trying to make. We're only
that's
concerned
fair. That's fair.
Hold on. We're only concerned in the evidence which will prove one way or another which one it is. We don't care about the things which could work either way. Why fixate on them if they can work either way? They're not going to tell us anything. We're just wasting our time arguing about.
I don't know why that.
Well, I'm just saying, dude. Why? You got to be cocked, dude, because you're taking everything personally for no reason, dude.
I'm cocked.
No, dude, it's not personal. I'm just giving you information, dude. You're obviously new to this topic, so.
No, I don't think I'm new to this topic. I've read a lot. I've thought about it a lot.
That's okay. There's a lot of people
Relatively
who
new.
talk about this topic. The point here that India is trying to tell you is the arbiter of if your floor is flat is the measurements of your floor. If your floor is curved, you would discover that by measuring it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you wouldn't look at your ceiling lights or talk about whether your wall is made of ice or talk about it's warm or cold some time of the day and not some other time, right?
No,
none of those things can determine whether your floor is flat or curved. Now you can make up stories about why one matches one shape versus the other, which are just bullshit stories. So
I guess I have to agree with that, but I don't necessarily think that okay, so some of this is conversations about I do get misdirected questions or oh here's my first argument of whatever, right? Like I don't think that's I think that I have to argue against some of the bullshit quickly until I can make an argument against like something that's like more nuanced. So anyway,
Okay.
like yeah. So
look, this topic isn't an argument at this point. Like we're way past that. Like, I mean, we've been talking about this in here.
Well,
everybody
I've
you can
never
think
been
of
in here, man.
like
I'm sorry.
like
I'm sorry.
listen,
I
bro,
don't want to be
Josh.
a dick. I'm just like
Well,
saying,
listen,
hey.
listen. We got a dude named Josh. He was just in here. He's a satellite person for Amazon. So all this is verified. He's worked for the UN with their little space nonsense, and we've interrogated him many times. He doesn't
Does he
actually know
understand
anything.
triangulation?
Well, hold on. And we've talked to him many times, and the best he can do is show government cartoons. Right? He doesn't know anything. If we ask him how any of this shit works, he doesn't know anything. Okay, so the point is that at this point in time, in this so-called flat Earth, cold Earth debate, it's a done deal. It's already over. People just haven't woke up to the fact that the conversation's already done.
Well, I don't think I have a disagreement then with any of y'all.
Well, you don't. I mean, what I'm saying is, you don't have to debate anybody. Because I can ask Josh right here. How do you know the Earth is a globe, Josh?
I thought I was coming in here talking to prove my point and type of thing. You know what I mean?
No, what we're trying to tell you is that you actually have the high ground. They have the burden of proof. All the evidence is on your side, so you never need to shy away from anything they say. Just look into it, and you'll figure out. Whoa,
okay,
they have a problem here.
So here's a question, and that's actually really nice like a point to make, because I really appreciate that. So I have a really actually I have a concern. So when we talk about triangulation, when it comes to the idea that like we have satellites, right? We have satellites that do
They don't use triangulation. They use what's called trilateration. It's a different thing.
Trilateration. Okay, no, you're right on that. That's actually true. That's true. So my concern is okay. So I've had several conversations with people about like triangulation and trilateration, which you're correct to use the term. How do I guess like have this argument about like, okay, there's a method to like, put define a point on the globe. The globe tards.
They're not using a globe. They're not finding a point on the globe.
I know, but
no. Listen, brother. What you don't understand is, even though you look on your phone and it shows the globe and says latitude and longitude, that's not how the GPS itself functions. That is shown to you in a coordinate transformation within the receiver. It changes the coordinate system from Earth-centered, Earth-fixed to a geodetic reference system. Okay, so it changes it. That's not how the receiver actually works and functions within it.
I don't understand that. Okay, so
I know you don't.
Make that clear to me.
Okay, so find your position on a
plane. How do you make point A to point B make sense if you're not like using that method? And that's what's frustrating to me, because I keep trying to like figure it out. I just don't get it.
Okay, I know things are hard. They're using a coordinate system called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, right? Which is a plane. So the actual coordinate.
What is it? Earth what?
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
Okay.
But the coordinate that they're putting you on is on top of that, on top of a plane. They're not actually measuring any of that. They're not measuring any globe. They're not measuring any of that crap. So GPS is a passive one-way beacon with a timestamp inside of it. Your receiver picks up that timestamp and says, hey, it took this long for the signal. Hold on. Took all this long for the signal to get here. I must be this far away because of the speed of light. And then it does this with multiple, transmitters, beacons. Okay, they can be in the sky, they can be on the ground, they can be anywhere. Okay, now you have a bunch of overlapping circles, and that's where it puts your position. But it doesn't put your position on top of a globe. It puts it on top of something called Earth-centered,
Like a flat
Earth-fixed.
map.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. No, these are.
Yeah.
Listen, you're trying to reify a mathematical model and say, hey, dude, this mathematical model, there must be reality. No, dude, we do this all the time. This is well known in all sorts of engineering of everything, is that we'll use a mathematical model, but that mathematical model doesn't have any ultimate reality to it, right? Other than the output. What happens in the guts between the input and the output?
The word reification.
It's called a reification fallacy. When you make an abstract
I love
idea,
that. It's beautiful. I love that.
say it's real.
I'm gonna say it to my friends.
There's a bunch of stuff you can learn about logic, and if you just listen, you can actually learn a lot about how these things work.
Yeah, we have a whole channel, like if you go down, there's information channels with all of these topics at infinitum. From not just like, these aren't like flat earthers. We're using official sources of how they say it works. In the guts of it. Now, there's always two different narratives to this stuff. There's the way people think it works, and like second order people will talk about how they work. And then when you look into the guts of the devices and how they actually work, it's often quite different.
Okay.
Yeah, so like they're all functioning on the same plane of existence that we're functioning on. So they're drawing angles from a flat surface to a horizon, and they're calling it locally flat, and they're using horizontal planes. That's just the base of what they're using, and then after the fact, they turn it into a globe because that's what you expect to see.
Can you see in the chat? Do you see the live?
Are you
do you
talking to
see
me?
the text channel that's right above this voice channel? It's called the Livestream voice text.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
I can see chat, but I don't see.
I don't know if you even have the BC verified role. Hold on, let me give it to you.
I'm not. I don't think I've. I don't think I've.
Yeah, you got it.
No,
So
Chill, they're
this
not
is
talking about the side chat. They're talking about the one above it.
Yeah,
The
someone
side
pinged you in it.
Wait. Oh, somebody
Right
else.
above here.
Something else.
It's not the embedded chat. It's the chat above it, above this one.
Yeah, hold on. Let me look. Does it say
Yeah,
lobby?
if you lower.
Someone just pinged you in it.
No. Yeah, if you lower this window and then look up right above it.
This is the one with the Nazi stuff.
Nazi stuff.
What?
All right, can I help y'all out real quick? Let me help you. Hey, guys, let me help you out. If you open the embedded chat, there's literally a disclaimer with the link straight to the live stream voice text chat.
German Nazis. Which is it? Right there.
Yeah, scroll down. We were talking about Project
Hold on.
Paperclip.
I just found it. Okay, now I got tagged. Okay, so and again, this isn't stuff that I'm like unaware of. Like I've looked this up like, a lot.
How the fuck how can I speak it, yo?
I don't get this part of it.
No. How can you speak it? You're disconnected.
Equator / like the X axiom and the Z north.
Do you see the? Do you see the? Look. Do you
What
see
does
the?
it say? Griff Z.
Okay. Look, I'm gonna post it again. Look at the image, the diagram I posted. You see that?
Okay,
With a
I'm
little
looking
square.
at it.
You see the ball with the square on it?
I see the ball with
the square.
That's
There's a little
globe.
square on it that says. You don't see the little ball with the square on it in the chat
I do.
right now.
I see it already, and that square is
Look,
confusing.
where the coordinate system actually is on that square. It's not on the ball.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Okay.
I see that.
Okay, so they take this coordinate system and do what's called a coordinate transformation or a geometric transformation and convert it all into latitude and longitude and then show it on your phone with a little image of a globe. That's how GPS works.
The actual observer is in the middle of this imaginary globe. The globe doesn't actually exist.
Oh, okay. So, like, but again, though, like, I've looked at this stuff. Like, I think I get it. Like, I think I understand, the idea behind this. But it's just
Well, think, how do they get so you have the origin of coordinates, right? The center of that sphere and the square.
Yeah.
How do they get the height, the distance of the square to the center? You think they measure that? Of course not. Okay. They presuppose the distance of they just add.
They add?
They just add 3959 to the height of the satellite. Satellite, whatever it is, right? Or they can use a pseudo range, and if it's a fixed ground station, they can just add a height to that. Because there's all this stuff is black box. You can't like open one of these GPS receivers and see what it's actually doing.
Because I don't actually get like what the plate is. Like that at the end of the day, like I think that okay, are we talking about the O?
The point was GPS don't prove a globe. It doesn't even use a globe, and it's been around before satellites existed.
What?
Yeah. So did you know that? Like LORAN was a system used. It's the same as GPS, except for they admit it's radio towers. Okay, it's existed before satellites existed.
No. I disagree with you.
And the best part about it.
Here's an interesting point.
Sorry. There's no disagreeing. LORAN worked before GPS and satellites, and LORAN was known to transmit beyond the geometric curve. So.
Wait, what?
Yeah, 1,800 miles, dude.
What do you mean?
I mean, it's supposed to be the Earth's supposed to be a big ball, right? So you should only have a line of sight.
I understand that you can use lasers to like disprove you could disprove the globe Earth theory.
Yeah,
I get
but
that.
this is using radio waves. That the radio waves you're getting the position of about 1,800 miles out to sea from a ground-based radio station. Right? The curve of the Earth should be in the way. There should be something like, I don't know, 1,800 miles, probably like 100, 200 feet of curve, 200 miles of curve in the way. Meaning there should be a 200-mile mountain between you and the boat.
And?
Yeah, but there ain't one.
Huh? Of course there is.
There isn't one because they did this for navigation.
I agree with you. I get that. So what are we arguing about?
That GPS, tell your buddies or whoever you're debating, that GPS existed before satellites.
Okay.
Before satellites. Before the first rocket was ever launched. Before Sputnik.
Again, my question is, how do they do it? How do they make it fake? Like, how do they make?
They put a little frickin'. I told you they do a coordinate transformation and show a little ball on your phone.
Yeah, they also have so-called geostationary
Dude,
satellites.
Put it this way. Okay, so hold on, Andres. So on your phone, they can make an app called GPS, right? And instead of showing you a globe, it could be frickin' Super Mario. And they could plot your position based upon the coordinates, because Mario is actually just like a wireframe coordinate system. And whatever your phone says your position is, they could map that to Mario. And you could think you live on a fucking 3D Mario.
Yep.
I guess.
Not I guess. That's the way it is, dude. Just because they show you a fucking cartoon don't mean nothing.
Well, I think it looks pretty professional, but I'm not saying
so it's
that
so good. Here's how good it is. Okay, listen. Black out all your car windows and drive using just the GPS. Just stick the GPS in the dashboard and take the turns when the GPS says the turn.
If you're saying that these are fake images, I want you to tell me why they are, and that's also part of the things that I have arguments with my friends about. Is like, why are these fake? Well, I don't actually have a
Because
good
they
argument.
depict something that's impossible.
Well, then then I will
Look,
tell them that, but like
you've
I
seen
don't
images
have,
of Santa, right? Santa Claus, right?
dude.
You've seen
You know what I'm talking about. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
I
talking about.
am.
You know what I'm
Listen
talking about.
closely. Have you seen images of Santa?
Have you seen
No.
images of the globe?
No.
Okay, well, first of all, give
So
me permission
the
to
point is, listen. You're trying to think of your excuse before you actually listen. Okay. So really
Let me
simple.
show pictures, and you could tell me how they're wrong.
I am. I'm working. I'm trying to build up logically to that, but you won't let me.
Okay.
It's really simple. Are all images of Santa fake? Is there really a Santa?
I think there's probably pictures of
Okay,
Santa.
here
that are
comes the
real.
cope. Listen, brother. Someone doesn't need to prove how every image of Santa Claus was faked. We know Santa's a fictional character.
I mean, you could easily do it for like one or two, and then the ones that I actually care
every
about.
single image of Santa's fake, bro.
You would help me to make the argument. So I
Bro, every single image of Santa's fake. Every one.
I know,
There
but
is no
what
Santa
about
Claus.
the globe?
There is no globe, and every single one is fake.
Then tell me, like,
Do you want to know how we know every single one is fake?
Yeah,
Because
I
all
do. I do.
okay. Here we go. Because
I'm
all
just giving
those
you an
globes.
option.
Are you gonna let me
I'm gonna
answer?
post
Or are you
one
gonna
or
keep
two
talking?
pictures
You ask me a question and
of
talk. Is
different.
that your idea? Why are you asking me a question and talking?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is how we know every single one of those is fake. All those images depict an ocean that on it has curving water. The water curves into the shape of a ball. We can go to the ocean and try to measure this curve, right? Because it has to be curving. If
with
the
a
picture,
laser, though, right?
if the picture shows curving water, then when I go to the ocean, what's supposed to be in that picture is the ocean of the earth. I should be able to go to the ocean and measure that curve to see if it actually exists. The thing is, that curve doesn't actually exist in reality. It only exists in a stupid image somewhere.
Listen, I agree with you 100%. I've seen
Just
that
like
video.
if they
I've
showed an
seen that
image and there
video,
was
and
spikes of freaking quartz crystal sticking out of their freaking image of the earth, I could just go to where those spikes are, and if there's no spike there, I know that image is bullshit because what it depicts doesn't exist in reality. That's how we know they're all fake, okay? Because what it depicts doesn't exist in reality.
Well, okay. I don't disagree because I saw that laser video and I thought it was.
There's way more than one
thought it was
laser test,
damaging.
dude.
I thought it was damaging, and I'm not fucking mad about
There's
that.
way more than one.
Well, I saw one.
And there's way more than those distances. There's 800, dude. There's a 10,000-mile radio transmissions.
I have
Did
trouble.
you hear that correctly? 10,000 miles, the United Kingdom to Australia. Radio transmissions before satellites existed. Now, how do you do that on a ball?
Well, okay. So here's a good point.
You certainly can't do that over curving water.
Brother, I agree with you in that term. Like here's what I'm gonna say.
I don't know. It kind of makes sense to me. What are you saying?
I have friends who I can make the same arguments at, and then they're gonna tell me, well, here's a picture of the globe.
Yeah, and you ask them one question. Okay, how can we test that image to see if that's actually what the Earth looks like from space? What if the Earth is a cube from space? What if the Earth is a freaking pyramid from space? How do we know that what's in the image is what the Earth looks like from space? Okay.
I mean, I guess
how can listen? You ask them, how can we test it? The only way you can test the authenticity of the image is to see if what's in the image actually exists on Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I guess okay, so here's the thing. I can't make an argument against like
what if they showed a Great Wall of China on the East Coast? You need to prove how they fake the image? Can't you just go to the East Coast and see there's no wall there?
But it's frustrating. Okay, so what's
Yeah,
my
I know it
argument?
makes too much sense. I know it's
I have
painful.
trust. I have trust. I have a problem fucking making the right argument. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
It isn't our argument. They're auto-believing in something. And why should anybody else believe it? See, they're doing something called reversal of the burden of proof. They're saying, hey, dude, these are images of the Earth to space. Well, that's begging the question. How do you know any of that?
Well,
how do you know that that's an image of Earth from space? Just because someone said, here's an image of Earth from space. So what?
Yeah, I agreed. I don't
So are
understand.
all images true unless disproven?
I mean, okay,
why
so
do they deserve to
how
be
should
believed?
I argue it? How
Well,
should
let me
I
ask you this. Why do the people that claim that those are images of the Earth from space, why should you believe them?
Well, because they're the ones. They're okay. So I get
Yeah,
the
should.
idea.
I want the should thing. No, stay on the should.
If you make,
Don't try to run away from it. I want the should. I want the
I
should.
get
Why
the
should
idea
you
that if
believe
you
them? Give me
make the
one good
claim,
reason.
you need to support the evidence. If you make the claim, you need to support the evidence. Wait,
No, but why should you believe them?
Well, I don't. But then,
well, why should anybody?
Okay, well, let me. I'll show you a couple of like pictures.
Why do your friends believe them? Hold on, let me ask you this: your buddies.
They look right. They look correct. They look like.
How do you know that? How do you know they look correct when you've never seen the Earth from that point of view?
Man, I'm just trying to tell you.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Shh. Stop talking for a second. How would they know if they're correct when they've never seen the Earth from that point of view?
Well, that's part of my first argument. Then, how would you know if you've never seen the Earth from that point of view?
No. Well, people say we've heard people say, well, they look realistic. Well, how do they know they look realistic? How do they know what real is when they've never been there to see what it really looks like, right? They have nothing to compare it to. This is the problem. And this is why they bring it up, is because those images can only be believed and trusted. Look at the title of this chat, Globe Believer Intervention Program. We are here to point out that the globe Earth is just a belief. And if your evidence is government cartoons because people said, I went to space and took a picture, and you simply believed what they said as holy writ and can't even say why anybody should believe that shit in the first place. Why should anybody else believe it?
And but again, like, I struggle to make these arguments because I just like don't know how to.
Dude, the space images, that's a very simple argument. Why should you believe it? Like, yeah, they claim these are images from space. Yeah, so what? Why should I believe them?
Yeah.
You give one good reason why you should believe them. I can't think of a good reason.
But okay, well, I could say that all day and say I don't believe that that's a real.
No, I didn't say claim you don't believe it. I said ask them what. Listen, brother, you're getting confused. Ask them the question. Listen. Yep. Ask them the question why you should believe it. I didn't say you don't believe it. Say, hey, I'm open-minded. I want to believe them, but why should I? Really simple.
Yeah.
But why should you?
I have asked them. I got mad.
And what was the and should believe them?
They told me I was a dipshit.
Well, so they didn't have an answer. They didn't give you any reason you should believe them.
Yeah, they told me I was retarded. And I didn't have an answer. And I felt...
You felt like an idiot about what?
I told them that I didn't believe it was a real picture. Then they
Why
told me
should you?
Retarded.
I'm going to ask you like for the 10th time. Listen very closely. Why should you?
Because it's a really good picture. It's like a...
How do you know that?
I don't know. You tell me, dude. I don't...
No, I want you to tell me. I want the people that claim they're real to tell me why I should believe it.
Well, I don't know how to do it.
To ask a question of why you should believe it?
Yeah.
Look, if someone comes up to you and says, I rode a unicorn and I was riding Bigfoot double on the back. Isn't it fair to ask? Hold on. Isn't it fair to ask them why should you believe them?
I guess. I mean, I guess.
So if someone says, "Hey, this is an image from Earth from space,"
that's what I'm trying to explain.
It is completely fair to go, "Well, why should I believe that?" What? That's completely rational, fair question. This is why you don't like it, and this is why it's not a liked question. People don't like this question because when these things that are based completely on faith, when you ask, hey, why should I follow your faith? Because that's all it is. You're following their belief because they have no knowledge if that image is real. They didn't take the picture. They don't know if that's what the Earth
and I
looks
don't
like.
even.
They don't know any of those
I don't
things.
think it's real at all.
Listen,
But I
all
don't.
they're
I don't
trying
know
to
how
do is
tell
to
them it's
get
not
you to.
real.
Well, all they're trying to do. You don't know if it's real or not.
I
Neither
know
do
it's not
they.
real.
That's the point.
I know it's not real.
He's teaching you the vulnerability of their argument. He's not critiquing you. He's showing you
No, I know
how
he's not
their
critiquing me,
arguments
but
are vulnerable. So just try to
frustrated because
follow what
I'm
he's
trying to
saying.
I'm trying to tell him
Look, what they
how
try
I
to.
can't. I'm struggling with the argument,
I'm
and
try-
I don't
they,
know how
they're-
to.
they don't have an argument. That's what I'm trying to point out. They're trying to get you to assume that what they're saying is true. This is an image of Earth from space. They're trying to get you to agree to that.
Yeah, they're
But
saying
they haven't
this.
demonstrated that that's actually the case. That that's even true in the first place.
They're saying this is an image of space. Prove it. Prove it's not. That's what they're trying to get you to do.
Basically, yeah.
What is that?
Yeah,
That's
they're
space?
shifting the burden of proof onto you, and we're trying to help you realize that that's not your burden to bear, and you can just simply be like, oh well, your image is showing
can't see
the water curving here. Where is it curving in reality?
Wait, I can't see the picture.
Picture what?
I thought you were saying this is a picture of Earth.
Oh, you want a bunch of pictures of the Earth from space? Oh, I got a whole
No,
shitload. Come on.
well, that's my problem. That's part. That's like
It's
half
not a
my
problem.
issue.
That's what we're teaching
They don't
you.
even look the same, dude. It's not a problem. It's a problem for y'all, for freaking globetards.
I'm not. First of all, I'm not a globetrotter, but also I just don't know how to like say the right stuff to like tell this person like, hey, you're actually not like looking at this realistically.
Yeah, don't let those people get you down. Sounds like, I mean, you're the one who has the higher ground here. They're just
I don't think I do.
resorting
I
to
feel
insults.
bad about myself. Like I feel like I can't do it. I feel like I can't make a good argument when they show me the what?
Which one? Which image did they show you? Look in the chat. Look at all these Earths. Which is the actual?
Can't
What is
see
the?
anything in chat. I can't see anything. I don't even know what.
I don't believe you, dude.
Okay.
You already seen it. You already said you could see it.
No, I
You
never
were
said I
reading
could
it
see it.
earlier.
Yeah, I said you see the square, and you talked about it. Remember?
Yeah, I know what picture you're talking about. I don't know. I
Okay.
can't see
So there's
any.
an animated GIF that has a bunch of globes flashing. Which is the which one does the Earth actually look like? Because none of these look the same. The animated GIF that says "busted."
Hold on, let me find it.
It's only up like 5 posts, man.
Are they? Oh, they're in the above chat, not inside chat.
I don't think I'm allowed in the chat or something. Like I don't see
You
it.
are.
What's it called? What's a chat called or
It's
something?
directly above where all the people are in the live stream. There's another
Live stream
little-
voice text?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Oh, yeah. Definitely seen that one. Okay, so when the
Can you
Clidio
tell
one,
us which one of these is the one that looks like Earth? Because none of them look the same.
well, I believe actually that none of them do actually have any sort of like.
Well, what about your friend?
Well, again,
I'm trying to pull up the images, so I haven't gotten there.
I could copy and paste these to my friends who would just like laugh at them and go like, "Hey, that's not like."
So they're all real?
NASA.
Why
That's
do
not
they look
the real
different?
NASA images. And I'll be mad. I get pissed off about it, you know?
Well, how did they? If they believe in these images, how can they explain the inconsistency?
Well, I don't think
they
they
all
believe
can't be
in all
real,
the images.
dude.
I don't think they
Some
actually
have to
believe
be
in all
fake.
the images.
Okay, yeah, I can see how there's like the two totally different perspectives there. That's kind of like a.
Yeah, I think the
Doesn't
problem
really
is
match
you need to realize that you don't need to play defensive. You need to play
Yeah,
offensive.
I need to be offensive.
Yeah, you need to realize that the ball you don't have the burden of proof. You experience the world as flat and stationary. That is their experience as well. That is the starting axiom. So They have a claim that's contrary to all observable reality as we experience it. And so they have a very high, extraordinary burden they carry. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So where's their evidence?
Wait,
now
who said
they
that?
have
Who
to start
said that? Who
presenting
said that?
evidence, and they don't
Carl
have
Sagan.
any valid evidence.
Wait, Carl Sagan said that?
Yes.
Wait, Carl Sagan, guy who like a astrophysicist.
He also said,
he thought the world was round. Yeah.
yeah, he's a dingbat.
Yeah, but this is why you need to learn logic, bro.
It's like an all or nothing fallacy, though, dude. Just you don't. There isn't 100% right in anybody.
Of course not.
Yeah, if you learn logic, you'll understand when they're trying to pull these sneaky tricks. They're trying to use all or nothing fallacies, or trying to pigeonhole you into something, trying to flip the burden, use a straw man, and you can be like, "No, I'm not claiming that. No, I am being super logical and reasonable." And that just makes them be the unreasonable ones, and they start being like, "Wait, maybe I should pull back on this unreasonableness, and we can have a proper discussion."
Let's take it one step further. Like
Yeah,
you said,
you get
appeals
one
to authority.
step further that way.
Yeah, so appeals to authority. Here's something else Carl Sagan also said. One of the great commandments of science is mistrust arguments from authority. Too many such arguments have proved too painfully wrong. Authorities must prove their contentions like everybody else.
Yeah, use the hostile witnesses of their own religion that they look up to. They think they're standing on the shoulders of giants, but Newton actually called them
that's what
not
you said
able
too.
to.
That's what he said too.
Yeah, Newton basically thought
Standing
that
on the
anybody
shoulders
who
of
would fall for the theory of gravity and believe it would not